korundu ve desteklendi.
Subtitles of the President's speech are available in Turkish and in English.
Dünya kara, deniz ve hava ulaşımının üzerinden geçtiği, 3 kıtanın merkezine hakim önemli jeostratejik değere sahip coğrafyasına, zengin yeraltı, yerüstü kaynaklarına ve temsil ettiği yüce manevi değerlere rağmen Batı'nın güdümünden kurtulamadığı ve milli yönetimlerini iş başına getiremedikleri için ittifak edip hak ettiği güce ulaşamamıştır. Ortak bir iradeye sahip olamadığında kaynakları ve imkanları talan edilmiş, iradeleri ellerinden alınmış, celladına hayran olan mahkum gibi başına getirilen bütün musibet ve zulümlerden sıyrılmak için uluslararası toplumun harekete geçmesi
Değerli izleyiciler, teknik bir aksaklık olması hasebiyle kongremizin baş kısmını tekrarlayacağız.
Sese bağlanmanız gerekiyor. Ses alabildiğiniz için. Telefonunuzda verin.
Evet.
neden Assam? Geçen yüzyılın başında imparatorluklar dağıldı. İmparatorlukların bünyesinde bulunan milletler, Birinci Dünya Savaşı'nın galipleri tarafından güdümlü devletçikler halinde teşkilatlandırıldı. Bağımlı devletler, özgür olduklarını zannettikleri halde totaliter rejimlere mahkum edildi. Diktatörler, vasi devletler tarafından korundu ve desteklendi. Sayısı 60'ı bulan Birleşmiş Milletler'e üye Müslüman devletler, dünya kara, deniz ve hava ulaşımının üzerinden geçtiği, 3 kıtanın merkezine hakim önemli jeostratejik değere sahip coğrafyasına, zengin yeraltı, yerüstü kaynaklarına ve temsil ettiği yüce manevi değerlere rağmen Batı'nın güdümünden kurtulamadığı ve milli yönetimlerini iş başına getiremedikleri için ittifak edip hak ettiği güce ulaşamamıştır. Ortak bir iradeye sahip olamadığında kaynakları ve imkanları talan edilmiş, iradeleri ellerinden alınmış, celladına hayran olan mahkum gibi başına getirilen bütün musibet ve zulümlerden sıyrılmak için uluslararası toplumun harekete geçmesini beklemiştir. Dünya 5'ten büyüktür. Daha adil bir dünya, İslam ülkelerinin, Avrupa Birliği, Amerika Birleşik Devletleri veya bağımsız devletler topluluğu benzeri bir oluşum oluşturarak İslam birliğini kurmasına bağlıdır. Assam'ın İslam Birliği modeli. Assam, Müslüman milletlerin refahı, kurdukları devletlerin bekası, dünyada barışın tesisi ve adaletin hakimiyetinin, İslam ülkelerinin bir süper güç olarak dünya siyaset sahnesine çıkmasıyla mümkün olabileceği düşüncesinden hareketle, Müslüman devletlerin her biri için milli güç unsurlarıyla ilgili veri tabanının oluşturulmasını, münferit ve müşterek iç ve dış tehdit değerlendirmelerinin yapılmasını, iç ve dış güvenlik plan esaslarının tespit edilmesini ve ortak bir irade altında toplanması için ihtiyaç duyulan müesseseler ve bu müesseselerin teşkilatlanma esas ve prensiplerinin oluşup gelişmesini sağlayacak, model oluşturacak fikri çalışmaları yapmaktadır. Assam bir model oluşturma hedefine ulaşmak amacıyla 7 uluslararası kongre planlamıştır. İslam Birliği için yönetim şekil ve organları mevzuatının tespiti 2017. İslam Birliği için ekonomik işbirliği usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2018. İslam Birliği için savunma sanayi işbirliği usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2019. İslam Birliği için ortak savunma sistemi usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2020. İslam Birliği için ortak dış politika usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2021. İslam Birliği için ortak asayiş ve güvenlik usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2022. İslam Birliği için ortak adalet sistemi usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2023. 7. Kongre Uluslararası Müslüman Alimler Birliği, İslam Dünyası Sivil Toplum Kuruluşları Birliği, Uluslararası Hukukçular Birliği, Fatih Sultan Mehmet Üniversitesi İslami İlimler Fakültesi ve Adaleti Savunanlar Derneği iştirakiyle gerçekleştirilecektir. Kongre, İslam Birliği modeli için adalet sistemini masaya yatırarak ortak adalet sisteminin ihtiyaçlarını inceleyerek bir model çıkarmayı amaçlamaktadır. İcra edilen çalışmalar neticesinde İslam ülkelerinin bir irade altında toplanabilmeleri için öncelikle yetkisi, imkanları, gücü, yapısı, anayasa, yasa ve tüzüklerle belirtilmiş 57 İslam ülkesinin ortak iradesinin temsil edildiği, İslam ülkeleri parlamentosunun daimi olarak teşekkül ettirilerek İslam Ülkeleri Konfederasyonu'nun oluşturulması modeli ağırlık kazanmıştır. Assam'ın yürüttüğü çalışmalarla oluşan İslam Birliği modeliyle ilgili ayrıntı bilgiye www.assamcongress.com adresinden ulaşılabilir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Elhamdülillahi Rabbil alemin. Vessalatu vesselamu ala seyyidina Muhammedin ve ala alihi ve sahbihi aleyhim ecmain. Kıymetli Assam Başkanım, Başkan Vekilim, Kongre paydaşı kurumların değerli başkanları,
Distinguished Assam Chairman, Deputy Chairman, the heads of the stakeholders, academics, participants, technical team, our audience, and all the attendees. I would like to greet you with the best of the greetings, and I would like to say Salamun Alaikum. Welcome to the International 7th Justice and Strategic Researches Congress. My name is Ali Joshar. I'm the founding member of Assam. I'm the Deputy Chairman and the General Secretary. With my wishes and prayers, best wishes and prayers, I would like to open our Congress.
Neden Assam? Geçen yüzyılın başında
Subtitles are available.
İmparatorlukların bünyesinde bulunan milletler, Birinci Dünya Savaşı'nın galipleri tarafından güdümlü devletçikler halinde teşkilatlandırıldı. Bağımlı devletler, özgür olduklarını zannettikleri halde totaliter rejimlere mahkum edildi. Diktatörler, vasi devletler tarafından korundu ve desteklendi. Sayısı 60'ı bulan Birleşmiş Milletler'e üye Müslüman devletler, dünya kara, deniz ve hava ulaşımının üzerinden geçtiği, 3 kıtanın merkezine hakim önemli jeostratejik değere sahip coğrafyasına, zengin yeraltı, yerüstü kaynaklarına ve temsil ettiği yüce manevi değerlere rağmen, Batı'nın güdümünden kurtulamadığı ve milli yönetimlerini iş başına getiremedikleri için ittifak edip hak ettiği güce ulaşamamıştır. Ortak bir iradeye sahip olamadığında, kaynakları ve imkanları talan edilmiş, iradeleri ellerinden alınmış, celladına hayran olan mahkum gibi, başına getirilen bütün musibet ve zulümlerden sıyrılmak için uluslararası toplumun harekete geçmesini beklemiştir. Dünya 5'ten büyüktür. Daha adil bir dünya, İslam ülkelerinin, Avrupa Birliği, Amerika Birleşik Devletleri veya bağımsız devletler topluluğu benzeri bir oluşum oluşturarak İslam birliğini kurmasına bağlıdır. Assam'ın İslam Birliği modeli. Assam, Müslüman milletlerin refahı, kurdukları devletlerin bekası, dünyada barışın tesisi ve adaletin hakimiyetinin, İslam ülkelerinin bir süper güç olarak dünya siyaset sahnesine çıkmasıyla mümkün olabileceği düşüncesinden hareketle, Müslüman devletlerin her biri için milli güç unsurlarıyla ilgili veri tabanının oluşturulmasını, münferit ve müşterek iç ve dış tehdit değerlendirmelerinin yapılmasını, iç ve dış güvenlik plan esaslarının tespit edilmesini ve ortak bir irade altında toplanması için ihtiyaç duyulan müesseseler ve bu müesseselerin teşkilatlanma esas ve prensiplerinin oluşup gelişmesini sağlayacak, model oluşturacak fikri çalışmaları yapmaktadır. Assam bir model oluşturma hedefine ulaşmak amacıyla 7 uluslararası kongre planlamıştır. İslam Birliği için yönetim şekil ve organları mevzuatının tespiti 2017. İslam Birliği için ekonomik işbirliği usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2018. İslam Birliği için savunma sanayi işbirliği usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2019. İslam Birliği için ortak savunma sistemi usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2020. İslam Birliği için ortak dış politika usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2021. İslam Birliği için ortak asayiş ve güvenlik usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2022. İslam Birliği için ortak adalet sistemi usul ve esaslarının tespiti 2023. 7. Kongre Uluslararası Müslüman Alimler Birliği, İslam Dünyası Sivil Toplum Kuruluşları Birliği, Uluslararası Hukukçular Birliği, Fatih Sultan Mehmet Üniversitesi İslami İlimler Fakültesi ve Adaleti Savunanlar Derneği iştirakiyle gerçekleştirilecektir. Kongre, İslam Birliği modeli için adalet sistemini masaya yatırarak ortak adalet sisteminin ihtiyaçlarını inceleyerek bir model çıkarmayı amaçlamaktadır. İcra edilen çalışmalar neticesinde İslam ülkelerinin bir irade altında toplanabilmeleri için öncelikle yetkisi, imkanları, gücü, yapısı, anayasa, yasa ve tüzüklerle belirtilmiş 57 İslam ülkesinin ortak iradesinin temsil edildiği, İslam ülkeleri parlamentosunun daimi olarak teşekkül ettirilerek İslam Ülkeleri Konfederasyonu'nun oluşturulması modeli ağırlık kazanmıştır. Assam'ın yürüttüğü çalışmalarla oluşan İslam Birliği modeliyle ilgili ayrıntı bilgiye www.assamkongres.com adresinden ulaşılabilir.
كيف؟ كمل خلاص بقى. انت ماشي بيت بقى. اي خلاص امشي الى ان باكر.
Değerli izleyiciler,
Distinguished
emekli Tuğgeneral Sayın
colleagues, the chairman of Assam's head, Adnan Tanrıverdi's greetings and prayers. His treatment process is ongoing due to a serious illness that he had been suffering from for a while. And the Assam Founding Board Chairman, the architect of Assam Islamic Union ideals and projects, and the former chief military advisor and former member of the Security Police Board, the retired brigadier Mr. Adnan Sarıverdi sends his greetings and blessings. He has been seeking healing from you also, healing prayers from you for his ailment, disease that he has been suffering from for a long time. And the 7th Congress is being carried out with the attendance of International Muslim Scholars Association, the Muslim World NGOs Association, International Legal Professionals Association, and ASTER and Fatih Sultan Mehmet University. And we are going to have academics, NGO managers and members, researchers and authors from 23 countries, and they have sent 44 papers. And the objective of the International Assam Islamic Union Model Congress is to determine the necessary institutions for the gathering of the Islamic countries under a single will and to present a solution to the Islamic world and decision makers. And the sustainability of the Islamic Union Congresses is, as a result of the consultation with the NGO representatives and academics from 27 Islamic countries participating in the first International Assam Islamic Union model, it was decided to ensure the continuity of the congresses. From 2017 to 2023, there were certain congresses that were held for the Islamic Union. The first was the determination of the legislation on the management form and bodies in 2017. In 2018, determination of economic cooperation procedures and principles. In 2019, determination of defense industry cooperation procedures and principles. 2020, determination of common defense system procedures and principles. 2021, determination of common foreign policy procedures and principles. 2022, determination of common safety and security procedures and principles. And this year, 2023's Congress is to determination of the common justice system procedures and principles. And here is the schedule of the Congress. The Imam of the Hagia Sophia Mosque, Professor Dr. Mehmet Emin Ay, will recite the Holy Quran. And then the Deputy President of Justice Defenders Strategic Studies Center, Assam, Necat Özden, will deliver an opening speech. Furthermore, the General Secretary of the International Union of Muslim Scholars, Professor Dr. Ali Muhyiddin El-Karadagı, will deliver a greeting speech. Then, the General Secretary of the Union of NGOs of the Islamic World, UNIW, Mr. Eyüp Akbol, will deliver a greeting speech. The General Secretary of the International Jurist Unions, Attorney Mr. Necati Ceylan, will deliver a greeting speech. Then, the head of the Department of Basic Islamic Sciences and Tafsir at Fatih Sultan Mehmet Vakıf University, the Faculty of Islamic Sciences, Professor Mustafa Özal, will deliver a greeting speech. And then, the Association of Justice Defenders, ASTER President, Professor Nevzat Tarhan, will deliver a greeting speech. Followed by the Grand Mufti of Syria, Sheikh Dr. Osama Al-Rifai, will deliver a speech. The next greeting speech will be delivered by the member of Popular Conference for Palestinians Abroad, Turkey Coordination Office, lawyer Rim Naim. Following the greeting speeches, there will be a 20-minute speech to be delivered by the keynote speaker of the first day, the president of the Civilization Vision Academy, Mr. Yusuf Kaplan, and he will be talking about the Palestinian genocide in the light of the new global disorder, rethinking ummatic security. Professor Mehmet Emin Ay for the Holy Quran recital. Yes, sir.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الذين آمنوا استعينوا بالصبر والصلاة إن الله مع الصابرين. ولا تقولوا لمن يقتل في سبيل الله أموات، بل أحياء ولكن لا تشعرون. ولنبلونكم بشيء من الخوف والجوع ونقص من الأموال والأنفس والثمرات، وبشر الصابرين الذين إذا أصابتهم مصيبة قالوا إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون. أولئك عليهم صلوات من ربهم ورحمة وأولئك هم المهتدون. صدق الله العظيم. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. الفاتحة.
Assam Başkan Vekili Sayın Necat
Assam Deputy President just of the Justice Defender Strategic Studies Center, Assam, Nejat Özden, will deliver his opening speech. Yes, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. İslam Birliği neden gerekli?
Why is Islamic Union necessary? I would like to make two important findings about Islamic Union. First is, it is the order of the Prophet. Muslims are siblings, and the Ummah model is the Islamic model. And the reverse would be to disintegrate. And Muslims are the most useful Ummah. And this is our perspective is to solve our problems as required by Allah Almighty. And the second finding is having faith is under risk across the world. And the faithful is struggling to maintain their existence. And this is possible with a single heart and a single body before all. Let us not forget that Islam requires to solve the challenges for all Muslims across the world. This is only how we will be happy in both realms. Being an ummah requires economic, political, military union and unity as well. One for all for one is our principle. Until the past century, the Ottomans represented a unity for Muslims. It was a central country, it was a shelter, and it was a shield, and it was protection. And for the Muslims of the world, it meant peace and peace of mind. And it was therefore in the target of racial imperialism. They did whatever was necessary to destroy the Ottomans. And Sultan Abdülhamid Han saw what kind of a threat and a danger racial imperialism was, and mobilized all the means of the state to fight for the Islam Union. But because of the course of the history, Muslims were dethroned, and in a short period of a decade, the Ottomans were liquidated. So Muslims remained without a central country. We were an open target against threats and attacks. And the puppet states built on the remains of the Ottomans, our influence was destroyed, and there were seeds of ethnic nationality, and our reflexes of becoming an ummah were destroyed. Let us not forget that among Muslims there is not this separation. Separation is in the details. And if Muslims join hands, they can easily solve their problems. And the ethnic and sectarian problems have their sources in external resources, and Muslims shouldn't forget this. It is our joint duty to fight against fitna, and the Muslims building an Islamic Union, is that possible? Is the primary question, and it is definitely possible. Until a century ago, it was possible, so it is possible now. Another important issue is that the sunken West, in my expression, they forget their past wars and they built the EU and the USA. So why shouldn't we build our own Islamic Union? And whenever we talk about an Islamic Union, both internally and externally, agent provocators try to prevent this. And the racist, nationalist, chauvinist structure in Turkey, they keeps repeating the expression, the Arabs stabbed us in the back. And Arabs said Turks exploited us for centuries of years when they are mistaken. And some people say, is it this ummah that is going to come together? Or another group of people say, you call the EU Christian Union. So isn't it a conflict when Muslims ask for an Islamic union? So won't Muslims do the same mistake as the Westerners did, they say? Or they say the Muslim countries cannot establish unity among themselves. How are they going to build an Islamic unity? Is this not an utopia, they say? Or if there's a Christian group on one hand and having an Islamic group on one hand, does this not mean new divisions, new separations, and new conflicts? So people keep asking such problems, and none of the questions are the right questions, and they contain propaganda because history has proven several times that the Islamic Union has risen above the shoulders of the faithful Muslims. And no matter where it comes from, negative propaganda are, it is the Anglo-Saxon and the Jewish Zionism have allied to come up with these accusations. And those who have doubts about the Islamic Union, until they come to the US and the UK, they should look at what has happened, because Europe means sectarian fights, 8-year fights, 13-year fights, and throne fights. The Westphalia Agreement, until the Westphalia Agreement, Europe was fighting with its own wars. Let us remember the Westphalia Agreement. The Westphalia Agreement, as you know, in 1648, it was the Holy Roman German Empire, and Spain and the Netherlands republics representatives signed this agreement. And with the Westphalia Agreement, but Europe, with the Westphalia Treaty, Europe has solved the religious issue. So the religious sectarians and the concessions came to an end, and trade agreements were signed between the parties. And the time that led to the Westphalia Treaty is enough to understand Europe, because in World War I and II, Europeans strangled each other. So they forgot everything, and then they had created an alliance and an allegiance. So they slaughtered each other back then, but right now they can act in such a unison that they can remove the borders among themselves. So what is wrong with us that we cannot create an alliance on the truths that are going to save the humanity, despite our physical and immaterial strengths and richnesses? Why can't we unite this? We should forget about the differences and the details among us, and we should act taking in the center the common values. Otherwise, the circumstances that are prevailing and the oppression order will not be able to change. And it is an obligation. It is not an ideal. It is the obligation of the age. And everyone must put their hands under the stone. It's a religious obligation. And it is waiting for the brave steps of the faithful. And it is the truth that the foundation of the Islamic Union is justice and rights, and it's only based on rights and justice that one can make an Islamic unity sustainable. Otherwise, it is going to change the approach of brotherhood and right and justice. The objective of this is to ensure peace and justice, because Islam means peace etymologically, and it is about the protection of properties and all the rights, and this is going to be established on this basis. And it is our duty to ensure this. Are we aware of the fact that another issue, the concept of right, is not about power, wealth, privileges, majority, etc., but it is the very right itself, and in the foundations of the current world order worships power, and it is the racist imperialism and the chief enemy of humanity, which is Zionism. And justice order is needed not only by us, but Washington, Paris, London, Amsterdam, Damascus, Baghdad, Baku, Cairo, they all need it, and we need it, and this is an indisputable fact. And Islam is the most recent and complete divine message, and the entire humanity needs this. So justice among all faiths and ethnicity can only be possible through Muslims. And no one wants the cutthroat gangs and the terrorist organizations, because they want the current order to continue. Just like a holy person said, be hopeful, because in this future development, we are going to, Islam's voice is the one that is going to remain the latest. And we are holding this year the 7th International Islamic Union Model Congress. And how should we have justice? We are seeking answers to this with this model. And I believe that following this debate, we are going to give very important solutions and messages to the world that has gone awry. And we are going to be a hope for humanity. And the ASRICA model and the Islamic Union justice system is important and necessary, and it's going to be a source of peace and welfare, not only for the Islamic world, but for the entire world. So there are participants from different parts of the world, and we would like to, the former consultant of the president is sending his regards, and one of the founding members of Assam. And I would like to extend my deepest thanks to all of you for being here.
Şimdi
Now,
Professor
Ali Muhyiddin Karadagi will be delivering his welcome speech. Over to you, Professor Al-Karadagi.
الحمد لله رب العالمين والعاقبة للمتقين ولا عدوان إلا على الظالمين والصلاة والسلام على المبعوث رحمة للعالمين وعلى آله وصحبه ومن تبع هداه إلى يوم الدين أصحاب السعادة والسماحة والفضيلة إخوة الكرام.
Distinguished gentlemen, dear friends, distinguished ladies, I would like to welcome you with the greetings of Islam. And greetings of Islam mean the greetings of peace. I am really honored to be here with you today on this very important conference for the Islamic Union model. And I feel honored to be a part of this organization. I would like to share my appreciation and my best wishes with the distinguished chair of the Congress and the distinguished board members and all the employees for their great efforts. And they have chosen a very important topic. And they are working for the unity of Islam. They are trying to create a model for the unity of Islam. When we look at the history, now the unity of Islam was considered a norm, but today, since we are under the aggression of the whole world, particularly in Gaza and in other regions, today we need this unity more than ever, and it has become an obligation for us. And we need to mobilize all of the means that we have for this purpose. This unity has become an obligation for us. And in terms of its nature and in terms of its benefits, it has become an obligation, a must for our future. I will try to be very brief, and I will try to address some of the issues that we see in Gaza. There is really a very violent aggression in Gaza, and we see all international law is violated, and human dignity is also violated, and all mosques and hospitals are being bombed, and everything is being destroyed, and children are being massacred, women are being killed, massacred, journalists are being killed. And they have committed more than 100 rights of humans, and countries like the United States have continued their support for the state of Israel, and they are defending that Israel is defending itself, but that's not the case. They are destroying everything. They are killing people, women and children. And the forces of the people under the rubble are being dumped just like garbage. And if we had a unity in the world of Islam, that would not have happened. But unfortunately, the world of Islam, the Islamic world, is in a big conflict today. This conflict is not among the people. The people are standing in unity, but the conflict is among the rulers, the governments. Some of them are collaborating with the occupiers, and others are just remaining silent. We saw that happen also during the presidency of Mohamed Morsi in 2012. And back then, when Israel wanted to attack Gaza, Morsi said, I swear to Allah that I will not leave Gaza alone. So if today our government said the same thing, the occupying forces will not be able to do what they are doing now. And I think we should all feel this responsibility as the people who are in governments and who are being governed. And there is a big aggression against Al-Aqsa and the people in Gaza. And everything that we have had, we have held dear since the times of the Ottoman Empire. All the holy lands and all the holy monuments have been preserved since then. So I would like to emphasize the importance of unity again. And I would like to say that Allah in Ali Imran says there are many reasons for conflict and the reason for realizing Wahdat. And Allah says that the world of Islam is in conflict and also the enemies of Islam are also in conflict. And he says, if you follow someone who is not a man of the book, they will turn you into a disbeliever. And if you agree with some of the Christians and help them implement their own policies and their own programs, and they will put you into conflict. And the scholars say that they will leave you in conflict with each other. Shaman Qais, the Jewish family, was divided by enemies, and then Allah sent this verse. After you put your faith in me, and if you follow the non-believers, they will put you into conflict. So Ibn Abbas and other scholars also interpreted this as a reason for the lack of unity in the world of Islam. And our Prophet ﷺ, in his final speech, said, do not go back to kufr after me. Do not slit each other's throat. And when scholars interpreted that verse, they suggested that the Prophet meant to say that the Muslims should not fall into conflict after he passes away, because we have unity, but still we can have conflict after that. And with all the verses sent by Allah and all the hadith and the Holy Quran and the Sunnah, how can you still have this lack of unity among the Muslims? You need to be loyal to the Holy Quran and you need to embrace taqwa. And the Muslims embrace taqwa and die as a Muslim. This verse, this is the true meaning of this verse. And the most important benefit for the Muslims lies in the unity of the Muslims, and the biggest harm to the Muslims will come with a conflict between the Muslims. And to achieve this unity, the civil society, the Ibn bin Maruf, can play an important role by working closely with the governments. They can do this. And Allah said that we need to do Ibn bin Mafrur. This is why we need to create these organizations, these societal organizations in social areas, and to address legal issues. And these organizations should work for the unity of the Muslims. And another organization is described in the Hujurat, in the Holy Quran. If two groups of Muslims fight each other, declare peace between them, this means that we need to have an organization like the NATO, which will protect the benefits and the unity of Muslims, like the Peace Corps. And the Organization of Islamic Cooperation has 57 members. It has a vast economic and human resources, but unfortunately, they are not still able to do anything. And in the beginning, they couldn't even agree on just one clause. They came together at a meeting, they didn't have a program, and they didn't have a budget to protect the Ummah. And in the Organization of Islamic Countries, unfortunately, their trade volume cannot go higher than 13%. So we need basically two things as Islamic scholars. We gave them the recommendations. We told them that we need a global organization for Islamic unity. We need something like an alliance of Fudul, because in the Jahiliyyah era, the Muslims were proud. They saw that the Muslims were suffering from atrocities, and they created this organization called the Alliance of Fudul. Just like that, we need to create an organization with Muslims and non-Muslims. The United Nations cannot do that, unfortunately. They cannot fulfill their responsibilities. But if all countries in the world come together and pass a resolution, just a veto by one country would be enough to stop that resolution. This is why the President Erdogan keeps saying the world is bigger than 5. If there is a resolution for a ceasefire and 4 countries say yes, we cannot still have the ceasefire because the US vetoes that resolution. So in that organization, we should not give a voting right to a country. As the Islamic scholars, we need to have these organizations and bring them together. I would like to address Assam and other similar organizations. Please try to tell them that we are going to have another meeting about Gaza, and we want to make a call to protect the innocents and protect Gaza during that meeting. And maybe in the future, we will be holding similar meetings for other countries as well. This is why we need to do this. And we should not just talk the talk, but also walk the walk. We need to take action. We need to have strong organizations. And also in economy, we need to be strong. There is a hegemony of the US dollar in the whole world. And I made a suggestion before I discussed this with President Erdogan in 1944. Since 1944, in 1944, there was a conference of countries which were discussing whether it was possible to have a single currency in the whole world, but the US did not accept that. As the Islamic scholars, we will continue to serve the Ummah. May Allah's mercy be with you.
Selamlama konuşmaları için Uluslararası Müslüman Alimler Birliği
We would like to
Genel Sekreteri
thank
Profesör Doktor Sayın
Mr. Ali Muhyiddin El Karadai,
Allah razı olsun.
who is the General Secretary of the International Union of Muslim Scholars. Thank you for your speech.
Şimdi
Now,
selamlama konuşmaları için
I would like to give the floor to Mr. Eyüp Akbal, who is the General Secretary of the Union of the NGOs of the Islamic world. The world is yours, Mr. Akbal. Can you hear me?
Selamünaleyküm. Sesim geliyor mu?
Selamünaleyküm. Can you hear me? Yes.
Buyurun Sayın Akbal, buyurun.
Yes, the floor is yours. Thank you. Good morning to each and every one of you. I hope this meeting will be auspicious, and we are holding 17th National Assam Congress on Zoom, and I hope that we will come face to face for the next meetings. And of course, there are many issues in Turkey, many challenges now, and we have Gaza issue now. Gaza, that is why it is really hard to have face-to-face meeting in this conjuncture. And I hope that our Pasha will recover soon. And I would like to thank all of you for organizing this meeting. And I would like to sum up my address, my words with you. And as the General Secretary of the Union of NGOs of the Islamic world, when we talk about Islamic reunion, our thought and our opinion is ASRICA model, as you just stated. It is very crucial model, and I am sharing this model with you. We need to expand this model, and we need to put it into practice. We are generally talking of unity. There are many recommendations, but I can say that this is a concrete recommendation. And in our societies and communities, if we could share this concept and this model, and if we can carry this model to a concrete basis, then we will be able to implement this model. And within the scope of this model, the most important concept is to have the project of the Union of the Islamic world. And we need to showcase that we need to have economic power, as our professors and scholars said, because today we are generally not powerful in terms of economy, because even though we are powerful in the area of economy, we are not powerful in conscience. And there are some countries in the world, and they are superior in terms of technology, and we can now see slaughters and massacres on internet. And in the past, we didn't encounter them, but now we see them often. And for the management system, there are big wars, there are major wars of the European Union in the past, but now they have a union based on legislation. So it can end soon. I'm talking about the European Union. And again, we need to have a network for defense. Especially, we are talking about the issue of Palestine. Actually, we don't have any problem related to Palestine. We have the problem of Israel, and we need to address this. because they are trying to mistarget us. The problem is related to Israel, and there are different focuses of power behind Israel, and we need to talk about it. And of course, education model is of crucial importance for us, and we need to have a common project for education, because literacy is really low in the Islamic world, especially. Unfortunately, we are using social media more than the other people as the Muslims, and we think this is a very crucial system. So it's like a shake. So Android and iOS. These are like our masters. So the world is having two polars with these masters. And we need to have our own technological structure. And I think that we had WhatsApp group. Unfortunately, it was declined by Apple, and it was rejected by Apple. So we are now having all of our meetings on Zoom, and all of our information, our speeches, our secret talks are now in the hands of the Western world. That's why we need to have our own platform and our own model. For example, if I go to the United States from time to time, they control everything. And they say that, for example, you went to this place at this specific date. So they have everything. They have all the details. They have the authority. So if we lose this century, then there will be different structure for the next generation, and we are going to have problems. And we need to take part in this process of completing each other. And a common monetary unit should be implemented as well. For example, for like the European Union, they have a common policy for money. For example, we have 55 Islamic countries, so if we could have a common power among us, then we are going to raise our voices. And Ahl Sunnah is under menace now. There are different groups, and I will say that the biggest threat is related to industrialization in our territories. Now we are seeing the leaders of the communities, and they can be even seen as the alliances, but we need to protect this, and we hope that this will be inclusive. And ASRICA model, ASRICA project, as I've just said, is very important, and it should be addressed not only in Turkey but also in other countries. And once again, I would like to thank Assam for this organization, and as the Union of the NGOs of the Islamic world, we are going to support this organization, and we will continue our support. Once again, thank you for listening me. Now, I would like to thank Mr. Eyüp Akbal, the General Secretary of the Union of the NGOs, for his pleasant address. Thank you. Now, we are going to proceed with Attorney Necati Ceylan, the General Secretary of the International Jurists Union. The floor is yours, Mr. Necati Ceylan. With the name and the blessings of Allah. We are trying to bring freedom and justice to the world as the Muslims. And with this model, ASRICA I would like to welcome you to the 7th International Assam Islamic Union Model. May the blessings of Allah be upon you, and I would like to extend my condolences to the martyrs who fell in Palestine, and I hope that the injured will heal soon. And I hope that our Pasha will also recover soon. And once again, I would like to thank the management team and the technical team for realizing this conference. Justice is the basis of society and state. And among the people, if you decree upon something and if you commend something, you need to act with justice and you need to be fair. And in the international issues, the justice should be the fundamental actor. And you need to be good and you need to be fair. And Mr. Ceylan, can you open your camera because we cannot see you? I'm opening the video. You need to open your camera.
Kameranızı açmanız gerekiyor efendim. Tamam şimdi.
Now, yes, we can see you.
Şimdi tamam efendim. Böyle devam edebilirsiniz. Buyurun.
We can proceed. We can continue. Yes. I was talking about the justice. So if we could have justice in all parts of the world, then we will succeed because it is the voice of trust and pillar of peace. So if we could ensure that, then the peace and the blessings will prevail in the world. Other than that, we will have impotence in the world and we will have oppression and the tears, and this will all be scattered all around the world. And today, in Gaza and in Palestine, there are many babies, women, elderly, who lost their lives and they were slaughtered by the terrorist Israel. And it is a war crime, it is a massacre, and it is a crime against humanity. And the eyes of the whole world see that, and we are just watching this. And there are some countries trying to help, like Western countries, imperialist countries, and they are supporting Israel, and they are trying to maintain this, and they are ignoring the rights. And with this violence and with the fitna, they are resulting in many oppressions. And with the international, with the United Nations and other conferences, we are with the United Nations Court of Justice, International Criminal Court, they are far away from realizing their rights. And for this reason, it was established on 25 September in 1969 to protect the rights and the interests of the Islamic world and strengthen cooperation and solidarity among 57 member states. And the Organization of Islamic Cooperation had great duties and responsibilities in the field of international law. And with the establishment of the International Islamic Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court, it will be possible to make justice dominant in our world again in the international system. And we believe that the divine justice will be manifested. And I hope that the 7th International Assam Islamic Union Model Congress will lead to the end of human rights violations. And I hope that this Congress will be auspicious for the whole world. And once again, I would like to extend my gratitude
to the organizers and to the members of Assam. Thank you very much. We thank you, Mr. Attorney Necati Ceylan, for his welcoming greeting speech, and we hope to see you again, Mr. Ceylan.
Şimdi kongre paydaşlarımızdan
Now I would like to invite Mr. Mustafa Özel, Professor Dr. Mustafa Özel, who is the head of the Department of the Basic Islamic Sciences and Tafsir at Fatih Sultan Mehmet Vakıf University at the Faculty of Islamic Sciences. Thank you very much. With the name of Allah, the Almighty. May the blessings will be upon our Prophet. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I hope that this Congress will be auspicious for all of us. I pray to Allah, and as of the death of our Prophet, the problem of unity has always been a problem for us, especially after the period of Rashidin. We had the problems of sect, belief, and until today, these problems saddened all of us. And I think that for many years, with brutal experiences, we are with the leaders, with all of the heads of organizations, we haven't taken our lessons properly. And we need to think, we need to consider it. And I would like to state that as we have problems to ensure this unity, there are internal and external reasons. And as the Muslims, if we could solve the internal problems, and if we could ensure the issues to come together, and if we could offer solutions for us, for our integrity, then we will be able to solve out the external factors as well. In order to ensure the union of Ummah, we need to address our internal problems first. And I would like to remind another matter. In 1789, after French Revolution, in the whole world, even though the world is now a global village, we still have the effects of nationalism. As you all know, Islamic geography in the world is covering all ethnicities and nationalities. As one of our scholars attended from Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, we have our brothers, our scholars coming from all around the world, and we have participants from Turkey. And if you could write down the countries that you're coming from, maybe we will see different countries. I think there is one of the scholar coming from Chad. So the Muslim people are all around the world, regardless of ethnicity, race, and this is the blessing of Allah.
Fıtri olarak bize bahşedilen
And as according to our nature, we need to preserve this, we need to set aside these characteristics, these properties. We should not destroy this. These are our main characteristics, but these characteristics should not divide us. As Hucurat Surah states, and for Allah, the superior ones are the ones who are abiding by the rules and the commands of Allah. If you exert efforts in this direction, then Allah will cherish you. So we need to come together, and nationalism should be lowered, and we should come together with the principles of Islam. The people from Indonesia, the people from India, and Turkey countries, the emphasis should be established on the brotherhood of Islam, because Islam is permanent. The nations are temporary. For example, Arabs hold the power of Islam, and the Turks held the power of Islam during the empire, and until Qiyamah, until the last day, Islam will prevail, will live. So we need to stick to the values of Islam, not the nations. We should have the unity of religion. And against this nationalism, the most important responsibility we have, let's remember the collapsing days of Ottoman Empire. Sultan Abdulhamid studied on that to have the union of Islam, and he exerted great efforts in this vein. So, Abdulhamid Han gave great importance to caliphate, starting from Yavuz Sultan Selim to Abdul Mejid, who was the last Khalifa. There were many sultans of the Ottoman Empire at that time, and for 30 years, Abdulhamid ruled for 30 years, and he always put great emphasis on the unity of Islam. And from time to time, this was reflected on press. Now, in some parts of the world, Abdulhamid Han is very important, and they have Juma prayers in the name of Abdulhamid Han. Therefore, I think that we should have this topic on our agenda again. Another important topic is that the dear guests, distinguished scholars, in the Islamic world, in order to ensure Islamic unity, for the wahdat, for the unity of Islam, if there is anyone supporting this idea, we should share their writings, their opinions. For example, in Turkey, after Republic, for the Union of Islam, I think for the first time maybe, following the establishment of Republic, we have multiple party system, plural party system. Mr. Adnan Menderes, starting with Mr. Adnan Menderes after Democrat Party period, we had the opinion, we had the freedom of opinion and freedom of thought, and we had the chance to address the problems in the world. And Mr. Sezai Karakoç, who is the late poet, his poems are very important, I would say, because starting from 1960s until his death, in his addresses, he always emphasized and underlined the union of Muslims. And in 1970s, Mr. Erbakan established different political parties and common market for Islamic countries and monetary policy for Islamic countries. So there were different objectives, and this approach paved the way for this. And as the Muslims living in Turkey, we need to cherish these people like Sezai Karakoç, and we need to promote these valuable people to the different geographies. There might be different scholars, different writers, professionals, and we need to know them. We need to recognize them, and we need to unite these thoughts, and we need to disseminate these thoughts. And we need to find a solution for our problems to come together and to unite, to get united as Muslims, regardless of the organizations or the name of the NGOs. We can be members to different parties, to different sects. We are brothers, and we need to give importance to our brothers. I would like to underline this sentence once again. We are all providing services for Islam. We are serving for Islam. We are serving for the beliefs and for the values of Islam. That's why we need to value each other. So if we deem our deeds, our works valuable, then this will mean something. For example, in Gaza, I mean, what happened in Gaza, if it does not trigger us as Islamic world, we cannot mention unity. I mean, unity coming together is very crucial. This union of Islam, if this cannot teach anything for us, because there is a massacre going on in Gaza now, in Palestine now. So if this does not bring us together, and I'm afraid that in the coming days, if Al-Aqsa Mosque is occupied, we will not be able to come together. This is my concern. This is my fear. For my last word, I will say that throughout history, there are some shortages and there is a lack of union, and we are seeing the adverse effects of not coming together. So this is a burden on our shoulders to come together, to act together. This is our direction. With these sentiments and thoughts, I would like to thank Assam for organizing this Congress and all of the participants and scholars. And I hope that, inshallah, we are going to have a similar meeting in Gaza, in Al-Aqsa. And I pray to Allah for this. I extend my best regards. Thank you.
And now, the head of the Department of Basic Islamic Sciences and Tafsir at Fatih Sultan Mehmet Vakıf University, the Faculty of Islamic Sciences, Professor Mustafa Özel. I'm grateful to you for your speech and for being a very important stakeholder. See you in another meeting. Thank you very much. And now, I would like to invite the President of the Association of the Justice Defenders, ASTER, Professor Nevzat Tarhan's greeting speech. Yes, sir. We have been gathered for the 7th International Assam Islamic Union Model Congress. Assam Congresses constitute an important know-how, and it expands our horizons in many topics. And the 7th International Assam Congress is being held with the theme of justice, as it has been decided. For my own domain and discipline, there are certain perspectives that I would like to introduce to you about justice. Justice is like a social tent. You feel safe and secure under that tent, and you feel safe and secure from threats and dangers. If you don't have a sheltered area or a tent in a forest, you can feel under danger and you don't feel safe and secure. And the feeling of justice has this effect on a human being, because if you feel in a just environment, you feel safe, and you can focus more on your loved ones and your plans for the future. And in a society where there's no justice, you don't have trust. And where there is no trust, fear increases. And then fights and conflicts prevail. So therefore, justice is a very important sentiment that has been set as a target for human beings. And there's a certain balance among other living beings. There's a balance in creation, in nature. But human beings, within that balance, human beings are the only species that have their own kind. You know, they are the most merciless among the created. So therefore, when a human being is not just, the strong ones oppress the weak, and they are, they exercise the law of the jungle, and against evil forces, creating a just setting is important, and it is one of the biggest responsibilities of what is strong. You know, we always think of Omar, Hazreti Omar, because when he goes to the governors, he says justice is very important, because the weak, those that are not strong, shouldn't lose hope of your justice. Hazreti Omar tells the governors, and the strong ones shouldn't expect you to be on their side. So it is that kind of a justice you should be able to offer. So there is no other saying or quotation that summarizes the concept of justice, because it is a holy target and it's a sacred target for a ruler. A state being a state of the law if you're sure that your door won't be knocked in the middle of the night, or when you go to the police station, or when you're in need of justice, or when you go to a trial judgment, if you know that nothing will be illegal, it means those people have neared or have approached justice, because there is an expression in medicine, anterior and posterior. People are posterior in a society where fear prevails, but when it is secure, people talk upfront, so that is anterior. So a culture of fear, you can the best way to understand whether there is a fear that is prevailing, if people can criticize the ruling government without fear, if they are sure that nothing will happen to them, if they can voice their constructive criticisms, it means that there's a just system there. And another important system for a community to be fair, if justice is the purpose, the method that goes to it is democracy. So if our purpose is justice, in the past we had sultanates, monarchies, autocracies, but in the 21st century, among the existing systems, justice can only be ensured via democratic systems. And democratic systems, what are their features? Number one, power rests not in the hands of individuals, but it rests in the hands of the law, not in the individuals. And secondly, one person does not decide on his own. So, that's a separation of powers. So you don't act with the order of one individual. You need to have a distribution and a separation of duties. And you need to have consultation. You need to make decisions together, and you need to have accountability and auditability. Any system that is not open, transparent, or accountable can provide justice. And our ancestors have said opposition means a balance. And they have discussed, some companies, they have discovered these old concepts. They allocate budgets for those auditors so that the auditors can see their defects so they don't err. And this is a method that brings about a balance of justice, criticizability. If you have a setting of freedom, and if you have people can emerge and they can manifest themselves. If they have pluralism, they can develop fast, because in other times you would be under the shadow of one individual. So it is a group intelligence is more important compared to the genius of one person. So teamwork is necessary. Justice is important in family. Justice is important in bureaucracy, and the justice shouldn't only be considered for the walls of a courthouse. Even in love, you need justice, because if you don't have a just individual, that person will be an oppressor. Or if you don't have the power, you will be complaining. So being just is one of the main rules of being a good person. And I would like to end my words saying this, and I would like to wish success for the Assam Congress. We would like to thank Professor Nevzat Tarhan, the president of the Association of Justice Defenders, for this nice speech and for this general emphasis made on justice. And now, in the program, the Grand Mufti of Syria, Dr. Sheikh Osama al-Rifai, but he has sent a message and he has declared that he is sick, and we wish him fast healing. And our next speaker is the member of Popular Conference for Palestinians Abroad Turkey, Coordination Office lawyer, Nimrai. Ms. Rimnai.
Sesim geliyor mu?
Can you hear me? Miss Naim is asking. Yes, you are audible. Today, the oppression experienced in Palestine and Gaza, the entire knows it, and Israel's atrocities is not a new or a new behavior. When you look at its bloody past, the genocide of Israel in Gaza does not surprise humanity, but what really disturbs us, leading with the EU countries, one of the strongest countries, are not only supporting the genocide in Gaza, but at the same time the genocides performed, they define it as its legitimate defense, and they are giving legitimacy to genocide. And in a world where everyone is talking about, they are being complacent and they are being talking about justice. And the books that we are reading are talking about countless rights, but the main rights are being ignored. And when we are talking about law, but the illegal steps are taken, and no one, people are incapable of taking any steps, and we trust the entities that will bring justice, and let alone punishing the villains, let alone bringing a genocide, let alone defining this as a genocide. They are even incapable of applying pressure for the aid trucks. It's not that they are incapable, but in an Islam geography, this doesn't serve the Western purposes of the so-called civil world. And this is a genocide that is taking place before their eyes. And because the perpetrator is Israel, they are legitimizing it, and they are the human rights doctrine. This shows us how insincere and how unsuccessful it is. And this is openly kendini duyuyor.
Bu durumun örneklerini yakın tarihimizde çokça görmekteyiz.
And we hear this in our near history. In Iraq, the American foreign state, Colin Powell, and Tony Blair, the UK president, claims that mass destruction weapons were being produced, and they made the world believe this. And 1 million people had been killed in Iraq. And the mass destruction weapons that they had alleged to exist, they couldn't find it. And those that decided to demolish Iraq, their lives came to an end without being tried. And the right to live, which is the most basic human right, is ignored, and international law is violated, and the entities that claim to bring justice, their open and clear response, they say this is Israel's right to self-defense. In addition to this being torture, millions of civilians were oppressed for several years, and they were bombarded, and thousands of people and children were killed, and they were slaughtered, and they were convicted to hunger, and they were without water. And the Palestinian people that were occupied for 75 years and who were oppressed, their rights to defend themselves has not been mentioned. And Israel is violating international law, and they are continuing to kill Palestinians every day, whether they are children, whether they are elderly, and they're violating the rights of the entire community and society. But Palestinian self-defense is labeled as terrorism. Being killed is the best choice because families, if they can reach their children's deceased bodies one piece, they consider themselves happy. And the cemeteries are being looted, and doctors are being arrested, and patients are being killed. And humanity is silent against the atrocity and the savagery that is being experienced. and this is a result of our consistent silence. They are making the oppressor that is exploiting our silence. They are increasing their savagery. And Al-Aqsa is an Islamic area, and we should be able to enter there. We should pray. We say it is our right to worship, but Israel can close Al-Masjid Al-Aqsa, and they are and the Jews are just, they are carrying out their worship just like it's their place. And since October 7th, we couldn't have one Juma prayer. And the Islamic community and the Islamic Union should come together. And this occupation of Masjid al-Aqsa, and this, we should stand up, and they are having their ceremonies and rituals and rites there, but we should have commercial, military, or judicial steps. And in a world where injustice is so much prevailing against justice and democracy, the Western we should be able to act against the Western systems, and we should bring about justice in its real sense. And the right and justice system is very much necessary in the entire Islamic world. Allah Almighty has given us the duty to bring justice in the world, and those the justice systems that protect the cruel and oppression, we need this. We need to stand against tyranny and oppression, and I wish to God, I wish to Allah that we will have this eventually. We would like to thank a member of Popular Conference for Palestinians Abroad Turkey, the coordination office lawyer, Ms. Rim Naim, and she talked about this tragedy in the best way. This is alarming for Muslims, and this is a warning for us too. This is, it's a prerequisite for the creation of the Islamic Union. And it shows that we can't and we won't be able to stand this anymore. And may Allah protect you, and thank you very much. The keynote speaker of the first day, the president of the Civilization Vision Academy, Mr. Yusuf Kaplan, is going to deliver a speech on the Palestinian genocide in the light of the new global disorder, rethinking thematic security. Mr. Yusuf Kaplan, you have the floor, sir.
Birinci gün anahtar konuşmacımız
The first day keynote speaker is the president of the Civilization Vision Academy, Yusuf Kaplan, and he will talk about the Palestinian genocide in the light of the new global disorder and rethinking the thematic security. Yes, Mr. Yusuf Kaplan. Yes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bizi hakikatle var eden, varlığından haberdar eden,
we are grateful to Allah Almighty who made us born. He taught us how to write, who gave us what we don't know. And he has been sent as a mercy to the world. And I would like to greet the blessings of the Prophet, and his call is, he is, and I would like to greet all the wise and all the merciful generations that came before him. And I think I have 20 minutes, and during the time I will talk about the crisis that we're experiencing. I will talk about the the genocide in Gaza, the Palestinian genocide, and the civilization crisis. I'm going to talk about how we can overcome this, and I'm going to introduce some proposals. First of all, holding such a meeting is very important for us, and I would like to thank all the Assam representatives leading with the chairman and the president, and I hope that this meeting is going to be beneficial for all of us, and I hope we get great results out of this. What we need to know is this: everything that we have experienced, everything that we experienced in Gaza, what's happening in the Islamic world, what's happening in Africa, is due to our absence. We are experiencing all these disasters because we're not here. We are the sons of Ottomans, and we have stepped away from history. So the history has lost its spirit, and the world has become hell. And what is being experienced is these are very important tips and clues showing that we need to come again. Turkey is not just any country. Yes, of course, we're experiencing huge and big problems these days, and we don't know what exactly the problems are because we are confused then.
Üzerinde 200 yıldır bir bürokratik
There is a bureaucratic custodianship and tutelage, wardship mentality that is trying to determine our destiny. And it's not the children or the sons of the country that are deciding for us.
ne diyelim küçük bir azınlık 40-50 bin hükmettiğini görüyoruz.
There's a small minority of 40,000, 50,000 people that do this, and the gentleman is apologizing for freezing, for his transmission freezing, because he came from another meeting. And
Ne demek istiyorum?
so what do I mean? Let me tell you this way. Number one, the gentleman froze again. I apologize.
Mazlumların önümüze açacak yol sağlayabilecek hikayede iki cümle özetliyorum.
We need two stories that are going to pave the path for the oppressed, because the world is for us and we are all for what is right and what is true. These are going to be our lights, and this is a very important, and this is a concise formulation that is going to draw up the formula of how we will act in the upcoming years. And who are we? And are the ropes really in our hands? These are really essential questions, and they are not asked in such a way to provide the answer, actually. The gentleman has frozen. His screen has frozen.
Yanlış başlangıçların doğru sonuçları, onların bir şekilde
You can't expect good results or correct results when something has started off with the wrong foot. And the gentleman froze again. The gentleman is not in the broadcast any longer.
Tamam, gelin tekrar. Evet, tekrar gelin. Evet. Şu an sesim geliyor mu?
Am I audible right now? He's asking.
Geliyor Yusuf Bey, buyurunuz.
You're audible, Mr. Yusuf. Please go ahead, sir. I apologize. I didn't understand how this happened. I was just trying to make an introduction. And meanwhile, what I'm trying to tell you is, I'm repeating because that sentence is very important. You can't have correct results, right results, if you start with the wrong foot. And, you know, since the Tanzimat times, the Tanzimat periods, we're doing wrong things. And you can't get good results because you can't have right questions for wrong answers. And we keep asking the wrong questions. And we have entered a very dangerous process. And this is how I summarize it. We need to focus on the sentence. The worst disaster that a society can experience is not knowing that you're experiencing that disaster. Not knowing what's going to happen to you is one of the worst things that can happen to a society. And even worse, they don't even know that they don't know. And what's worse is they are in love with their executioners and they have become grasshoppers with leashes on. And this is a very dangerous process. This country is not in our hands. This country is not in the hands of our sons. I don't know if you heard me before. This is in the hands of the recruited spolia and the recruits of those recruited people. And what I said, what is the constitutional court? It is the constitutional court is the instrument of the hidden rule and of the sovereign, because they are defending the sovereigns, the global sovereigns. And this is very much explained. They are imposing on Turkey a law approach. The Constitutional Court is doing this, and in this regard, there are certain problems that we need to see visibly. The identity problems. If we cannot bring this to clarity, politically we are the ruling people, and we represent 50%, 60%, in an incredible way for 20 years. But indeed, when it comes to shaping the destiny of the country, the role of the political rule, how much is that? This is an important question. We have lost the high schools right now. And the claim, the dream, the inspiration, the concern, the cause of the children in the high schools whose concern is Islam. What is that percentage? It's not even 5%, the children who have embraced Islam as their cause or as their concern. This needs to be at 70, 80% so that we can secure the independence of the country. If a society is this society made the world history for a millennium. But if you deny those dynamics, let alone having a say across the world, around the world, you can't give something to the world. Turkey is what is awaited. The world is waiting for us. Because in the past years, I went to Malawi, and Malawi is a tiny country with a population of 19 million. And over 60% are Muslims. And on May 14th, there were elections in Turkey. So, throughout history, we had nothing to do with Malawi, and it's not possible because it's such a far away and remote place. But on May 14th, the people there told me, dear Prophet, they took me to the city center, and in the city center, all the Malawi people had gathered, and they started praying for Turkey. They started praying for Recep Tayyip Erdogan, and then the elections were renewed on May 28th, and now there was even a bigger crowd at the city center. And the same thing I see in the Balkans. the Balkans are a bomb that is ready to to explode. And we went around the entire Balkans. I was there, and it was like on a knife edge. And when tiny wind blows in Turkey, there's a storm in the Balkans. And if Turkey had gone wrong in the elections, trust me, the Balkans would have been hell on this world. So trust me, we need to think of this in the Gaza context, along with what's happening there. So we don't have a very strong Balkan strategy, and we don't have a very strong strategy for the Arab world, because in Syria we entered a war in one way or another. So it was, we found ourselves in a problem in quotation marks. So therefore, normally we need to be, the gentleman froze again.
Yani verdiğimiz hakikat olduğu için dolayısıyla Mısır'la ilişki asla kopmaz. Yani İngilizlerin stratejileri değil, bütün emperyalistlerin buradan
Sayın Kaplan, zannediyorum teknik bir aksaklık
Mr.
nedeniyle
Kaplan, I think your connection is very weak.
şu an iyi. Devam.
You may continue now.
İyi.
Now,
Devam.
now you're connected. Okay.
Şimdi benim söylediklerim anlaşılıyor mu acaba, yoksa
Can you,
konuşmuş olmayayım?
is what I'm saying getting through, or am I speaking just in vain? Is it technically working? No, sometimes you're freezing, so we cannot get the whole sentences, but I think that can be well tolerated.
Söylediklerim anlaşılıyorsa
So if it is getting through, then it's okay.
gelmek istediğim yani burada bir
What I mean is,
teorik bir çerçeve çizmek.
there is, I'm trying to draw a theoretical framework here.
200 yıldır
First of all, for 2 centuries, we have been in a crisis of civilization in the history of Islam. The first one happened
Yusuf Bey, kesintiler olmaya devam ediyoruz ama
Sir, you're freezing again, so if you could just wrap up,
internet aksaklığı muhtemelen.
because I think we are having some technical issues. We have your image now, but we don't get any, we're not getting any sound. Mr. Kaplan, are you hearing me? Can you hear me?
Sayın Yusuf Bey, sadece görüntünüz var. Ses gelmiyor.
We can see you, but we cannot hear you.
Toparlamaya çalışalım Yusuf Bey.
Could you please wrap up? Mr. Kaplan has been disconnected.
Zannediyorum Yusuf Bey'in telefonu kapandı.
I think his device just shut down. There is a technical problem. He is a guest in that building, so we have some technical issues. Maybe we can just have a break. Now we have him back. Could you please wrap up because you're freezing? We can, I can deliver this speech tomorrow if it's okay. Because although I'm in the city center, it's not working. Okay, tomorrow at the evaluation meeting, we can listen to you. Could you please wrap up? No, I just want to end my remarks due to time limit. It's not due to the time limit, but because you're freezing. Of course, I have some things to say about the theory, and I have been preparing for this. I believe Assam is very important for shaping the future of Turkey. So I did some preparation. I was trying to draw a theoretical framework, but maybe tomorrow I can talk more about it. Okay, thank you very much for the contributions. And although you have been freezing, we have got your message. Thank you very much. And see you tomorrow. Have a nice day. May Allah open your way. Now we have a video break. We have a short recital about Assam and a short video about Assam.
Neden Assam? Geçen yüzyılın başında imparatorluklar dağıldı. İmparatorlukların bünyesinde...
Why Assam? In the beginning of the last century, the empires fell, and the nations living under these empires were organized during the World War under two different alliances, and the dependent states believed that they were free, but they were sentenced to live under totalitarian regimes. And more than 60 Muslim countries who are members of the United Nations have strategic locations in terms of land, air, and sea transportation, and they are home to vast underground and above the ground resources, but they were not freed from the reins of the West, so they could not achieve the power that they wanted. When they couldn't have a commonwealth, their resources and means were exploited and their wills were stolen, and they waited for the international community to take action. The world is bigger than five. A fair world is only possible if the Islamic countries can create a union like the United Nations or the European Union. The Assam model for Islamic unity. Assam believes that for the prosperity of the Muslim states, the survival of their states, for the world peace and the justice, the Islamic countries can act on the world stage as a superpower, and they recommend that Muslim states should create a database for the national power components, and they should assess the internal and external threats, and they should identify the internal and domestic and foreign security plans and combine these plans under specific organizations. Assam, to create this model, has planned 7 international congresses. The first one is the drafting the legislation for the unity of Islamic Union, the drafting of the principles for the economic union of Islamic countries, the drafting of the industrial cooperation and defense cooperation of the Islamic countries and drafting of the principles for joint foreign policy for Islamic countries, the drafting of the security principles of the Islamic countries. And as a result of these efforts, to gather all Islam countries under an umbrella, organization should be created representing the joint will of 57 Islamic countries under the name of Assembly of Islamic Countries and creating a Confederation of Islamic Countries. You can access more detailed information about our model at our website. The 7th Congress is being organized in cooperation with the International Union of Muslim Scholars, International Union of Islamic World Civil Society Organizations, International Lawyers Union, Fatih Sultan Mehmet University, Faculty of Political Sciences, and the Congress will discuss the justice system for the model of Islamic unity and identify the needs of the joint justice system and come up with a model.
Şimdi bildirilerimizin sunulacağı ana oturum aşamasına.
Now we are starting the first session where we will be listening to the presentations. The first session will be moderated by Associate Professor Ali Fuat Gökçe, and the title of the session is The Islamic Unity and Justice. Over to you, distinguished moderator. We can start the first session. Thank you very much, distinguished Ali Joshar. I would like to welcome all participants of this Congress.
Bu İslam İşbirliği, İslam Birliği Kongreleri 2017 yılında.
This Congress is on Islamic Unity first started in 2017, and back then we were holding meetings about the Congress with great enthusiasm and hope and excitement. And every year we have these new editions of these congresses, and every time I remember those days when we were planning the congresses. And I feel happy and proud to be a part of this effort. I would like to thank Adnan Tanrıverdi, the president of Assam, for leading us in this endeavor and for his support for putting together this event. Yes, distinguished participants, if you allow me, I would like to start the first session. The theme of this session is the Islamic unity and justice. We will give 15 minutes to all speakers, so we have 6 speakers. And as far as I can see, all speakers are here and ready to start their presentations. And the first presentation will be made by Professor Mohammed Muzammil Islami from Afghanistan. The title of his presentation is the Quran Kerim is the symbol of the Ummah, a union of the Ummah, and the source of its strength. And let me switch to English.
Symbol of the unity of the Ummah and source of its power. Mr. Muhammad Muzammil Islami. Are you here?
نعم نعم حاضر.
Yes, yes. How are you? Are you fine?
الحمد لله الحمد لله أنا سأحدث باللغة العربية إن شاء الله.
Thank you very much. Now you have 15 minutes for presentation. You can begin your presentation, please.
إن شاء الله جزاكم الله خيرا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا ومولانا وحبيبنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه ومن اهتدى بهديه ودعا بدعوته إلى يوم الدين. أما بعد.
I would like to share my greetings to all followers of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Allah said in the Holy Quran that Muslims are nothing but brothers. Distinguished participants, distinguished President of Assam, and distinguished members of the board of Assam, and distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you with Allah's greetings. As you know, distinguished brothers and sisters, the Islamic Ummah, unfortunately, has been through very harsh periods throughout its history, and the Ummah does not have a unity, and it is living in wars. And as all communities and individuals and governments and the leaders are also affected by this. We see this in Africa, in Asia, in the Arabic Peninsula. We see the repercussions of this lack of unity. Distinguished brothers and sisters, the children of the Ummah are being killed, their values are being stolen, and their destiny is being written by others. And in the dear lands of Palestine and in Gaza, the land of Israel, we see many atrocities are taking place that are injuring the conscience of the whole humanity. We see the suffering of the innocent people living there before our very eyes. And of course, in these kinds of situation, we all need to say this prayer.
عفوا يسمع كلامي؟
Can you hear me?
هل يسمع كلامي؟ حدث هناك صوت سمعت الصوت. هل يسمع كلامي؟
نعم يسمع كلامه.
طيب. أيها الإخوة والأخوات والحال أن لها للأمة رمز.
So I continue, distinguished brothers and sisters. The Ummah, if it wants to be powerful, has to stand in unity. This is the only way that it can defend itself. Allah Ta'ala has reiterated this many times in the Holy Quran. The Holy Quran is the Sirat al-Mustaqim for us.
فهكذا لنا مصدر القوة ومصدر الجمع الشملي. إن القرآن الكريم رمز وحدتنا.
So we only need to look at the Holy Quran to establish this unity. The Holy Quran is our dignity and our honor. The Prophet Muhammad also said this. Every individual, every community has a dignity for which it feels proud. and the dignity of the Muslims is the Holy Quran. Also, in the Holy Quran, it is stated that there are specific signs of the salvation of the Muslims, and the Holy Quran has established specific principles for Muslims. If we only stay loyal to these principles, we can have unity. And Allah also said in the Holy Quran that we have created you as a ummah, and we have created you as a testimony to the whole humanity. So the Holy Quran is giving us every piece of information we need. If we can find the right path, which is this path, the path of Holy Quran, we can be powerful. So I believe the Muslims should revisit these principles and values. One of these main principles is establishing the spirit of solidarity and fraternity among the Muslims and the spirit of supporting each other. And such dignified acts will take us to salvation. There are many verses in the Holy Quran that emphasize this, and it repeatedly emphasizes the importance of the fraternity among the Muslims. One of these verses says that if two of your brothers fall apart, help them make peace. Another verse says that in the past you were enemies, and thanks to Islam, now you are brothers and sisters. And the Hadith also says that Muslims are brothers and sisters to each other. If you find a Muslim in distress and help them, only then you will be rewarded. And according to Riwayah, another hadith says that it was also rumored by Abu Hurairah that the Prophet Muhammad said, do not fight, do not be enemy to each other, because Muslims are brothers and sisters to each other, and they never they never oppress each other. They always stand in solidarity with Muslims, and a Muslim's right is haram to other Muslims. We cannot violate other people's rights. All of these testimonies demonstrate that we have to bear this adjective with us. Even a visit to a patient is important to maintain the spirit of unity and solidarity. In the past, the Muslims had this kind of brotherhood, and there was some mutual affection. It was like they were living inside one body. They were sad together. They were happy together. They would starve together, and they would fall ill together. So they kept this spirit alive. Only this way they could be powerful. And they did not commit atrocities against other Muslim communities. In the early years of the Islam, this was done both in theory and in practice. And when there was a new principle in Islam, people, Muslims would put that into practice immediately. And so we have to implement the Holy Quran in our lives. The way towards our salvation is based on law, and we say that Allah, there is no other salvation than you. We do not run away from you, we run to you. So all Islamic scholars keep recommending that we have to implement these principles of Islam. We have to create new projects so that we can put these principles into practice, so that we can implement the basic rules of Islam. In this framework, I would like to make this recommendation. The Secretary General of the World Union of Islamic Scholars is here in this call, so I would also like to encourage him to pay more attention to this topic. To implement the understandings of law in Islam, we have to take action. This is the only way we can achieve the salvation of the Ummah, and we should create a framework that can be understood by everyone. And these projects should also be supported by governments, and they should be budgeted for, and the governments should create dedicated bodies to implement these projects, and they should train the human resources to implement these projects. So we need to turn the principles of Islam into a guideline so that they can be implemented by individuals, by communities, by families, and by the states. This is the only way that we can bring the whole Ummah together. And all of the executive bodies should also follow these principles. The governments and the government bodies should adopt these principles as their guidelines. This is the only way we can have a practical unity of the Ummah. This is a unity of justice. And justice is not given by others. Justice is an obligation, and it is something that should be protected. And as I conclude my remarks, I pray to Allah to give strength to our nations and our states. If you are a Muslim, I would like to conclude by repeating the verse that says, if you are Muslim, you will never be sad. Thank you very much. Now, distinguished participants, we continue with the second presentation. Before the second presentation, I would like to emphasize something. Professor Islami underlined that the Quran is the source of unity and the source of power for the Ummah, and the Muslims should follow the principles of the Holy Quran to achieve unity. And he said that the Holy Quran can establish unity between the nations and strengthen the ties between these countries, between the states. The next speaker is Professor Ali Rıza Gül. He will be talking about the understanding of the concept of justice on the basis of the Quran.
Mr. Ali Rıza Gül. I'm here.
Evet, buyurun, söz sizde. 15
The
dakika
floor is yours. You have 15 minutes.
teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Elhamdülillahi Rabbil alemin.
With the name of Allah, the most merciful.
Ve sahbihi ecma'in. Konuşmama başlamadan önce
Before starting my speech, I would like to extend my thanks to the President of Assam and all the delegation for this pleasant organization, and I would like to extend my salutations to all the participants of this conference. I think I am I think I will be touching upon one of the most important issues today, justice. So I will be talking about justice and the explanation of the concept of justice based on Quran. So I will draw a general framework and I will mark this and I will end my speech in this way. Justice is a very important topic and it's really hard to discuss about because you cannot define the concept of justice easily because justice, whose justice is this? Because it varies according to societies, according to individuals, according to the benefits and interests of the people. So it differentiates according to the understanding of morality, and it can even vary according to the economic situation. So, are we talking about a moral justice today, or are we talking about justice covering only the Muslims? So what kind of justice are we mentioning? Are we talking of a natural justice? This is a very controversial topic, I would say. So the concept of justice is really hard to define. And in Quran, there is no definition for justice. There are some principles related to justice in the Quran. So according to the conditions and of the economics, if something is fair for one year, for a while, maybe it can change for the next year. So how does it start? How does it end? It is really tough to determine all of these. First of all, in Quran, there are many issues related to justice. For example, for Juma prayers and khutbah of Imam, before starting the Juma prayer and after Juma prayer, there is an ayah. There is a verse which reminds justice. Here, as we would understand from the verse, in Islamic society, in Islamic culture and practices, and the social practices, even in our individual relations, in our religious structures, we always see the place of justice, the presence of justice. And in Islam, justice starts with the belief. Well, you need to be faithful to have justice. As we are talking about the religious justice, it starts with the faith of Allah, because Allah is fair. Then if you are praying to Allah, then you need to be fair. How is Allah in the whole world? If Allah is fair to the whole universe, while He is disseminating this fairness, He does not discriminating or distinguishing whether that person is faithful or not. Allah is fair to everyone, all the creatures and individuals in the universe. And now, as Islamic world, it even changes all the widespread opinions. Let me explain. We always say justice to Muslim, justice to Muslim people, union to Muslim people, fairness to Muslim people, goodness to Muslim people. No, Allah is fair to everyone. So if you are a believer, then you need to be fair to everyone, regardless of believer or non-believer. So if you're a believer, then you need to fair to everyone, every people. Not in any verse it says be just, be fair to believers. It doesn't say so. It says be fair. So in Quran, if something is absolute, then you cannot define it. If we talk about the concept of justice from the perspective of Islam, we cannot magnify it, or we cannot shrink it. We need to be inclusive. We cannot ignore some people. You can cooperate with anyone. I will give you two examples on that. One is from history, one is from today. I will be talking about our Prophet Muhammad. He migrated into Medina, and he said, whether people are Muslim or non-Muslim, he found ways to agree with these people, regardless of their belief. He cooperated with many people, and he succeeded thanks to this cooperation against mushrik people. So he didn't agree with believers only. He also cooperated with non-believers. This is the success of the Prophet Muhammad. Considering the conditions of that day, you wouldn't be able to find a state in Medina at that time. There was a state according to the conditions of a desert. So, and Prophet Muhammad ensured that even though there were some non-believers, there should be some warriors who would fight against the people of Mecca. And the warriors, the soldiers of Medina, fought against, and he prevented Medina to be occupied. So he also collaborated with the tribes in the periphery of Medina so that they would not attack Medina. So the concept of justice is different. It does not only include Islamic economy, it is not limited to that. It is a broader concept. Well, if you do this, even in our time, you will achieve. There are some non-Muslim people, there are some Christians, even though for the names, the names are away from the religion, regardless of being Christian or not, they are trying to agree with anyone. For the Palestinian case, in Gaza, as we don't have a word, this mechanism is the reason. Because right now, they are monitoring it. United States and the United Kingdom have this mechanism, and they also have half of the Muslim countries. They agreed on that. If we have a broader perspective, if we could do better than that, we would be in their place, not them. We would write history. But now, one day, if they say that I have Islamic tank, for example, I will not get surprised. They might have such names because right now the mentality is in that direction, because the other powers are shaping this perspective. Well, for justice, mentality is very important. One-sided mentality. So if you are not fair in your mentality, then you cannot fair in your deeds, in your words, in your sentences, because word is the reflection of your mentality, of your consciousness, because your deeds is actually the application of your mentality. And in Quran, for justice, if there is a command of justice, you need to first establish a mentality, even though it is against you, even though it is against your family or against your tribe. You should pay attention to justice. And once again, this ayah means you need to be just, even though it is not for the sake of Muslim. You should be witnessing in a fair way. And I am in the academy for a long time in theology department for long years. If we could pass this, if we could overcome this, then we will be witnessing history and we are going to size a chance. Other than that, we will not find any opportunity, because Allah Almighty actually don't want such mentality, strength mentality, justice mechanism. Distinguished professor, you have 2 minutes left. For the mechanism of justice, what kind of path is followed? I will summarize revolution period during the Prophet Muhammad. You need to change the mentality. As our Prophet arrived Medina, he made all the agreements, he concluded all the agreements with the Jews, with the non-believers. He take different ways. And our Prophet worked with them, but the other Arabic tribes didn't know the concept of state and they didn't notice it, and it was for the benefits and for the sake of our Prophet Muhammad. And thirdly, for the concept of accountability is brought forward. For example, if you die after than that, you need, even though you don't die, you should be held accountable. So if I do something, can I make the necessary explanation for this? Another issue is that fourth article, as our prophet arrived Medina with the revelations from Allah Almighty, he saddled the concept of law. It trespassed the law of tribes at that time. They didn't recognize that because this was the basis of state, not the basis of tribe, not the basis of relative. So he wanted to show the justice for everyone, for both Muslim people and non-Muslim people. And if he only acted for Muslim people, then non-Muslim people would occupy Medina in his absence. And zakat and sadaqah were two important concepts in those days. And it is a just implementation because you need to pay, you need to give the poor. And again, he said that, if you don't ensure safety and security, then you don't ensure the justice as well. So he made everything to maintain safety in the area. And when Prophet Muhammad left Medina, the security system continued in Medina. And another topic,
Burada bir diğer husus daha.
Another topic is that in order to ensure justice, he brought the principle of shura. As our scholar mentioned democracy, the difference of shura from democracy is that democracy is related to pluralism. Even though something is just or not just, it is depending on pluralism. But for shura, you come together with the elderly, with the people, but in democracy, people choose someone. Sometimes the leaders may not be convenient to rule the country, but in shura concept, it is different. According to shura and Islamic perspective, in our society, we need to have qualified people. If it is so, then you can get some advices from these people. Please wrap up. If you raise such qualified people, then you should have educational centers, and they should have freedom to have their verse, to have their sentences and their comments, and we need to establish a structure, which means assembly. We need assembly for this. And Quran, from the perspective of Quran, human rights are also very important. For example, if you would like to do economic activities, then you are free. But there should be some rules for the naming to embrace all the humanity and all the people. It should be within the principle of virtue. And it is not possible to have a safe society or safe world without the concept of justice. If we lack this, we don't have the chance to write history. Thank you for your patience. I would like to thank each and every one of you for listening to me. And I hope that this Congress will be auspicious. I pray to Allah for the successful realization of this Congress. I would like to thank Mr. Ali Rıza Gül, and he mentioned the concept of justice on Quran, and he gave examples, he made definitions, and he talked about the general concept of justice, and he talked about the individual and community roles, and he transferred all of this information, and we thank him for this address. Now I would like to invite Mr. Metin Avcı, and he will be talking about living sectarian differences aside in the establishment of the Islamic Union. Mr. Metin Avcı, I think you're here. Yes. You have 15 minutes, Mr. Metin Avcı. I hope we will not have any delays. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I would like to greet all my professors with love and respect in this nice and meaningful symposium and congress held by Assam, which is of great importance for us in terms of the foundation. And I'm grateful for you including us, and particularly Professor after talking here after Professor Ali Rıza is a great honor for me, and I would like to extend my respects to all my professors. The title is, as you have mentioned, and as you have said before, the topic is leaving sectarian differences aside in the establishment of the Islamic Union Justice Organization. I would like to say a few words about this. And as I'm saying this, we need to mention the fact that if the problem is a sect, and where the sects are causing separation and differentiation, and there are various communities and tariqas and congregations, and even their scientific activities are being prevented at times, which we see, which we witness. And despite our sectarian differences, Muslims' unity and union, how will this take place? How is this going to take place? This is our problem number one. And Muslims of different views and opinions, how can we ensure that they can coexist, they can live together, even in the same country, under the same flag? Well, it is quite difficult, extremely difficult to ensure this unity. When this unity extends to different cultures, different worlds, the Ummah concept, how can we ensure the unity of the Ummah? And this is our problem, and this is what we want to focus on. And I would like to may their souls rest in peace.
all are the members of the people of the Ummah, and Professor Hasan Onat, who passed during the pandemic. And I would like to wish him, may he rest in peace. And we've got many scholars who are working on the unity of the Muslims, but there are three concepts that our professors introduced, and this is about the explanation of those concepts. And number one is to meet in the common denominator of Islam will bring Muslims in a unity. So, approaching the incidents with a trans-denominational, a supra-sect is going to bring us together, and the sectarian pluralism. Once we explain these, you will understand these better. To meet in the common denominator of Islam, and my head of the department talked about the hereafter, the afterlife, and the common denominator is the faith, to meet under the umbrella of the principles of the faith. And we've got three pillars of Islam. We've got Tawhid, Allah is one, and we also believing in all the prophets, and also believing in the afterlife. So these are accepting all the prophets and Muhammad. So there are three core beliefs, which is Tawhid, oneness of Allah, Risalah, the prophethood, and Akhirah, which is belief in life hereafter. So these are the common denominators of Islam. And in all sects, the three core beliefs of Islam are the same, and other than these sectarian differences are merely details. And no matter what sect the people belong to, these fundamental faiths, once they unite in one, it is not religion, and it is the way they are perceived, and all sects will join in the common denominator of Islam.
Mezhepler üstü yaklaşım ve farklılıklarımıza rağmen bir arada yaşama ideali kavramı.
And the ideal of living together despite our differences, and approach above supra-sect is rather than the believing in all Muslims having the same sect, different approaches and interpretations are tolerated. And what is important is to prevent the bigotry about sectarian, and because this is about coming together under the umbrella of Islam. And as I have said this before, this is a supra-sectarianism. And to be able to meet under the common denominator of Islam is also seen as a supra-sectarianism, because to go beyond sectarianism is possible with love and peace and morality and justice and conscience and responsibility. These are only possible by giving priority to these. And thanks to the supra-sectarianism approach, our religion won't be shaped by one trade or one faith, and Ummah will join under the umbrella of Islam and the core values of Islam, which is going to show us the beauty of living together in line with the principles of justice and morals. And this will give rise to
core belief of Islam arising. And the next approach is sectarian pluralism, because I talked about the three concepts, and one is the sectarian pluralism. What is sectarian pluralism? Inside religion, there are different, despite the difference, religious approaches. It is to have the ideal of coexisting. And like I said, these concepts are all related with each other, and they are all intrinsic with each other and nested within each other. But in its essence, they are nice concepts that on their own as well. And sectarian pluralism means that the different religion perceptions should not be allowed to change and destroy the peace in the society we live on. We all have different caveats, different perceptions of religion, but these differences should not be allowed to destroy the peace and the peace of mind in life and in the community. This means sectarian pluralism. So what we mean by sectarian pluralism is not to disregard or to dismiss the understanding of people's religious approaches. We're not diminishing them. We're not reducing them to anything. Or it's not like we're dismissing or overlooking the sectarian tendencies of individuals. Or it's not that we are not trying to channelize everyone to an anonymous sect. Like we don't impose Hanafi maturity on anyone. So what we mean is, on the contrary, to prevent the bigotry in sects, and to embrace the tolerance culture that is going to prevent conflicts, because as long as Muslims have the culture of tolerance, then they will have given meaning to sectarian pluralism. Almost everywhere there is a monopoly to sectarians, or there is a partisanship of sorts, that all sects believe that they are the absolute truth, and they are devoid of or deprived of tolerance. So sectarian pluralism is going to replace this negative justice with love and respect prevailing in society. And again, sectarian pluralism would mean Muslims preserving their own identities, and while, and in addition to preserving their own identities, respecting other sects would be a part of it. So, dear professor, after explaining these three concepts, my conclusion and assessment is as follows. Unfortunately, the same sacred and the same spiritual values are embraced by us Muslims, but there are components that prevent our unity and unison. And one of the leading ones is sectarian differences, as we have all agreed throughout the history. The religious and the religion and the faith approach are different, and the biggest factor is the Islam sect. And even from a sociological standpoint, Islam and Muslims have remained behind the times from time to time. And this is the indirect effect of our conflicts and clashes. And many sociologic theses and assertions prove these with examples. And finally, I can tell you that in the creation of the unity of Islam, what is going to bring all the Muslims of the world together to meet in the common denominators, the core values of Islam, and to approach, to embrace a supra-sectarian approach, and the sectarian pluralism, have been developing them in a positive way, and the entire Ummah Muhammad, needs to gather under this Allah. Faith and salvation are individual, but due to their sectarian belonging, no one can be alienated, and no one should be no one should be we shouldn't turn this into takfir or into hatred. And this, we all agree that this is heading into the direction that will destroy unity. So we should focus on the individuality of faith, no matter what our sectarian approaches are. We should live in peace despite our differences, and this is going to greatly benefit our ideal of coexisting. And I would like to thank all the professors. Yes, thank you for your explanations. Dr. Avcı talked about what kind of extremes sectarian differences could lead us to, and the model that is necessary to be embraced. And I would like to thank Dr. Metin Avcı, and we've got attorney Ahmet Sorgun. Do we have Mr. Ahmet Sorgun with us? We don't have Mr. Ahmet Sorgun. So the fifth presentation, I'll move on to the fifth presentation. I'm going to wait for Mr. Ahmet for 2 minutes. I guess he's not here. And Mr. Oğuzhan Akyener is coming from ESBA, Turkey Energy Strategies and Policies. Oğuzhan Akyener is going to talk about the legal halloid and recommendations in the Islam world. You have the floor and you've got 15 minutes. Thank you for this valuable organizations. And seeing these wonderful individuals from the Islamic community makes us very happy. There are very valuable presentations, very valuable ideas. And I would like to thank the Assam management and the entire Assam team. Now, personally, I'm an oil engineer. So when it comes to law, I don't have a legal profession. Yeah, I've got some work on energy, law of energy. But when we talk about law in the Islam world or cooperation in the Islam world, from a stance, from an approach, or with a legal perspective, and when we try to assess it, we see a huge halloid, and we are deprived of unity, and it's a spiral, of course. And our professors were able to express how we are deprived of unity. And this is the 7th Congress when it comes to Islamic Union and Justice. And the law, indeed, is an area, is a domain that we significantly need to work on. But in the simplest sense, the fact that we don't have a functional unity, at least in East Turkestan and in Gaza, it is clear and it is apparent that we are devoid of a unity. Likewise, a political unity, the ambitions and the fitna among us and the clashes among us. And you can actually interpret this individually. Yes, there is no political unity or integration, or that this unity could be built partially in good faith, but like the Islamic Cooperation Organization, or at times the fact that it cannot fully serve or carry out its functions, unfortunately, prevents political unity. But perhaps we need to look at our own hearts. Our hearts are scattered. We are far away from one. We are far from unity, and we are getting far from what is one and only. It is not possible to talk about such unity. So, as for one of the most important steps of cooperation and integration is, without doubt, it's law. Because when it comes the legislation systems, the infrastructures that you need to compile, they all need to be based on legal foundations. But this is the 7th Congress, and we are talking about on many disciplines, and perhaps law is one of the areas where we are weakest in education, revenues, economy, innovation, renovation, welfare level. Indeed, when you compare us with other followers of other faiths, or when you look at the world in the pre-1800 worlds, the capacity of creating revenues and the welfare level prior to 1800, the Islamic world was the leading structure and the organization. But subsequently, when you make such similar comparisons, particularly this position was taken from us by the Western world, and when we stand before the Western world, we are in a merciful or in a poor situation. And when you look at the understanding, we are in a pathetic situation or deplorable one. And in that regard, the governance approaches and the democracy or a common law system, there are problems when it comes to making these sustainable or implementing them. And social dynamics where individualism is dominant. And in this context, from a sociological standpoint, the communities perhaps need to be assessed in a larger equation, like an individual, and individualism is more dominant and individuality is more dominant, and there are poor defined a legal system that cannot be implemented in many Islam worlds or the states that feel themselves to be in the Islamic world. The acceptability and the practices of the international law comes with various problems. And how implementable is international law? There are questions surrounding that. And unfortunately, we lack the potential to support these academically. We have approached, we may not embrace certain legal terms and terminologies, but when we do not do so, we need to come up with alternatives that are rational and that can be accepted by the entire world, and how sound and how consistently can we offer them to the international community, or at least in this format. And when you look at the Islamic law, just like our professors have mentioned, and our conflicts are even greater when we look at Islamic law. The Holy Quran's interpretation. Holy Quran constitutes the center of everything. It's the focal point of Islamic law. But the verses in the Holy Quran, when you look at their tafsir, their explanations, and even in detailed interpretations, there are many conflicts. And the previous speaker, professor, talked about the sectarian differences. And the Holy Quran constitutes the basis of the legal system with absolute decrees. But when we talk, then we've got the hadith and the sunnah, which also bring about, unfortunately, some group entirely denies sunnah and hadith and trying to keep them outside that equation. And some say that some of the hadiths are made up or give them similar labels. So there are further sects that emerge, and due to the differences of these in their interpretations, this brings us to a situation whereby it is impossible to solve, and which is it's become inextricable, and there are there are different expressions that are called like apostate, that is murtad, or like infidel, kafir. And there are also fractional individualism, which we can see in these sects, or not only sects, but because even within the same sect, perhaps there are thousands of different fractions, and these fractions, their own individuality-centric system, as well as their unique system sustainability, also comes with different and various conflicts. And let me also tell you, I've talked about these concepts and fractions. There are certain opinion leaders which have spread, and it's not only them. There is a lack of tolerance, and when it comes to educational know-how, various shortages, which make it, or shortcomings, which make it even further inextricable. And not being able to keep up with the current times, not being able to keep up with the times is also another problematic area. And as we are experiencing this, having a superficial and non-rational proposals for solutions, and let alone accepting them among ourselves, those not being accepted in the international system, all deviate us from the targets or leave us behind from the compared to the targets that we have in mind. And I have many colleagues who are being trained, when from an academic sense, or who are studying biology, or who have madrasa training, and there are people, I've got colleagues who are very much experienced in madrasa. And when you look at the international economy, the interest system, inflation, as well as the other relevant terminology, and interpreting them, and after this is being interpreted, the rules and the compatibility with that, and what can be offered as an alternative. We all know, we're talking about participation banking, but we do know that they are involved in some sort of an interest. So unfortunately, those systems are far from international perspective. They are far from meeting the needs of the international world, which means that we cannot manage or direct this. Even we cannot get acceptance within ourselves. And I also talked about our education system. And unfortunately, when I talk to several colleagues about this, when it comes to madrasa training as well as the academic system, the multidisciplinary models are lacking. So a person getting religious education in international relations and economy in different disciplines, that individual we need that individual to develop themselves in that regard, which we feel the need. And there are certain models of opinion leadership and their know-how. They cannot attract minds, and we can explain it with sharp approaches. You can see many opinion leaders, and in the social life perspective, when you analyze this, and when it comes to representing the religion, there's a majority that feels like they are more entitled to representing the religion, and their stance makes Islam be perceived like it is merely rituals, and to be able to keep the community around themselves, they are trying to marginalize and alienate the others. So the Mohammedi stance cannot be offered to the international public, and this keeps us back further. And we have been tried to be exploited since the 1800s, and with the collapse of the Ottoman world, the Islamic world has been left with no leader, and there are internal conflicts, and there is no internal inner guidance, and the new individual and social diseases struck me really. There is an increasing disease that is increasing. You can call it, I'm talking about spiritual diseases.
And the global imperial system is using it as a tool for exploitation. They're supporting LGBT. So there is no limit for the dirt and the whole humanity is going corrupt, and inevitably the Muslims are doing so as well. So the Muslims' innocence and their proud, their purity should be a symbol, should be upheld by the whole world, but we cannot represent the Muslims as they actually deserve. So in terms of many indexes like welfare, healthcare, and education, we are not doing very well. Could you please wrap up? Yes. So I'm talking about a problematic structure which we must address very quickly. Of course, we have to be united, but to become united, we have a long way to go. And these events are very important to raise awareness about this. We need more education. Our educational institutions should be improved. So, on individual basis, this awareness should be raised. And we need to have a model that can properly address this problem. Maybe a common graduate and undergraduate program could be created by the countries of the OIC, and intergovernmental collaboration should also be strengthened, and we need to start working on the legal framework of such collaboration. Only if we can have this infrastructure, we can have a universal model for Islamic law. On the other side, the financing of these efforts and the promotion of these efforts is also very important. Thank you very much, Oğuzhan Akgüner. It was a very good presentation and you finished on time. And in academic presentations, it's very important to follow the time limits and to make the life of moderator easier. And Oğuzhan Akgüner talked about the legal issues in the Islamic world. Thank you very much. Next speaker, Suat Gün. He will be talking about the fight for justice is the cause of the struggle between privilege and superstitious. Suat Bey, you have 15 minutes. Yes, thank you very much. Welcome. About the previous speakers, I would like to share my comments, but I would like to thank Neri Bey, Asım Bey, and you for organizing this event. And this is maybe one of the most important events that has been held to discuss the unity of Islamic Ummah. To understand the struggle between privilege and superstitious, we first need to understand what privilege is and what superstitious is. The history of the world is the history of the struggle between privilege and superstitious. Privilege is representing the justice. It is creative, it is moral, it follows the rules of Allah. But superstitious supports evil, animosity, and destruction, and it believes that the human mind is capable of understanding anything. Sometimes it is represented by nations or by systems of belief. The history of humanity is the history of the struggle between these two. The superstitious represents unjust, lack of justice. To understand this better, we can revisit the method of Prophet Muhammad. He created an organization for discovery and reconnaissance efforts against the enemy. And they also had execution teams. The Prophet Muhammad did not wage wars against the enemies. He also created an organization to conduct assassinations against the leaders of the enemies, because an idea is not valuable unless it is put into practice. So we have one ideological opportunity. Should we start with the unity of the Turkic states or the unity of the Islam, or if we directly aim for the universal dominion? If we have smaller targets, it would be easier to make progress, because if you set too big goals, you would be disappointed when you cannot achieve them. And if we can have a model to show us the exit from this human condition, it would be better for us. And I think this direction should be the universal dominion over the whole world. Because if we create a Turkic unity, we can only work with the Turkic states. And if we create an Islamic unity, the differences in the belief systems can be a cause of conflict. But we aim for the universal dominion, we can create a groundbreaking path for the whole humanity. And changing our law governing the struggle between privilege and superstitious has led to a withdrawal of Islamic countries from the world stage. We have a brochure about the Assam Congress, and there are very good recommendations there, but we should not forget that after the second Vienna siege, we started questioning our own systems. Then we created the westernization and reformization movements, and the ancient systems were replaced by new ones. As the systems changed, when you start adopting the systems of your enemy, means you give up your ideals. You need to come up with a system that will be superior than the systems of your enemies, and only then you can achieve your ideals. So we need to look at the history of how we took a step back from the ideals of Islam. After repeated defeats in the Western Front, people started discussing whether they had to change the legal system. For example, there was an idea that the religious state is the state of reason. Can you hear me, by the way? Yes. Yes, we can hear you. There was a Mullah Izza who said that this dilemma between the religious state and the state of reason will lead us to destruction. Another Mullah said we should create a state that is based on the religious principles. But others said that if we have a state of reason, the destiny of the people will lie in the hands of the leaders. And after the Tanzimat, there was a recommendation from the members of the parliament that the Holy Quran should be translated into Turkish. And the constitution should state that the religion of the state is Islam, but there were some members of the parliament who opposed that idea. So during the Tanzimat period, people started questioning the idea of a Sharia state. And some opinion leaders said that we should give up the Islamic law. We should adopt the Western law from now on. And Elmalı Hamdi Yazır discussed whether we should adopt a new legal system or continue with the past systems. If we cannot resolve this issue, we will be just in limbo. And another scholar said we need to embrace the principles of the new law, new times, but these rules should still be based on Sharia, because a legal system that is not based on Islam or Sharia cannot be used to defend the unity of Islam. So we need to advocate for a legal system that is based on Islam. As Said Nursi criticized Mecelle, he said it didn't resolve any of the problems we had, and actually it was some suggested that it was because of the China that the Turks gave up using the Islamic law, because due to the changes of times, there was some impact from China in the beginning, and some scholars recommended that we had to continue to use the Islamic law when building our new legal systems. Many mistakes were made after the Tanzimat. And of course, in the Islamic law, there are councils and groups that that are managing the decision-making processes, but their mandate is not limited. And for example, there was an attempt, a scholar said, some scholars said they were acting with a Masonic, some circles were acting with a Masonic ideal, and they were acting against the establishing of an Islamic legal system. And we don't have this. You have 2 minutes left. 2 minutes. Okay, I have a very little time left. For example, there is no expiration of sentence in Islamic law. There is no forgiveness of or amnesty for convictions. I sent a PowerPoint file, and in that presentation you can see how the interest rate will be going up in the future and will create a wealth that is far greater than any wealth that can be created by the whole humanity. So the multinational system does not have any respect for humans, does not have any respect for the laborers. It only upholds the wealth, and it does not have any justice. It does not offer justice. It aims to make people unable to fight against the large companies. And after criticizing this global capitalist structure, we also need to remember that the existing structure at the United Nations is not sufficient for our problems. This is why President Erdogan repeatedly says the world is bigger than 5. And we see that at the Security Councils, many resolutions are taken to protect Israel, and 2 billion people, who are Muslims, are ignored when these resolutions are adopted. And about the basis for the Islamic unity, should we have a new organization. I think Organization of Islamic Cooperation is weak. It cannot address any problems. We need to have a brand new organization, which should be the Organization of Islamic Unity. And the last slide. Turkey. If we cannot see your slides, by the way, because you're not sharing your screen. Well, I sent you the PowerPoint file before. Turkey should create a system of justice which will be a model for the whole world. And we should start doing this design by considering that we should not have any discrimination against different races or beliefs, and we should draft new provisions and norms for the justice system, which should be based on the Islamic principles. And the Islamic legal systems should be promoted around the whole world. And any word without actions does not have any value. These words are just like ship which don't know where to go. So in the face of the atrocities taking place in Gaza, Turkey and the whole Muslim countries should come together and take action. Thank you very much for the presentation. We wished we had more time to listen to you, but unfortunately, we have to limit ourselves to 15 minutes. Lawyer Ahmet Sorgun. He will be speaking tomorrow at 10:30. So this is a last minute change in the program. And the next speaker is Nejat Özden, researcher. Nejat Bey is working in the coordination of this event with Ali Coşar, Melih Tanrıverdi, and the other members of the team. And now I would like to give the floor to Nejat Özden. He will be talking about Assam, Islamic Union, and justice. Over to you.
Ses geliyor mu? Nejat Bey'in sesi gelmedi ama.
Ses duymuyoruz hocam.
Evet Nejat Bey, seste sıkıntı mı var? Ali abi seste sıkıntı var herhalde. Video sesi gelmiyor. Video, sadece video izliyoruz. Tamam. Tamam, evet. Video devrede, birazdan da ses gelecek.
Evet, videodaki...
Okay. He sent us a video.
Kıymetli misafirler, kıymetli katılımcılar, değerli
Distinguished guests and participants and distinguished members of the audience. Assam, Islamic Union and Justice is the title of my presentation. I would like to start by talking about the objective of Assam. In Turkey, there are more than 60 strategy research centers and hundreds around the world. Assam is the only research center that focuses on the Islamic Union, and its main goal is Ittihad al-Islam. So far, it has organized 6 congresses, which focus on model ASRICA Islam countries and their 7 focus areas. So far, we have organized the following congresses: the legislation of unity, economic cooperation, joint defense industry, shared foreign policy, shared defense security systems, and this year we organized the Congress on the shared legal system in the Islamic countries. At Assam, in previous years, we have done many activities. The first one was in 2011. Assam and Ashdar worked together to bring together to offer a draft constitution to the decision makers to replace the constitution which was drafted in 1980 by the military government, and we wanted to. It was a constitution that was hindering the growth and development of Turkey. So we submitted our draft to the commission, constitutional commission in the parliament. Another project was to support the peace process, which was taking place to bring peace and prosperity to Turkey, and we shared our recommendations to the relevant authorities. And after 2014, 25 out of 45 conflicts in the world were taking place in the Islamic countries, so we organized congresses to discuss these conflicts. What is ASRICA Islamic Union model, suggested by Assam? As you know, Assam defends the survival of the Islamic countries and empowering the Islamic countries as superpowers on the world stage. We believe this would be the main basis for peace and wealth in the whole world. Our organization was created to serve to this purpose. We have many activities in political and academic areas. For many years, we have been organizing Assam Islamic Union Model Congresses, and we have been organizing seminars and trainings. We have congresses, seminars, Assam publications, Congress publications, reports and book publications, the international peer-reviewed journals, a strategic defense magazine published by Assam. Geopolitical and geostrategical importance of the Islamic region is what I want to talk about now. There are 57 countries in the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and out of 8 billion global population, 1.8 billion, which means 24% of the global population, is the Muslim population. The global land area, which is 154 million kilometer squares, 18% of it consists of Islamic countries. So when you when you combine them, they sit at the heart of this center and at the most critical parts of Africa, Asia, Gibraltar, Bab el-Mandeb, Dardanelles, and Istanbul, and Suez Channel, and the Atlantic Ocean, the Indian Ocean, the Mediterranean Sea, the Black Sea, and the Caspian Sea are all surrounded by these Muslim countries, and they are neighbors to the European Union and the China and Russia, which are the superpowers of the world, and they are sitting at the intersection of the global transportation routes, and they are holding 55.5% of the global oil reserves and 64.1% of the natural gas reserves and 33% of the total natural gas production. The surface area and population of the Islamic world is ranking in the first place in the world. Its geopolitical location, the history, the civilization, the defense capabilities demonstrate that if we combine our powers, we can be among the top 3 nations in the world. Although we have these rich resources, what is the current situation in the Islamic world? Unfortunately, it's a sad picture. Today, most of the occupations, most of the terrorist and anarchic activities are taking place in the Muslim countries. The violations of human rights are taking place in Islamic countries, and there is an uneven distribution of wealth. And to address their domestic problems, they can only get assistance from the foreign countries.
So we will be talking about Assam idea in Islamic countries in Assam. ASRICA projection, 28 of the countries are in Asia and 25 of them are in Africa and 4 of them are in Europe. And with 9 regional federations, and according to the Islamic federations, we have a confederation structure, and these will all be organized under one umbrella. Within the process of Islamic countries union, Assam imagination, it is an obligation and necessity to have Islamic union, and this is the first prerequisite is to have Islamic union. And in the first phase, we have the authority and the conditions of Islamic countries, and after that we should have the confederation of Islamic countries, and in the second phase we should have the confederation, and other than that we need to set out the principles and procedures. For Assam and Islamic countries union, we have 9 different geographies here. In Middle East there are 12 countries, and in Central Asia we have 8 countries, and in Near East 4 states, in Southeast Asia 4 states, in North Africa 6 states, East Africa 6 states, Northwest Africa 7 states, and Southwest Africa 6 states, and Europe 4 states. So this is the general structure of the confederation. Within this process, envisioning Islamic Union, we have the model Islamic Union Confederation. There is one assembly and one cabinet, so there are 2 different elements. And this is the modern and model Islamic Union Confederation. And under this umbrella, we have Bahrain, United Arab Emirates, Palestine, Iraq, Qatar, Lebanon, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Syria, Jordan, and Yemen. And for Central Asia, we have Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Northern Cyprus, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Turkey, and Turkmenistan. For nearest Federation, we have Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Iran, and Pakistan. For Southeast Asia, United Islamic Federation, we have Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Maldives. For North Africa, United Islam Federation, there are Algeria, Chad, Morocco, Libya, Egypt, and Tunisia. And for East Africa, United Islamic Federation, we have Djibouti, Eritrea, Comoros, Mozambique, Somalia, Sudan. For Northwest Africa, United Federation, there are Gambia, Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Mali, Mauritania, Senegal, Sierra Leone. And for South Africa, there are Benin, Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast, Cameroon, Niger, and Nigeria. And within European Union and European United Federation, there are Albania, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Kosovo, and Macedonia, North Macedonia. There are some reasons why we should establish this confederation. Until now, for the definition of geopolitics, the scientists generally use these terms: civilization, state, politics, and geography, especially in order to rule the world. For the First and Second World Wars, there are theories of geopolitics, different theories. First World War, it was as Zionism defined. It is in the axis of Ottoman Empire and European Union. And for the Second World War, there are London, Moscow, Berlin, and these cities. These are the concepts formed by the Western world, especially from the German scholars. For the occupation of the foreign states, they used these terms generally. This idea is not limited to Germany, but it is accepted in the whole Europe. So the scientist Frederick Rosberg said that state is an organism, so there are different organisms. The organs should be fed, and you need to occupy the weak countries in order to do that. The policies of Hitler in the Second World War have shifted. And the geopolitical thesis, they generally directed to occupy. And the main scope of First World War was to evacuate Ottoman Empire, to destroy Ottoman Empire. And we see the effect of Zionism here. And with the collapse of Ottoman Empire, the Islamic countries became headless, and they have become an open target to the other countries. And there are also weak administrations, which also paved the way for the Zionism, and then the state of Israel, the terrorist state, was established. If the Islamic world was one and whole, then the state of Israel wouldn't be established. From the perspective of Islam, we have different struggle of independence. The first one is the nationalism, and the second one is Islamism. In these all struggles, we see the traces nowadays as well, because today, according to the new order of imperialism, there are many politicians. They struggled for independence, but in the global scale, they defended the union of Islam. And in the global scale, there were some entrepreneurs, or there were some struggles to establish the Islamic Union. And in December 10, 1931, there was a congress which was organized in Al-Quds in order to spread the values of Islam regardless of ethnicity and regardless of sect. The the Congress aimed at cooperating and bringing together all the Muslim countries. And after that, the Union of Islamic, the Organization of Islamic Countries was established, and the 8 project, which was also initiated by Süleyman Demirel, but they were rendered null and void, and they couldn't achieve the expected result. The Second World War started by the objection of Germany to share the territories, and after the Second World War, the New Order didn't represent the Muslim countries. That is why we say the world is bigger than 5, because now there are masters, Zionism, political Zionism. They are trying to slaughter. The Zionism is trying to sovereign the whole world, and they deem themselves superior to the other nations, and they have the objective to establish the big Israel. This is their aim, and this is the biggest obstacle against the peace in the world. And in order to hinder the Muslim communities and countries to come together, they are emphasizing the different sects. The balances were erupted after the collapse of Soviet Union, and there are different geopolitical people, and they are having different opinions. And Margaret Thatcher in Scotland, there was a meeting, and he said she said that we don't have any enemy now, but it is not possible to ensure such an ideology. So we need to find an enemy. Our enemy is Islam, she said. So this was the start of the new era. One like Samuel Huntington in the Clash of Civilization thesis, he said that Huntington said that in this study, all the belief projections within 100 years, he evaluated all of these religions, and he said that atheism and Islam will rise, but the others will collapse, he said. But this detection showcases that, especially there are some outcomes directing the policies of Western world and the United States. And we see there is a rise in atheism. Huntington said that while shaping Western policies, Islam is coming. You should surrender, or Islam will surrender to you. So, as a result of that, the new strategy was determined by the Western forces against Muslims. George W. Bush and Tony Blair followed the strategy altogether. And of course, United Kingdom and the United States came together, and they will always cooperate against Turkey and against the values of Islam. After 1990s, George W. Bush started the crusade with the occupation of Iraq and Afghanistan. And these occupations resulted in a loss of soldiers and financial loss as well. And Bram Fuller, he's a scholar, he's a consultant as well. and he is the deputy chairman of the National Intelligence News. And he said that there were two fault lines. One of them is the nationalism and the other one is the sectarianism. And the Western world fictionalized it with the terrorist organizations. They fictionalized, they are using such kind of war technique. And 2011, the Arab Spring, the Western world called, and with Arab Spring, North Africa had many problems and collapses, and they paid a huge price as a result of that. And in Syria, there was an internal war, and the scenario in our country was the 15th of July coup attempt. And they tried to destroy our national wealth. And Islamic countries, Iraq, Libya, Syria, they defended themselves individually. And they were defeated, and occupations and divisions started. Our resources are being exploited. The geopolitical value of Islamic countries and the natural resources, we are under the open threat of the Western world. And starting from the conflict of civilizations, they are continuing their attacks, and there is only one way to stop these attacks. We should have an alliance of Islam, and we should maintain this alliance. These are not a coincidence. These are all planned, and these are all the results of the planned actions of the Western world. And this is the Jewish Nazism. This is the result of this Zionism, and we need to struggle against this as the all Muslims. And Islamic union is a necessity, is a prerequisite, as we all know. It is the command of Allah the Almighty, because we are brothers as the Muslim people, and there should be a union. This is the essence of Quran, and we will have the blessings all together if we come together. And we should adopt this perspective according the command of Allah. And of course, being a believer is to take risks, and we need to raise our unity and our belief, and we should preserve our existence against the enemies of Islam, and we should have the conscience, and we should be a whole, and we should be one as Muslim countries. So Islamic Union is also the salvation of imperialism. And we will have a fair approach, and we will show a fair world order as the Islamic countries. And we should not have inferiority complex or incapacity complex against Western world. Islamic Union is one in one way is a reactional union to fix the problems of the Muslim people against a Western world. In a sense, the position of Turkey, with the recommendation of Papa VII, we are not located in, we should not be located in the European Union or positioned in the European Union as Turkey, but we should be in the Islamic Union. So this is a geopolitical thesis, and we should, our pillars should be brotherhood, justice, and fairness as the Islamic world. And Ömer bin Abdülaziz period, and this was the brightest period of the Muslim people. And in these periods, these were the peak time in terms of fairness, in terms of justice. So we should all take these periods as models. Of course, we need to adapt these models into the realities of our age. And the concept of justice is power, plurality. These are not like this. The essence of justice is the justice in its own cause. And according to New World Order, there should not be oppression, but there is oppression now. There are many tiers. So this is the main responsible actor. Zionism, main enemy of our world, and Islam is the last call and the source of blessing, the source of peace and tranquility. And we need the power, the strength of Islam. And this is the only way to ensure the fairness among all the people. We have very important models who follow the path of Allah Almighty. Up to this period, for example. The grandfather of Hazreti Ömer bin Abdulaziz period, rahmetullahi alayh, during his Khalifat period, he showed a very important model of leadership, and we should follow this model. For 2.5 years, he was able to solve 2 important problems of the Islamic world. And after that, for 25 years, the concept of justice and law prevailed. And when he was asked what is the reason, I actually asked if I don't know something. I learned it from the qualified people. So we should also refer to the same solution. Hazreti Ömer said that justice is the basis of property. We should have justice and mercy. If there is an oppression, then you will not be forgiven. If you give a decision among the people, you should be fair, Allah commands. And throughout the history, in order to actualize justice, there are different institutions. For example, our Prophet ruled the courts as well to ensure justice. And Divanul Mezalim, with different organizations, justice was ensured among the people. In Ayubi's in Egypt, they established a different justice system, and Ottoman Empire also established a different justice system. The union of Islam should be based on justice. It should not only serve to the Muslim people, but also to the all geographies with mercy, and it will bring welfare eventually. Best regards.
Değerli izleyiciler,
Distinguished guests, I would like to thank Ali Fuat Gökçe. He left us because he had another program. and he also expressed his apologies. Well, our first session of Islamic Union and Justice has just ended, and I would like to thank all of our speakers. Now we are going to proceed with the second session. Our second session will be moderated by the head of TESBAM, Oğuzhan Akyener, Turkish Energy Strategies and Policies Research Center, and we will be addressing Islamic Union justice system and principles. And in this session, we will have a guest from Algeria. Sorry, our guest from Algeria will not be able to be together with us today. And we are going to tolerate our 15 minutes delay. So that we will continue. Mr. Oğuzhan Akyener, the floor is yours. I would like to thank you. Now, I think we are going to proceed with our second session. We have 5 speakers today in our session, very valuable speakers. First of all, we are going to welcome and host different speakers from different geographies. For example, we are going to have Misbahullah Abdul Baki from Afghanistan. We are going to have Shelianian Yusuf from Malaysia, and we are going to have Mr. Mohammed from Turkey, and we are going to have Mr. Mahmoud Masalha from Palestine, and we are going to have Ashraf Dawaba from Lebanon. And I would like to invite Mr. Misbahullah Abdul Baki from Afghanistan, and he will be mentioning fundamental principles of the justice system in the Islamic State, which will be in the direction of the previous session.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. الصوت مسموع؟
Sesinizi alıyoruz.
مسموع. الحمد لله والصلاة
Am I
والسلام.
audible? I would like to extend my greetings, and I would like to thank everyone, particularly for those who have strived to make this conference a reality for addressing this issue. This is very important, and this has become the unity of Muslims, this issue, and it is without doubt that the unity of Islam is a very important issue, but this can take place with one condition only, and that is the Muslims in different geographies to be gathered under one roof. If such a mechanism can be founded, and if we can talk about such theories, we won't be able to provide it's just the issues and plans and projects need to be compiled. And because I've got little time, I want to enter the topic immediately, which is the justice system, how it should be founded. And we know that the justice system, or the word justice itself, from a terminologic standpoint, what does it mean? I want to tell the following about this. There are many areas of science. In many areas of science have different answers to this, but what I want to emphasize here is that this expression, this term, in the science of kalam, or in grammar, or in hadith, or in the Sharia politics, it's going to have different explanations. But what I want to state here is in the context that we're discussing here today, because we're talking about it from a community standpoint. And of course, we can talk about various, morality justice or social justice or economic justice or political justice. But what will I focus on the most? I will focus on the legal aspect, legal dimension, and justice in ruling governance, because this is what our societies need in the present. And justice in this regard is it's about everyone reaching what they are entitled to. Everyone reaching their rights and everyone getting what they're entitled to. And the shortcoming of the justice system. And because of that shortcoming of the justice system, we should be able to rebuild it in such a way to serve this target. And we need to be able to define justice in this way to ensure that everyone reaches their rights. And if every individual perception of justice is different. So, in order to determine what's just, what's right, what's good, there are philosophical discussions about this. And they all define justice in different ways. But as the Islamic Ummah, we think in a way that is contrary to such philosophies. And because these policies, these philosophies are being implemented, the evil and the good, what's right and what's not, are we see that they cannot be offered and provided in a right way, but because we define it right, what's right and what's just, such unbounded interpretations being discussed is not. I want to talk about what the right justice this is we won't be able to talk much about the fair distribution of the social resources, but perhaps we will also talk about political justice. But I want to talk about the justice in governance and the issue of establishing justice in governance, because this is the single most important type of justice, and all societies and all individuals, their peace of mind is going to be created this way.
التي تدل على أو تأمر بإقامة العدل.
There are many verses for this justice, and justice being implemented among human beings is ordered by many verses of the Holy Quran, and many verses have introduced this as a humanitarian instrument. So this is something that should be blessed upon and that should be granted upon the entire humanity, not just Muslims. So you have been charged with the responsibility of taking justice to mankind, and this needs to reach all human beings equally as a value. So Allah Almighty has orders us to do justice and to do what we do in a good way. So this is a loud and clear manifestation of the order of being inclusive, and there are many hadiths about this. That is, there are many hadiths that are banning oppression, and there are many hadiths in this regard actually. And that indicate this. And also human beings' experience is an important resource for us, showing us the importance of justice so that we can understand it better, we can perceive it better. So this human experience prepares an important ground for us. So if we cannot build this system on justice, the Ummah of Islam is going to be, Imam Asami says, a Muslim judge should be determined, should be chosen, because this is what the verse says. And among human beings, the installation of right is why you have been sent as the emperors of the earth. So you should accept this, acknowledge this, and accordingly appoint an imam. So if it's an obligation to determine a judge or a qadi, and it is an obligation for us in an equal way. And the justice system needs to be created, and this is an equal obligation. And there's another issue that I want to talk about. This such leader and such judge should issue his verdicts based on Islam when he's making decisions on this, because the justice system that is founded by the Muslims should uphold and fulfill the values and the duties of Islam. And how do you bring about justice? And how can you issue verdicts based on Islam? Because this changes with experience. And our main issue is to give everyone their right, because this is what is expected of us. So there is a variable of time and place, and we need to comply with such prerequisites and conditions. So then, there are certain issues that are set by Sharia, which cannot be overlooked by any Muslim at all. And there's an obligation to comply with it. And there are certain issues that are based on common law, and that is open to interpretation by people. And there are three main issues here that I would like to tell you. The justice system, when you are trying to establish justice in any system, it could be even ASRICA, there are three conditions. Or it could be within the governance as well, or by there are certain institutions that need to be complied by local institutions. This is laws and laws. You need to comply with the rules, that's given. The laws need to be set, and first and foremost, Allah Sharia these laws must be compliant with the Sharia law. So in a new law needs to be passed, a law needs to be passed for every area, because this is what the scholars say. Every incident comes with a verdict. And this is Sarasi Imam's quotations actually. And also this was uttered by Ebu Bakr al-Larzi, similar verse. He has said similar verse. We are nearing the end of our the duration, so can you please wrap up? Okay. These laws, they need to be compliant with Sharia, and this is Allah Almighty's immutable divine law, and we need to have the thick interpretations, and the entire needs of the society would be met by this judicial ground and by this legal ground, starting with the constitution, all the way to the very minute details. And this is an issue that we need to comply with, that we need to implement. The laws being compliant with Sharia. And the second issue that we need is any political issue to create the justice system. In order for us to implement this, the justice system's schematics need to be revealed in a clear way. So what do I mean by this? An entity needs to be in place, an organization for the foundation of the justice system. This entity should be an authority, and they need to have a governance schematics and a functioning and an operational schematics. It can be a board, or perhaps they can be created in the form of courts of appeals and public institutions. Also, they also public institutions. We have to make sure that public institutions comply with the verdicts of such entity, and the judicial system needs to be applicable, because when you prepare a legal platform and then you create the entity that's going to issue the verdicts, the justice systems, once they are in place, if you fail to create an entity, a mechanism that is going to implement the verdicts or to enforce the verdicts, then the society will still and again be deprived of justice, which is also an issue. And many scholars say that if people fail to comply with the laws, if they don't comply with the laws, you can wage war on them, he says, Ömer İttigal. And this is what he said. It's actually a farce to comply with the justice system. So we should make sure that it's our religious duty. We should make sure that people do not object to the justice system. And we should prepare this in such a way that the judgments, we have to guarantee the enforcement of the verdicts issued. It has to be unbiased and it shouldn't be under the sovereignty of any party. And the necessary material and financial aids need to be prepared. Dear Professor, if you want, can we please wrap up because we have exceeded our time a lot. Thank you very much. Okay, I finished. And the general legal mechanisms and the judgment mechanisms, the judicial mechanisms, we need to give them responsibility issues. So we need to give them their responsibility. So we talked about laws and we talked about the enforcement as well as the. So we talked about the executive organ, the enforcement organ, and the legislative bodies. So if we can manage these in ASRICA or in any other entity, we can ensure and bring about justice. May Allah's greetings be upon you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Misbahullah Abdul Bakir from Afghanistan. Without further ado, I'd like to give the floor to Professor Shayla. Professor Shayla Aynan Yusuf, are you here, ma'am? Ms. Shayla has a PowerPoint presentation which she will be using.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. It's a long day, right? There's so many speakers and they were enjoying their presentation. So, okay. From the last count, I saw that we have participants from 23 countries, and we are all united by a common greeting, which is Assalamu alaikum. I hope we can be united in other areas. Okay. So I pray that we will have a very constructive discussion on justice from various angles. And also I pray also that whatever recommendations raised will be taken into consideration and implemented. So I shall begin my presentation, which is on, where is it? Fine-tuning the concept of justice to bring it closer to Islamic principles. Okay. Now, what is the problem here? When we speak about fine-tuning the concept of justice, we are concerned that it has strayed. Good Lord, this one is, how do I turn this off? It has strayed away from the traditional notion of justice. The Quran provides the principles of justice, but scholars have differed as to how they should be implemented. Now we need to reassert the concept of justice specifically as a virtue, since the focus on the Islamic and Western worlds has been more significantly on the juridical and political aspects of justice. Hence, it is the aim of this paper to highlight the deviations in its application and bring it closer to Islamic principles. Well, a quick study shows that most countries, including Islamic countries, define justice from the juridical and political perspectives. It is also widely discussed in abstract terms as substance and procedure. The concept of justice in Islam should reflect Islamic principles, where justice is defined from humanity and divine perspective and not from juridical and political perspective. Justice in Islam is concerned with both an inward quality of the soul and an outward quality of virtue. So we have to be just to ourselves and with everything else and everyone else around us. So if we examine the four virtues, which is wisdom, temperance, courage, and justice, the only one that is inherently good is justice. The other three virtues are good when they serve virtuous ends, but justice surpasses all of them because it is concerned with the quality of the soul and society. So the Quran, as a primary source on justice, is focused more on welfare of mankind. It is not only about laws. So there are verses in the Quran which clearly state the real objective of creating the earth and the sky, and in fact, the whole universe is to uphold justice and remove evil. So if we accept the fact that the universe has been created to uphold justice, we as one of Allah's creations should also uphold justice. For this reason, upholding justice is one of our responsibilities as human beings. So what are the deviations here? So justice has been defined in a narrow sense due to secular definitions. So the so-called distributive and corrective justice, the natural justice, the formal justice, to name a few, are man-made laws on justice. It is not rooted in divine principles. Secondly, current focus on justice appears to be more skewed towards the juridical and political aspects of justice, but less so from the moral and ethical perspectives. So I would conclude here that in order for us a source of justice, but also people of justice. So justice is the only one of the four virtues that is inherently good. Wisdom, temperance, and courage are good when they serve virtuous ends, but justice surpasses all of them because it is concerned with the quality of the soul and society. So thus the concept of justice as applied today needs to be fine-tuned to truly reflect Islamic principles, where justice is to be related to both humanity and society. So to sum up, for a society to operate with full justice, we need righteous humans. For peace and justice to prevail in society, we do not require only laws of justice, but also people of justice. So that is to say, justice as a virtue of political institutions should be brought in relation to justice as a virtue of character. So what are my recommendations? More efforts should be made by Muslim nations to realign themselves to the traditional Islamic concept of justice. Justice should not be narrowly defined from the juridical, political, or secular perspective, but must have a wider meaning to include virtues. The concept of justice for Muslim nations should be fine-tuned to give greater focus to virtue-based or human-centric justice. So what's my policy paper? I would recommend that Assam Islamic Union, in their policy paper on justice, should give greater weight to welfare of humans in defining justice to balance out the lopsided attention given to the laws of justice. And my presentation is short and sweet, and you will not run out of time. Thank you very much.
Şehla hocama çok teşekkür ederim.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sheila. So we tried to draw a framework with Dr. Misfullah, and because the speech was long, I didn't summarize it. So creating a single roof mechanism and the justice in governance will ensure that we need success in every area. So in justice, the legal processes, the current structure, the system, as well as the entities that will enforce this system was discussed. And I'm grateful to Dr. Sheila, Assistant Professor Sheila. It's a brief and summary presentation, and she explained the justice and virtue concepts in a human-centric manner and how it was necessary. So these are the models that we can create, and presenting these to the international public opinion is very necessary and important. Thank you, Dr. Sheila, Professor Dr. Sheila. And now we will be listening to Muhammed Tash from Turkey, and he's going to talk about the importance of the justice system on behalf of Islamic countries and the paradigm of the justice system to be established. I will be sharing my screen.
Hakan Tanrıverdi Paşa'mıza ve kongrelerin hayata geçirilmesinde katkısı olan Assam'ın üye ve yöneticilerine teşekkür ediyorum.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank everyone who have contributed to this organization, and I would like to thank the participants for joining us today.
Şu an gözüküyor mu?
Can you see my screen?
Buyurun hocam.
Yes.
Sunacağım bildiri İslam ülkeleri adına adalet sisteminin önemi ve
I
oluşturulması.
will be talking about the importance of the justice system on behalf of Islamic countries and the paradigm of the justice system to be established.
Giriş yapacak olursak adalet topluma
To make an introduction, justice is the backbone of societies and it's the key to sustainable development. Creating a joint justice system in Islamic countries is not just about improving the existing legal infrastructure, but it can also bring together cultural and religious values. And
toplumlar arasında güveni arttırmak ve hukukun İslami ilkelerini daha etkili bir şekilde uygulamak açısından büyük bir potansiyele
creating a shared justice system creates many opportunities, such as enriching cultural diversity, in boosting community, trust in the community, and more effectively implementing law in the Islamic principles in the law. So taking action in this direction will help Islamic countries to strengthen their domestic systems and be more effectively represented in the international level. So we would also like to talk about the genocide in Palestine that has been going on since October 7th. And in the past, Mehmet II adopted a policy towards Western countries, and we see a similar situation today. But one difference, in the past, it was Mehmet who was the intelligent one, but this time we are not the intelligent ones. For example, after the conquest of Istanbul, Mehmet the Conqueror supported the Orthodox Church. Why? Because he wanted to keep the divisions between the sects in the Christian world and control the Orthodox Church. And today, the Islamic world is going through a similar thing, and they cannot show a defense. For example, there are still some divisions between Islamic countries. And the evolution of and the history of the justice system in the Islamic countries should be understood. It is important. This is important to understand the current situation. The justice system in the Islamic countries has a well-established historical depth, and this evolution process has been shaped by the Wael Halik's book, Introduction to Islamic Law, and the basic principles and past practices of Islamic law has shaped the evolution of this system. Marshall G.S. Hudgens' work, The Initiative of Islam, lays the foundations of the understanding, foundations of the justice in the Islamic world with the Prophet Muhammad. It dates back to the time of Muhammad. According to Hudson, in this period, justice was adopted as a fundamental principle of the society, and this understanding continued its existence since the establishment of Islamic states. According to Christopher Veeramantri's book, Islamic Law, an International Perspective, it is seen that the social, political changes affect the justice system and lead to various evolutions throughout history and cultural and religious dimensions. The cultural and religious dimensions of justice, shaped on Islamic basis, mean that law in the Islamic world goes beyond being just a normative framework. In this context, the Quran and the Hadith, which are the basic sources of Islam, explain in detail the principles of ensuring justice, how to integrate Islamic culture and religious values while creating a justice system is important in creating a fair paradigm. to look at the creation and the missions of the European Court of Human Rights. The European Court of Human Rights, ECHR, is based on the European Convention on Human Rights, which was signed in 1950 and entered into force in 1953. The Court of Human Rights was established among the member states of the Council of Europe to protect the fundamental rights and freedoms of individuals. And this is the creation of the European Council Convention and the European Court of Human Rights. In 1949, after the World War II, 12 member states of the new Council of Europe began working on the European Convention of Human Rights, which included the provisions already mentioned in the Declaration, such as the right to life, the prohibition of torture, the right to liberty and security. While it was inspired by the rights to a fair trial and freedom of expression, it was determined that there would be a judicial mechanism for the European countries that they would ensure the fundamental rights of the citizens would be respected. And the establishment of the European Court of Human Rights, it took place within the framework of the European Convention of Human Rights. Following the entry into force of the Convention, the ECHR began its operations in Strasbourg. On this day, detailed rules were determined regarding the powers and functioning of the court, and the court was established to protect the rights of individuals against states and to address cases of violations. And introduction of the right of individual application. This happened 32 years after the court was created. The court was initially tasked with handling interstate cases. However, in 1981, ECHR recognized the right of individuals to apply directly. This allowed individuals to persecute states for human rights violations by appealing directly to this court. Trial and decision processes. The court handles applications brought by individuals against their states. The litigation process includes the stages of parties expressing their opinions, presenting evidence, and the court making a decision. Decisions are binding and must be implemented by the states. Protocols and expansion. Various protocols and agreements were adopted to expand the powers of the European Court of Human Rights and provide access to more individuals. In addition to the convention, various protocols and additional documents have been adopted to further improve the functioning of the ECHR. ECHR is the court to which citizens of the 47 member states of the Council of Europe can apply. Its main mission can be set to protect and implement the rights and freedoms stipulated in the European Convention on Human Rights. Of course, at this point, instead of creating a legal reform in nation states on behalf of Islamic countries, an international mechanism should be created by member states, and this must be a priority. At this point, basic Islamic laws, legal infrastructures, and reform perspective for common justice system. It is necessary to focus on the existing legal infrastructure in Islamic countries and how reforms in this field can form the basis of a common justice system. In this regard, the current legal infrastructure in Islamic countries is generally a reflection of today's legal norms and practices, but deficiencies in this field and changing social needs necessitate reforms and open the doors of an evolution that will form the basis of a common justice system. Reshaping the justice system has a close connection with the deep-rooted foundations of the Islamic law, existing legal infrastructures, and the reforms that need to be made. In this context, it is important to implement efforts to establish a new justice system by examining the teachings of Islamic law, existing legal infrastructures, and, when necessary, taking radical reforms. The works of leading scholars of Islamic law can help us understand the basic principles and evolution of Islamic law that form the basis of this effort. Cooperation and diplomacy for the new face of justice. strategic approach. Cooperation and diplomatic efforts on the justice system among Islamic countries provide important strategic elements for the development of a common paradigm and starting a new era in the evolution of justice. An effort is needed to explore how justice can be achieved from a global perspective in line with the basic principles of Islamic law. To understand the evolution of the justice system in the Islamic world, Lawrence Rosen's Islamic Justice, Comparative Perspectives on Islamic Law and Society offers some understanding. We can examine how justice is perceived among different cultures and communities and how these perceptions overlap with each other. Through the work of Christopher Weiramentry, Islamic Law, an International Perspective, and the works of other experts, we can examine strategic approaches to exploring how a justice system can be created through cooperation and diplomacy on a global level. Diplomacy can be the cornerstone of a new justice system. This means that stakeholders in the Islamic world and international arena should come together for a common goal. Education and knowledge, the role of education in building the future of common justice. Ensuring a common unit of justice is closely related not only to the reform of existing systems, but also to the development of individuals and society's understanding of justice. In this context, education and information plays an important role among the cornerstones of a new justice system. Education, understanding the main education offers a powerful platform to understand the basic principles of justice, evaluate social justice, and learn how individuals can contribute to these concepts. John Rawls' work can be a useful starting point. The role of technology in education cannot be ignored, like e-learning and digital resources can provide powerful tools to promote concepts of justice to broad audiences. Martha Nussbaum's work offers an in-depth examination of how education can play an important role in social justice. It emphasizes, when we look at the applicability of the common justice paradigm and the challenges it may face, a detailed examination of innovative and fair approach in the real world, we see integrating the balancing the powers between the stakeholders will be an important component, and explaining this paradigm to the society are very important. The success of an innovative justice system paradigm depends on society accepting and embracing this change. At this point, creating an effective education strategy plays a critical role. When explaining it to the society, it is important to emphasize the positive results and positive effects that will come by determining the main idea by emphasizing important points. And like any radical change, a new justice system paradigm may face legal, ethical, and social challenges which must be addressed, and future vision for the future. It is necessary to evaluate the future role and evolution of a common justice system in Islamic countries, just as the European Court of Human Rights. We need to look at evolution of justice. Please wrap up. Compatible with the richness of Islamic law, the common justice system of the future will evolve based on basic principles of Islam, and technology and justice. The change caused by digitalization will also help us implement these systems, and social participation, diversity will also be useful in shaping the justice in the future. And final word. This article is not just an article, It's also a call to lay the foundations of a new justice system inspired by law, aimed at evaluating and improving existing infrastructures and adopting bold reforms internationally. The most ideal mechanism to ensure justice in our age is democracy. The most needed ground for absolute justice is the separation of powers. Thank you very much for your attention. I think I'm a little bit late. No, you're just on time. Thank you very much. Muhammed Bey, it was a very good and useful presentation. You talked about the systems and the processes in the European Court of Human Rights and other different bodies. And actually, we recognize these legislations, but there are many other countries which do not adopt these mechanisms. And the speaker emphasized the importance of democratization in the process. By studying the existing models of our age, we can come up with a new model of our own. So I think we all agree that that would be the best for all of us. And we continue with Dr. Mahmoud Masalha from Palestine. He will be talking about the main and subtitles of the principle of Islamic justice, determination of procedures and principles in the determination. Over to you, Mr. Mohammed.
Burada mısınız?
Oğuzhan Hocam geldi. Hemen az sonra giriyor devreye.
Tamamdır. İsterseniz Eşref Bey ile başlayıp Mahmut Bey'in bağlantı sorunu varsa Mahmut Bey bir sonraki konuşmacı olarak.
If you like, we can continue with Professor Ashraf Dawaba and we can listen to Dr. Mahmoud when he's ready. Okay. Mahmoud? Dr. Mahmoud Fadal. Over to you. I think there's a problem in his connection. Dr. Mahmoud, we can see you, but we cannot hear you.
ومن صار على دربه يوم الدين ربنا آمنا بك واتبعنا الرسول فاكتبنا مع الشاهدين وبعد نشكر الإخوة.
Yes. Distinguished brothers and sisters, thank you very much for organizing this program. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to you, bringing together the Islamic countries and bringing all Islamic communities together to create an Islamic Union. This meeting is very important, and we know that building an Islamic Union will be beneficial for all. Yes, the current bloodshed and loss of justice and the tortures and the massacres, why are they happening? It is because the West has failed to establish a justice system after the world wars. These massacres did not stop, and justice was always lost because as long as we don't have an Islamic Union, we cannot have justice, and this suffering will continue. Distinguished brothers and sisters, my topic of course, our subject is Islamic justice. I will be addressing this issue on the basis of 5 claims. Ahide, belief, a justice in Ahide, a justice in belief, because we have faith in one. We believe in only one Allah. And so we call it the belief in one. So who are we struggling against? There are other movements that defend that there are more than one God, and there is more than one God. And there are also other groups that claim that there is no God. So we are struggling against these corrupt ideas.
ترتكز على عدالة العقيدة الإسلامية، عقيدة التوحيد الخالص. ألا لله الدين الخالص واعبدوا الله مخلصين له الدين. فإذا من هنا تبدأ العدالة ثم تنتشر إلى جميع الجوانب الحياتية. فقول الله عز وجل في سورة الإخلاص.
And then in Ikhlas Surah, Allah says, Kul huwallahu ahad. The ahad in that surah is more important than wahdat. The eternal ahadiyya is an absolute ahadiyya. It means Allah existing in its own existence as one in the whole universe. Everything that exists because Allah exists. So, if we continue with the second point, the main and subtitles of the principle of Islamic justice. The third main title is the social justice, because social justice affects the justice of belief. Allah orders you to give the entrusted to the owners, and when you rule, you must rule with justice. And our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam says, "You are all shepherds. You are all responsible for the people you are ruling over." So a man is a shepherd of his home, and the wife has responsibilities in the home, and the servants also have domestic responsibilities. They are all responsible for their homes, and the hadith addresses all individuals of the Ummah, starting from the head of the states. There is an even distribution of responsibilities, and this fair distribution means that everyone can contribute according to their physical capabilities.
And according to their information level, they will have this responsibility according to their own limitations. And starting from this point, we will have qualified community, and the community becomes educated, qualified, as targeted by our Prophet Muhammad. And for the family, there is a responsibility on the shoulders of both male and female. In Nisa verse, Nisa Surah, starting all human beings, all people, I created, the Almighty Allah created all of you out of one breath, from one nest, and Eve was created by the ribbon, through the ribbon of Adam. And our mother, Eve, is a piece of Adam. And they complement each other. They complete each other. So we see there's a completion. And the relationship between women and men is based on affection and mercy. They complete each other. According to the physical characteristics, this relationship is shaped based on love. It is different than other agreements because it says there's an absolute equality between men and women, but it destroys society. It is different from gender equality. Islamic understanding is different from that. It traces back to 5,000 years. You know of Lut Qawm. Islam protected women. You remember the tribe of Lut. But according to the Islamic belief, there is a justice between men and women. My first topic will be justice in politics. To select the leader in the Islamic law, it should be within the framework of Islamic law, and there should be approval of Ummah and Sunnah. If it is chosen in this way, then it means Shura. The principle of Shura was adopted by the Prophet Muhammad. Consultation was very crucial in all of the battles during the period of Muhammad, and he consulted all the relatives around him. The Sahaba was consulted, and with this consultation, 6 people were selected at that time, and one more was added, and among them, one Khalifa was chosen, was selected. Hazreti Ali, Osman, or Ömer would be chosen. All the details were determined at that time. Abdurrahman bin Auf radiyallahu anh said that I will withdraw from the selection and I will follow up the election, and this was a sign of transparency. And the consultation was made among the people of the city, the elderly, the rich, the poor, the young, And the children, they all answered whether they would like to choose Hazreti Osman or Hazreti Ömer. And this was the top level of justice at that time. Can you please wrap up because you have only 2 minutes?
نعم أنا إذا أطلت يعني سأنهي إن شاء الله.
إن شاء الله.
إن شاء الله.
Okay, I will end. I will finish my presentation. This method was based on consultation. This was not experienced before, and Prophet Muhammad laid the basis of consultation with all of the principles, how the administrator should be selected. And Islamic economy, my dear brothers, there are 3 pillars of Islamic economy: individual property, general property, and state property. But the capitalist opinion only focuses on individual property and state property, and capitalism is only relevant with state property. General property was emphasized by Islam, and this concept was embraced by Islam, and it is for the sake of the whole humanity. Our Prophet Muhammad says that water, fire, and harvest, vegetables, this should be reachable by the people. Now, these are all being exploited. For example, we have the electricity now, but the cost of electricity should be lowered so that there will be no poverty. We need to have a project to remove the poverty among the people. The poor should be aided. It is really important to give alms. There should be markets, bazaars for charity, and this should be distributed to the poor people free of charge. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Inshallah, our communication will continue. Thank you, Mr. Mahmoud, for your presentation on social justice. He touched upon economic properties, and especially in modern world, how can we eliminate poverty? There are many issues related to that, and there are very important models and examples in the Islamic world, and we would like to thank Mr. Mahmoud for his recommendations. Now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Ashraf Nawaba from Lebanon. He is going to attend from Lebanon. And he'll be talking about economic choices to ensure unity. I would like to thank you for organizing this conference, and I hope that it will be auspicious for Ummah. İnşallah.
تمام أبدأ إن شاء الله. بالنسبة للموضوع الوحدة الاقتصادية حقيقة هو هدف تتمناه الشعوب
For
الإسلامية.
the economic union,
العدالة أن يكون لها دور في ذلك حتى تكون هذه
all the Muslim
تعم خيرات
communities are targeting to have one unity, economic unity as well.
ولكن إلى الآن ما
And Muslim countries will gain their sovereignty. But unfortunately, in the Islamic world, there are many challenges,
خاصة الوحدة الاقتصادية والوحدة السياسية.
and we are going through a bottleneck. Now, there are many pains, griefs of the Islamic world nowadays, and this is a tough period for us. And today, the correct language is unity. This is how we can preserve each other, protect each other. Economic justice. What is economic justice? What kind of economic union can be ensured? And in this presentation, I will be talking about welfare and economic justice to ensure Islamic unity. Justice theory and economic justice is a very broad concept, and it is an element of social justice. And if we can, and if we ensure this, then individuals will be able to gain their freedoms. Economic justice is very important to ensure equality among different societies. And there is a distinction between the different parts of society due to capitalism. But if we could ensure justice in economy within the scope of Islam, this will be for the benefit of all people. In ayah, in verses in surah, Allah Almighty commands that people, we are here in the world. You are in the world to ensure the justice. Justice is very important. You are assigned to ensure justice, to spread justice. And this is also reflected in the life of our Prophet Muhammad. And in all the hadith, you should believe in Allah, and you will be a servant to Allah, you will not be a servant to people. And this idea passed on generations to generations. So let's define economic justice. This foresees an economic system to ensure continuation of economic activities, like providing equal opportunities and equal resources for everyone, and justice in the distribution of economic resources and economic products. So this can be the definition in a nutshell. there should be a fair distribution among all the individuals of the society. And justice should not discriminate people. And if there are needy people, then these people should be protected within this system. And another important principle is freedom. If there is freedom, then economic justice can be ensured. There should be a political freedom. And unfortunately, in this capitalist system, we cannot talk about a political freedom. There is no freedom of opinion, freedom of thought. That is why there is no freedom in the economic issues. Of course, state property has always been controversial throughout history. But the most beneficial opinion will be that there should be an integration between state property and private property. It should be integrated, and property opportunities should be ensured equally. And nepotism should be eradicated. Nepotism, favoritism should be abolished. And there are some with superior economic conditions, some with lower economic conditions, so that people will ensure justice and economic fairness among themselves. So if this is an exam, if this is an issue for us, we need to ensure solidarity among ourselves. There should be an economic solidarity, and zakat is one of the most important indicators of the economic solidarity. We call it takawuf, and solidarity will ensure the distribution and circulation of capital. And the treasury in the Islamic countries should be distributed fairly. There are some economic groupings, economic unions, organizations in all corners of the world, and thanks to these organizations, there are many benefits, many advantages, but most of these organizations are among the states, and there is a representation of a state, and there are many models, and they tried to have economic integration among the Islamic states, but these attempts all failed. But we still need this economic justice platform. We established a platform to coordinate and to foster coordination and cooperation.
بقيام تلك المجلس وفق تكتلات إقليمية يعني كمثلا الجمهورية التركية
Now,
ودول جنوب شرق آسيا ودول الشرق الأوسط
the, there is an economic union among the Turkic countries, Turkic states. As a temporary solution, we can support this organization. And after we establish the platform that we are designing, we are going to ensure economic justice, and we are going to determine and set out the steps to ensure economic justice. And of course, the principle of freedom is a prerequisite for us. And solidarity, the spirit of solidarity should be maintained among the Islamic countries. And with the principle of integration, we are going to come together as Islamic countries. We have many recommendations on that. And we are going to share our resources, and we have already set out a framework for this. And this will be an alternative to the capitalist system, which is trying to size the world. And this is an integrated economic system where the spirit of solidarity prevails, and the NGOs, institutions, and also foundations play a pivotal role to share zakat and to distribute economic issues, and we will be able to revive economy thanks to this system, and we will also include our young people into this system. Last but not least, we want to unite economic law among the Islamic countries. They should be similar to each other. The law and the regulations should be adapted both for private sector and NGOs sector should be supported. Thank you very much for listening to me. Well, you were on time. I would warn you, but you just finished your presentation. Thank you, Mr. Ashraf. Mr. Ashraf participated to our conference from Lebanon, and he touched upon economic justice to ensure Islamic unity, takawuf culture, which is the culture of solidarity and fair distribution, and approach of property. These are all very important topics, and this also sets out an example for this. We need to assess all of these issues. Once again, I would like to thank all the speakers in the session. Now I would like to end my session. Mr. Oğuzhan Akyener, you moderated greatly. Thank you. You also summarized all the speeches of the speakers, and we would like to come together again in the coming programs. And I would like to thank all the speakers as well for their valuable information. They shed light on different topics. Now we are going to have a break. And we are going to hear a song of Kızıl Elma, which can be translated as Red Apple. Then we will proceed with the program.
boylansın, boyumuz boylansın, soyumuz soylansın. Hakkın adaletiyle, hakkın adaletiyle, nizamı alemine, nizamı alemine, tüm cihan aydınlansın, tüm cihan aydınlansın. Hey. Bu yoldan dönersek gök girsin, kızıl çıksın. Bu yoldan dönersek gök girsin, kızıl çıksın. Hakkın adaletiyle, hakkın adaletiyle, nizamı alemiyle, nizamı alemiyle, tüm cihan aydınlansın, tüm cihan aydınlansın. Hey.
Çok güzel bir ezgi dinledik. Burada bizi Karahanlılarla Orta Asya'da başlayan İslamiyet'in Selçuklularla devam ederek Anadolu'ya taşınması ve Anadolu'dan bir cihan imparatorluğunu ortaya çıkarak İslam'ın nizam-ı alem örneklerini bütün dünyaya gösterdiğini, bu sembolik görüntülerle ve müzik eşliğinde bize yüce hislerle, ulvi hislerle yaşattı. Eser sahibini kongreden sonra arayıp özellikle teşekkür edeceğim. Oturumlarımıza devam ediyoruz.
We are continuing with our sessions, and in this session, the third session will be moderated by Mr. Erdal Aydın, and 6 papers will be submitted, and the justice system models in Islam Union. Yes, Mr. Erdal Aydın, Associate Professor Erdal Aydın.
Sanıyorum bir bağlantı sıkıntımız var. Hocamız devreye girinceye
I
kadar...
guess there is a connection issue. So until Associate Professor Erdal Aydın connects, we will be listening to Associate Professor Ahmet Özal's presentation. Are you ready, sir? Ruler and Justice in Medieval Islamic Points and the Wheel of Justice.
Ahmet Hocam hazır mı?
Is Professor Ahmet Özdal ready?
Bir bağlantı hatası olduğunu düşünüyorum. Ulaşamıyoruz.
We cannot reach him.
Gayret ediyoruz ulaşmaya.
We're doing our best, but we cannot reach him.
Abdülkadir Turan Bey hazır mıdır?
Is Mr. Abdulkadir Turan ready? Mr. Ahmet, I guess you're getting back to us. Is that right?
Ahmet Hoca'yı bilahare alalım.
We're going to listen to Associate Professor Ahmet Özdal later on. So right now we are going to listen to Dr. Abdülkadir Turan. I'm ready. Selamünaleyküm. You will be listening to the Nur al-Din Mahmud Zangi's Institution of Justice in Darul Dal. It started about like 10 minutes early, so I wonder if the professors couldn't connect. Yeah, Ahmet Özdal just connected. So then let us, sorry, please forgive us, Dr. Abdülkadir. Let's start with Professor Ahmet Özdal. Welcome, Ahmet Özdal. Hi, can you hear me? We just couldn't reach you, so we didn't want to delay, so we moved on to the next speech. So we're listening to your presentation, The Ruler and Justice in Medieval Islamic Politics and the Wheel of Justice. We're listening to you. I would like to greet you all with my deepest respects, and let us start with most of the works of art that have been taken into account as political declarations. There is a bill of justice. The word politics.
Şeyler ama yine bir hatırlamamız iyi olacak.
Politikanın things that we know well. And politica, the opposite of is polymorphism, but see what they say is siyasa in Islamic. It is the derivation of horse grooming, and this is just a simile, and there is no error in simile, but horses and grooms, just like the horse. It is they know how to treat the horse. And is it like treating the people like a horse? No, we shouldn't think of it like that, because horse grooming is a very special, has a very special position and location. So even when you think of the cherry comb, you have to adjust it in such a way that the horse won't get upset just because it hurts him, but in such a way that it won't be useful either. So it's we just know a few political works, and many classical Islamic authors have also written a political anthology, and there are many political compilations, and here is the gist of it. Ruling the society is not that easy as it seems. There's a finesse to it. When we talk about royalty, it's not about being rough and tough, and the people won't care about you at all if your policy is wrong, and there are words that give the signs, and every ruler needs to take that into account, that there is a wheel of justice where this is recommended, and these wheels or circles of justice, every sentence of these are constituted by sequential sentences, and each and every sentence is connected with the preceding and the following sentence, and the last one is also connected to the first one. And in which works do we see the wheels? For instance, Aristoteles has the Book of Secrets, and the wheel of justice definition is referred to ancient. There are other wheels of justice. For instance, Mesudis Murucu Zemin is talking about another wheel of. It is the Sassanids, former Persian state that they are referred to, but neither from ancient Greek nor from the Sassanids, other than the works that are given to us, we don't know very much information about the wheel of justice other than what the authors gave us. And the authors, even though they wrote it they were referring this to Iranian kingdoms or other civilizations. This wheel of justice is a concept that has emerged from the Islamic world. There are some four wheels of justice with four slices, and I'm going to give you an example. Without a human being, you don't have a state. Without money, there is no human being. Without any welfare, there is no money. And if you don't have good governance and money, you don't have welfare. So there is, it circles back. And El Masudi talks about the wheel of justice, which is of eight, it is longer, it has got 8 months, and it again circles back. And his definition is, he says, the word sovereignty, dynasty, country, and state surrounds it as a garden. And sovereignty is a serfdom that is protected with law. Law is run, it is an administration managed by the sultanate. And the sultan or the king is supported, is a shepherd or a power or a force supported by the army. And the army is fed, they are soldiers or dragons fed with money or property. Then money means it is an income that is created by human beings, and human beings are subjected, they are servants that are covered by justice, and justice is happiness, richness, or the repair of the world. So it circles back to world, which is a circle. There's another wheel of justice. It's from Ibn Habban. This is from the book Ukala of Ravzan. And this is different because in the ruler, this rather focuses on the vizier. And the viziers, as you know, the king is the leading person, but it is the vizier or the sadrazam that is in charge of execution. It is the executive branch. Sometimes it even surpasses that of the king. So a king's kingdom cannot continue if the official entities do not obey them. And then the official entities, they do not obey in the absence of the vizier. And going to the vizier, if he is not loyal and selfless, this doesn't take place. And this is not possible without honesty and good judgment. So this strong entity is not created without money, and money cannot be obtained without the trade and the agriculture of the human beings. And if there is no justice, human beings cannot exercise agriculture or trade. So this is how it circles back. So this continuity of the kingdom or the state wouldn't be possible without turning the wheels of justice. So if you remove any one of these slices, the system will collapse. And in the very center, we have justice. So this is a cyclical system, and the components are connected to each other. And the beginning junction is generally the ruler, as we have said, and the center is the justice. So according to this wheel, the Sultan takes the power from the army, and army comes together thanks to the treasury. Treasury is filled with the tax collection, and as we've seen, taxes are collected thanks to agricultural production or just production or trade or commerce. This is how taxes are collected. And production is attributed to farmers or the tradesmen, and it increases by offering them a safe and secure setting, and this is only possible thanks to the Sultan ensuring justice. So in classical works of art, we see the wheels of justice. There are richer varieties, and there are various combinations that we can see. And the wheels of justice is to teach, it gives them a dilemma for rulers or candidate rulers who could think that who could be in the delusion of being absolute rulers. So the rulers, if they tell you, if you deviate from the will of justice to exercise your power, that power can be taken from their hands immediately. And if they have opted for oppression, the subject that will take it from their hands, the power, that power could be a divine power or not an abstract power or the people themselves. So it is not the divine power, but what will take the power from that ruler's hands would be the people. That is the rulers, the scholars, the aristocrats, that is the landowners or the big merchants or the merchants taking an opposing front stance, a coup d'etat by the army, and the creation of a chaos, which we call fitna, or a general public riot possibilities, are the main threats that would require the ruler to be on alert. So, in the medieval Islamic countries, the monarchic power is within limits that are much narrower than thought. So, a sultan that deviates from the line of justice, their authorities can easily be up for discussion or debate. So, we know it as Beytül Mal, the state treasury, filling it in a right and just way, or using it if they don't spend it for the public good, provided that it is in moderation, if there is no secure setting that is created, and even if they act against the values of the people that they run or that they rule, they will face a tough, harsh opposition, and they will be quite indifferent to that sultan because that sultan is a figure that is much visible. So they are inside, and this is how they appear. Because when we talk about rulers, they are not. They are always with the people, together with the people, and they are figures who need to be much careful about themselves, and how they behave are strictly monitored, and they can be exposed to wrong interpretations. Being a ruler like that or an emperor could be like even an act of drinking wine. If the emperor drinks wine, he would need to drink it in secret. So I'm going back. If this wheel of justice, or if the gears of this wheel, if they act the way they like, the conclusions would be the way we wouldn't guess or expect. This is like a praise to monarchy, but what I'm trying to tell is whether your system is an oligarchy or a monarchy or an oligarchy, if you don't have justice in the core and meritology in the core, as we always say, and merit, and if these are not in the center, your manner of rule has no meaning at all. But if you are even a bad monarchy is seen like a bad regime, but when you look at the history of Islam, because they have justice in the center, it isn't an absolute monarchy as it is discussed or believed. It is a fine politics that they have ruled with. I think I have run out of my time, and this is all I have to tell. And I would like to thank you for listening to me. Thank you, Mr. Ahmet Özdal, Associate Professor. Hopefully we will see you in other meetings. And Professor Erdal Aydın, I see you joining. He was in a place where there was no reception, so we couldn't reach him. But thankfully he got back to me. Welcome, sir. Thank you for arranging this beautiful meeting. I would like to express my gratitude. I thought it was 1440. I think it was due to PDF, or perhaps you brought it forward. Thank you very much, and it's a wonderful assessment, great analytics. I did hear you. It's a wonderful presentation, and what matters is we need to look at the not the frame or the outside, but we should look at the contents, and we shouldn't judge a cover by a book by its cover, whether it's monarchy or oligarchy. It is very meaningful that justice is paramount, and I'm making my notes. So for the next presentation, I don't know if it's ready, but uh, Dr. Turan, when Dr. Abdul Kadir Turan said, so you have the wheel as the moderator. Yes, it is my honor to take over the flag. Mr. Abdul Kadir, let us start if you're ready. Assalamu alaikum. I wish that this meeting is auspicious. This is my third time in the Assam gatherings. I believe Professor Ali is hearing me. The book, I am hoping that at least the books will be published as in the form of PDF at least. Okay, I hear you, and I made a note of it. So I will be talking about Nur al-Din Mahmud Zengiz. He is the ruler before Salatin Ayyubi, and I will be talking about his reinstitution of justice and Darul Adl, and I have written it in the paper. Now, the experience of Nur al-Al, why is it important? It is important in the sense that the third Alpha's millennium of Islam is about to be completed. And at the end of the first 5 centuries of Islam, when there was a problem that was seen, there is they look at the solutions to find similarities. And Nur al-Din Zengi took justice, and justice that he made an association with justice and unity, and he prioritized justice over everything else. And that the association with justice and unity is about it was with Al-Quds, and it was with Qudus and Masjid al-Aqsa. So it's not an historical experience, but at the same time, it is directly related with what we were experiencing. So in the Crusades, the Muslims saw this purely as an external invasion, perhaps with economic purposes, and perhaps they didn't take it as seriously. In 1109, Muhammad Tabbars Ana declared a jihad, but in 1146, while Nureddin was the ruler, it was seen as a military issue. But in 1146, when Nureddin became the governor of Aleppo, and it was Necmettin Talayub and Şevkun, and the uncle, and Nureddin Mahmud, they call it the Atabek, but they weren't the Atabeks. And they noticed their relation with the internal problems, and they agreed that unless these inner problems were solved, it wasn't possible to get rid of this trouble from the outside and the scourge. So it was possible with improvement on the inside. So in the leadership, in the guidance of Ghazali, they have identified many problems, and in which justice was at the center of this. And Nureddin understood the following. fighting with the foreign enemies, it was to get power, get force. But force requires unity, because if you are in you will lose your wind, they say, because if you are in conflict, the unity is necessary, and there are two main conditions for this unity. Number one is safety, and number two is justice. When we talk about safety and security, this is instilling trust among the Muslims, because when you have trust, then you will have unity, because it's Muslim rulers being just, and when they are just, they will be reliable, and then this unity will become sustainable and continuous. So accordingly, a new justice order was tried to be created. And the actual problem for Muslims is, since the Umayyads, there is this political judgment. So you can call this political execution, which was widespread in the Islamic realm. So the amirs and the rulers, without creating a court, they could decide to execute. They could capital punishment. They could issue capital punishment or to execute an individual. And this leads to a shattering between the state and the nation, as well as the ruling parties. And initially and actually, this led to the fragmentation of both the state and the society. And in the beginning, what Nureddin did is he put an end to the political executions. And then the other issue that he developed is the ruler always should be punished, and the subjects would be forgiven to the extent possible. So disciplining the rulers with punishment, and then the subjects would be forgiven. So the problems that they have faced due to injustice would be remedied. So a unity of state and nation would start. And it was in Hazreti Ömer, or in the Prophet's time, the oppressed courts were created once again in a small masjid on Mondays and Thursdays, together with the state council. They sat down, and without a secretary, they made announcements, and whoever had complaints of him or whichever other Amir, come and talk to us and let us solve their problems, he said. So he built a court, he created a court. And then every Qadi was a serf of their own in the Shan area that was deteriorated. But he created a chief judge system. So all the judges would report to the chief judge, which would prevent arbitrary and discretional approach by the judges. And the political executions were prevented, and Nureddin stayed away from being arbitrary. And he created the court for the oppressed to protect them, and he created the chief judge position and to save the judges, and he brought about a harmony. And the court martials were almost, they had been banned, and there was a position of Kazaskar, which is the military judge, and Kadı Asker. And that position was recreated. So in the judicial order, they had unity as well as harmony, as well as a horizon. And this was a need, and there was a need for maturity. There was a need for many things. And when you looked at it from other countries, people were able to say there is justice prevailing in this country. And Salatin did this in Egypt and Libya, north of Sudan, Yemen, they all performed this. So between both sides of the country, there was a unity in law as well. So the there is the Darul Adel, which is the symbol institution. Darul Adel is not a physical entity. What Nureddin did there as an innovation in Damascus, it is the capital of Syria, a building called Darul Adel. He opened that in the beginning of 1100. So this order of justice, it became a monumentary symbol of sorts beyond a physical building, because before Nureddin, no Islamic emperor created a Darul Adl, that is the door of justice. And there is no palace. It is the palace of, he doesn't have a palace. He just has he has a simple mansion in Damascus, but he built a palace. And you can call that a monumentary, actually. And then what happened as a result? In 1146, when Nureddin became Amir in Aleppo, he is actually, he's considered a rebel. And his brother is Atabey. So he was never, his brother was entitled to be an Atabey, an elderman, but he brought a just order. And when he created the unity there, and when he embraced this just order with the target of expelling the Crusaders from the Islamic realm, Nureddin did not only become legitimate in the eyes of the community, he also became sacred like an imam. And the Seljuk rule in Baghdad, they had to acknowledge Nureddin, and they had to approve him. And the Damascus was entirely a border city between the Seljuks, Abbasids, and the Fatimids. And the conflict, it was destroyed, and the unity of the state and nation was no longer there. So he reinstated that unity. And thirdly, when he restored justice, the public order problems were also eliminated. So the country's military energy was helped, it was prevented from being spent inside, and also the Bedouins who were looting the place stopped looting it. So this energy would be channeled into combating the Crusaders towards fulfilling or manifesting the Al-Quds strategy, because this strategy was even criticized by some through the pulpit of Masjid al-Aqsa. And this just order, this harmony that he created, started to echo across the Islamic realm, and the serfdoms around him, they started sending their rulers or the ruling party to obey him or to get under his rule, and which created entity into a center of attraction. It was a small circle first, then it joined with Damash, that is the two Tekkins, the Shaysar Emirate, the Jaber. Jaber is conquered, followed by Egypt, and then Mosul and around it join him. And together with Saladin's activities, Libya, Sudan, north of Tunis, Yemen, Hijaz. So he creates a sovereign order, and that three needs that the Muslims miss, that is the maturity, external and obligatory needs. He ordered that, and he became an imam of sorts for the Muslims. And the Christian sources nominate him as the natural caliphate of the Muslims. And fourth, this justice activities carried on by Nureddin This justice activity it brings about a superiority over the Crusaders. So unlike what's known, Muslims are not pious back then. They are wealthy, they are rich, they are worldly, whereas the Crusaders are as pious as it gets. So they cannot even, they are very devout Christians. And this activity of devotion, it covers the gap in between. And during William's rule, he's one of the famous cardinals. We understand from his chronicles on the Crusades, the Crusaders start envying Nureddin. And William Suarva says he's the biggest enemy of Christianity, but they are sure even if it's for the enemy, he never lies. And he is more just compared to our Crusader kings. And when we go back to the Salahuddin al-Ayyubi's period, this is going to bring about a division between the Crusaders because they have waged a holy war, but the purpose won't be there any longer. So it is like when they are sending people to Palestine, Al-Quds, their claim was to eliminate oppression because they said the Muslim rules, they oppress the Christians and the Muslims, but Christians more. But then the Muslims never used the expression crusades, and they didn't call them Christians either. They called them Franks. Franks meant not French, not the French, but the Europeans. And this is a valuable and just concept because even if it's little in Aleppo and in Damascus, there were Christians who didn't support the Crusades. So had they called it the Christian wars, it would have made them sad. And if they called it crusades, it wasn't any different between calling them crusaders or Christians. Even when they were naming it, they were very meticulous. So he really did his best to detach the Armenians from the Crusaders. And some sent a letter to the Caliphate, and they say the conquest of Al-Quds is very close by, and it is going to be followed with the conquest of Constantinople, that is Istanbul, they say. So justice and safety and the order doesn't cover the Muslims. It also covers the Christians as well, and also it defeats the enemy from a moral point. It is victorious over them. And when we go to the Salatin's period, there's an intervention about time. Distinguished professor, you're all excited, I get it, and I'm making notes, but if you can kindly wrap it up. Yeah, inshallah, I will wrap. As a consequence, Muslims were in unity, the enemy was divided, because this is the main philosophy of Nureddin and Nureddin Zengi. They unite the Ummah and divide the enemy. You should be violent against the enemy, but there should be justice for all, regardless of whether they are subjects or enemies. And Sayyid al-Alubi will continue because in 1187 we get the news and Al-Quds will be conquered, and when the pulpit has a very important place for us. In the Islamic states, the pulpit means the sovereignty, but Salahuddin al-Ayyubi won't build a pulpit there, and when he's building, he wants Nureddin's pulpit to be brought and to be placed in Masjid al-Aqsa. So this is the historical unity that will be continuous through Salahuddin al-Ayyubi, because every sultan becoming one and individual will no longer be the case. So past, present, and the future will bring about a unity. And this is not only to expel the Crusaders, but also it's going to expel the Mongolians at the same time. And Iran and Turkestan will be invaded and occupied by the Mongolians, but Damascus and Egypt and Turkestan won't be invaded. And the Mamluks until 1917, that will live in order, in public order and unity. And I apologize for taking too long if I did. Thank you for listening to me. It was a very good and meaningful paper. You summarized it well. It's not that easy to summarize and concentrate an era in a matter of merely minutes. And you summarized significant messages for us. Thank you very much. And the next professor, I don't know if he's here, Professor İlham Bekmirzaev from Uzbekistan is going to talk about the role of the Fakis of Olimoza in the political, social, and cultural life of Bukhara in the 11th and 13th centuries.
Erdal Aydın hocam teşekkür ederim. Sizden çok memnun oldum.
Erdal Aydın, Professor, thank you very much.
Benim prezentam göründü mü görünmedi mi?
Can you see my presentation? Yes. Okay, thank you. Yes, we can see your video and we can hear you well. Can I speak in English?
Just depends to you.
Teşekkür ederim.
But we prefer Turkish, of course, because the parties.
Okay, teşekkürler. Özbek Türk dili çok yakın yani. O zaman
Aynen,
ben
daha güzel olur,
anlıyorum. Hepsi
daha güzel
uzman. Teşekkür ederim. Benim konumum
Thank you.
or in the social and cultural life of Bukhara.
11 Bukhara'nın siyasi ve sosyal kültürel yaşamında
And content analysis of research on the activities of the Sadr Banu Maza family in Bukhara, and second, relations between the Seljuk Empire and Banu Maza family, and third, political rule of the Banu Maza family in Bukhara, faqihs, fuqaha from the Banu Maza family, and conclusion. And duplicate research on the Banu Maza family and its faqihs in sources written in the Tabaqat genre. And second, information about Banu Maza family found in some sections and chapters of researches conducted in the countries, West and East countries. Informations on the works of faqihs from the Banu Maza family in the Arab Muslim lands, and informations about Banu Maza family by European and Turkish researchers in the form of scientific articles. The activities of the Banu Maza or the Maza family in Bukhara coincided with a military conflict between the Western Karahanid Sultanate 894-1212 and the Seljuk rulers 1040-1194. We can historical buildings and cultural monuments built during the Seljuk period, yes, and many monuments, and the political ruler of the Banu Maza family in Bukhara. First, Burhanul Kabir. Burhanul Kabir, the founder of the Banu Maza family, came to Bukhara as a result of accompanying Sultan Sanjar 1118-1157 on his military campaigns in Transoxiana, Mawar and having been originally from Merv, later the title Bukhari was added to the names of faqihs from the Banu Maza family as a main activity of the Sadrs and faqihs from this dynasty took place in Bukhara. Due to the escalation of the tensions with the local scholars such as the Safarids, the upper classes, and the last Karahanid ruler Kılıç Arslan Khan Osman, and Banu Maza family was forced to move Samarkand to carry out their activities. And the sharpness of the conflict between Banu Maza family and the local rulers can also be seen in the fact that the coins or banknotes minted at that time and very sealed documents didn't reflect the name or surname of any scholars who came out of the Sadrs. And there are two different pedigrees about Banu Maza families. This pedigree is said to be related to the period of their rule in Bukhara and the faqirs who came from the family. First, the ru'asa, leadership of the Banu Mazar family in Bukhara. Second, the faqirs from Banu Mazar family in Bukhara. Under the political patronage of Sultan Sanjar, Banu Mazar family served the development of culture, science, and education, as well as jurisprudence in Bukhara. For example, they established the Khizanatul Kutub library in the Sikkatul Dehqan neighborhood. After the reign of Sultan Sanjar, the Sadrs in Bukhara tried to establish themselves as a descendants of Husamuddin Sadr Shahid and his brother Tajuddin Sadr Sa'id, the two faqih sons of Burhanul Kabir, in order to strengthen their position in Transoxiana, Mawar al-Nahr. This policy, in turn, has yielded partial practical results. The Banu Mazar family is also known for its patronage of the faqirs and the intellectual in order to restore its prestige among the local population. For example, before Bukhara became part of the Khorasan state, the family reportedly sponsored 6,000 faqirs. In particular, there are many narrations in the Tabaqats about the generosity of Muhammad Sadrul Jahan, the son of Husamuddin Sadr Shahid. Husamuddin Sadr Shahid, who has a special place in the history of Transoxiana, Mawar al-Nahr jurisprudence, was born in 1090 in Marv, Madinat al-Marv. And we studied the texts of fiqh written at that time, and after that, in order to determine how much place Husamuddin Sadr Shahid had in Hanafi jurisprudence, most of the texts contained examples from his fatwas. The title of Sadr Shahid was given to him after his death. Sadr Shahid served as Rais of Bukhara for 20 years, from 536 and 1141 until the end of his life. Husamuddin Sadr Shahid's reputation as a Shahid, martyr, is due to his death in 1141 in a battle between Sultan Sanjar's army and the Karakhanid. The Battle of Katwan between Sultan Sanjar and the ruler of the Karakhtay, Yeluddashi, Emperor Ji Liao, began on September 1141 and ended with the defeat of the Eastern Seljuk Sultanate. It was revealed that Sadr Shahid has had the following works: Usul Sadr Shahid, Sharh Adab al-Qadi lil-Khassaf, Sharh al-Jami' al-Saghir Shaybani, Muhammad Shaybani, Sharh Jami' al-Kabir Muhammad Shaybani, Umdatul Mufti wal-Mustafti. It's a very interesting book. Fatawa al-Sughra, or Fatawa Sadr al-Shahid, Fatawa al-Kubra, Waqi'atul Husamiyya fi Madhhab al-Hanafiyya. Turkish Islamic scholar Murtaza Badir, in his book The Bukhara Hanafi Schools and Laws History, describes Sadr Shahid as a jurist who founded and developed the genre of waqi'at, events in jurisprudence. It's a collection of 4 famous works written in the fatwa genre in Mawar al-Nahr before him. This work is presented in the order of the Arabic alphabet, the first of which is the fatwas under the letter Nun in the work of Abu Lays Samarkandi Nawazil, fatwas under the letter Waw in Natifi's Waqi'at, fatwas with the letter B, al-Harful B, in Abu Bakr Muhammad ibn Fazl's fatwa, and finally the fatwas of Alauddin Samarkandi, Tuhfatul Fuqaha, under the letter C. It means footnotes, modern footnotes in the modern scientific research. Sadr Shahid takes a broad-minded approach to the issue of swearing in a non-Muslim defendant in the courts of Mawar al-Nahr in order to determine the crime. This shows that interreligious harmony and religious tolerance, not only in Uzbekistan but in the Islamic world, which has prevailed during the years of independence, has its own historical basis in the chapter on swearing allegiance to the people of his work, Sharh Adab al-Qadi lil-Hassaf. Sadr Shahid states the following about the oath of a believer in Judaism, Christianity, and Zoroastrianism. There is no God but him, and Tristan swears by the name of God to send down the Bible to Jesus, because a Tristan recognizes and respects the prophecy of Jesus. Second scholar, faqih, Burhanuddin Mahmud al-Bukhari. Burhanuddin Mahmud al-Bukhari was martyred in 1920 at the age of 63 in a battle with the Mongols for the defense of Bukhara. The first copies of his famous work, Muhit al-Burhani, were written in Samarkand. The calligrapher Abu al-Fath Abdul Qahir ibn Abu Bakr ibn Ali Marghinani complete Muhit in book form at the Amiria Madrasa in Samarkand in 1262-65. We can see manuscript copies, Muhit al-Burhani, 14th century, and modern comparative example in Kitab al-Shurut. In the section Shurut, it can be seen the interstate relations are also legalized. These types of contracts are listed in the Kitab al-Muwada'at and Kitab al-Aman, Book of Convents and Survival. It forces on a 20-year ceasefire agreement between Muslim and non-Muslim states, as well as agreements to provide military commanders with asylum in Muslim countries. The ceasefire agreement was also concluded by the judges with the trades and legal entities. And the second chapter, Mahadir wa Sijillat, is one of the major sections of Muhit al-Burhani. Mahadir wa Sijillat is one of the major sections of Muhit al-Burhani, which analyzes the procedures for completing procedural documents in 63 Sharia courts. This section contains general rules on the conditions of writing the Mahdar protocol and Sijil registration, samples of documents that record family, property, and criminal cases. And the work Muhit also defines the issues of arbitration system in Islam, arbitration code. مثلا المحكم بين الخصمين لا ينفذ بل يتوقف. If we can translate this translation, the judge does not execute the judgment between the two disputants, but reconciles them. We can say Mahadir wa Sijillat is one of the major sections of Muhit al-Burhani, and several examples of Kitab al-Aman, documents, Qadi documents, and conclusions. What after the Banu Mazab family moved to Bukhara, the Sadr title began to be seen as a political position. The policy of the Seljuks in Bukhara or the political activities of the Ali Mazab family were uncompromising with the local aristocracy. For example, Zahir ad-Din al-Marghinani died 1112, Iftikharuddin Bukhari died 1148, and Majdul A'imma Surhakati died 12th century, among those who didn't politically recognize the Banu Mazab family. Under the political patronage of Sultan Sanjar, the Ali Mazab family's contribution to the development of culture, science, and education and jurisprudence in Bukhara. Thank you for your attentions. Dear Erdalaydın, Dr. Erdalaydın.
Thank you so much for great presentation.
I think
and
so.
really using your
all of my information understanding, yeah? Did you understand?
It's very clear. Your pronunciation really is very sweet and it's
short informations, but very interesting. In future, inshallah, total
Great,
information we give you, inshallah, total informations next congresses, bismillah. Teşekkürler
sir,
ederim. Teşekkür ederim.
you're welcome. It is a pleasure to hear you. And really, I benefited and I took some certain notes and it illuminated us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Teşekkür ederim Erdal Aydın hocam.
You're
Teşekkür
welcome.
ederim.
Rica
Tamam.
ederim. Evet, çok ilginç. Gerçekten çok
Yes, very interesting. It was a very beneficial presentation and he managed his time very well. Indeed, Buhara and Mavera Nehir and Samarkand and all those lands of the dawn of the sun, we would like to send our greetings to them. We would like to take this opportunity as well. And next speaker is Ibrahim Karataş. Welcome. Thank you. Associate Professor Karataş will be talking about the sponsor country model for equitable development of Muslim countries. Thank you and Selamun Alaikum, distinguished friends. This is my second time at this Congress. Hopefully, in the future, I will continue to participate in this event as well. As you mentioned, the title of my presentation is the Sponsor Country Model for Equitable Development of Muslim Countries. So far, we have written many articles and spoke at symposiums about this, but I have this idea. Broadly speaking, maybe in the future, when working for, when conducting academic research, we can go beyond just doing research, but also make some recommendations. So in the future, I will be, for example, personally, in my presentations and articles, I try to share some recommendations in addition to sharing information. There are 57 Muslim states in the world, more than 1.6 billion Muslims, and there are Muslims living in non-Muslim states. And the total GDP of these 57 countries is about $8 trillion. But of course, most of this budget is contributed by 7 or 8 countries because there are some very impoverished countries like Mali or the Somalia. For example, Somalia, the poorest country in the world, is a Muslim state. And why do we have this poverty? There are many underlying reasons, such as colonial history or domestic conflict, regional conflicts. But in conclusion, the country is impoverished. But we know that when Muslims work hard, they can be rescued from poverty. We have many industrialized and wealthy Muslim countries which have very good education and healthcare systems. So we have resources and we have the human resources. If these resources can be used for the growth of impoverished states, many years from now, we can see a different picture in the Islamic world. So I would like to make this humble recommendation, and I would like to encourage you to think about this. My recommendation is this sponsor country model. What is the sponsor country model? A wealthy country can be a sponsor for an impoverished country. They can send educated human resources and they can cover some of the expenses so that the impoverished country can ensure some growth. For example, let's put Turkey on one side and Niger on the other side. Turkey has a vast, well-educated human resources pool, and after working for some time, most of them are retired, and we have some excess of human resources in some industries. For example, a retired mayor or a retired worker in the water systems. They can go to Niger and they can go and work at the municipality office in the capital city. And I think that will make a positive impact in that country. And in the area of education, the sponsored country model can be very useful because, again, in Niger, 70% of the people at schooling age are out of school. But if Turkey or another country can start a collaboration and build schools in different parts of the country, they can help save those young generations, because saving a generation means saving future generations as well. Because the aim here is not to give them fish. The aim is to teach them how to catch fish. So if we can adopt this model, maybe in 20 years, we can see a different picture in these impoverished countries, and we can have diverse forms of these sponsored country models. And I'm thinking from the top of my head, there are different types of wealth as well. These countries are rich, they have the capital, they have the money, but since they are very small, their military capabilities are not very well. So a developed country can offer military support to less wealthy countries, so they can collaborate in the area of education and defense and in other industries. And in the long term, this will also foster ties between countries, because we talk a lot about cooperation between countries, but we don't talk much about how to do this in practice. Or the existing suggestions are not very viable, because if they were, so far we would have some success. But in terms of sharing resources, in terms of transfer of human resources, this sponsored country model or any other model can be used. And then we can have more solidarity between countries, and we can have better relations between the countries. And in some cases, these collaborations may turn into alliances. In a previous Congress of Assam, I made a similar recommendation. Let me repeat that as well. For example, we can use the European Union model for collaboration. Earlier, I gave an example from the defense industry. I suggested we can have an alliance between the wealthy countries, and we have some practical examples of this. Azerbaijan and Pakistan are now participating in defense projects of Turkey. And I think back then I said we can have at least 6 countries. We have 3 countries for now. Maybe in the future it will be 6. And this will also help Muslim countries have access to advanced aircraft systems. So this model was a model for collaboration between the states, but this sponsor country model is a model that includes the impoverished countries as well. And I believe this model will help the growth of these impoverished countries and create this Islamic Union we are talking about. So what can we do to do this? Of course, people are doing many things, but most of the job is done by the civil society organizations from Turkey or other countries. They are going to these impoverished countries and building water wells, schools, and mosques, but when these organizations, civil society organizations, do not have sufficient resources, they cannot continue these activities anymore. So this should be done by the states instead of civil society organizations, because that way the growth of those countries will be faster and the projects will be more structured, because it will be done on the basis of intergovernmental agreement. Because poverty is not the destiny of Muslim countries, but unfortunately, most of the impoverished countries are Muslim countries. We cannot find a remedy outside. We can only overcome this if we help each other. But if keeps remain unchanged, but if we don't do that, things will remain unchanged. I just wanted to make this contribution with this presentation at events like this. Hopefully, inshallah, my recommendation will be found worthy of some thinking, and it will also help other ideas emerge. I think I had 10 minutes and I'm out of time. Thank you very much. Professor Ibrahim, thank you very much. The sponsor country model is very important to fulfill the potential of the Islamic Union. It's a very nice vision, a very nice idea. I hope at every meeting we have time to discuss this model, because many things that are happening in the world, particularly in Gaza, is forcing us to move in that direction, because countries can offer different types of sponsorship to each other, not in the form of money, but in the form of human resources and education as well. Thank you very much. And the next speaker is researcher Nejat Özden. He will be talking about Khalid Omar bin Abdul Aziz and his exemplary caliphate and his justice practices.
Mr. Nejat.
Video dinleyeceğiz galiba. Bir video izleyeceğiz.
I think we are going to watch a video.
Necat Bey'in sesini alamıyoruz.
I cannot hear Mr. Nejat. With the name of Allah, the Almighty, I will be talking about exemplary caliphate and justice practices of Caliph Ömer bin Abdulaziz. We can access the information related to Ömer bin Abdulaziz Caliph from the work written by Abdul Hakem. And Abdul Hakem recorded the information based on Malik Enes as a document about Ömer bin Abdulaziz, and he talked about the administration system, his relations, the concept of justice and fairness, and he made some detections about his caliphate. I think it is a very valuable work that everyone should read. Who is Ömer bin Abdulaziz? Ömer bin Abdulaziz is a Khalif. While he was wandering around the streets of Medina, he was tired and resting against the wall of a house, and he heard voices coming from the courtyard of a house. And his mother said to her daughter, "Daughter, add some water to that milk." And her daughter said to her mother, "Don't you know that the Caliph forbade adding water to milk?" And she replied that the Caliph does not see or know, but Allah sees and knows. And Hazreti Ömer marries this girl to his son Assam, and years later Assam has a daughter from that marriage and names her Leyla, and Leyla is the mother of Abdulaziz and the granddaughter of Hazreti Ömer. The milk issue is important in terms of calculation. Ömer bin Abdulaziz was born in Medina in 679. His father was Abdulaziz bin Marwan, the governor of Egypt, and he became a hafiz at a young age. He came to Medina and took lessons from many scholars such as Abdullah bin Ömer, and he participated in the Council of Knowledge, and he was together with great companions, and he distinguished himself as a distinguished Islamic scholar as well as a ruler. The Rashid caliphs were the first four caliphs, and all of them ruled on the basis of right and justice and gave humanity a blissful period. And after them, there was a shift, and their time, their period was very well cherished. And the last Caliph was Hazreti Ali, and he was martyred. And Prophet Hassan, the Caliph Hassan and Hussein, who were the grandsons of the Prophet, were martyred. When the rule passed to the Umayyads, the caliphate turned into a sultanate, and those who ruled the state endeavored to create a paradise on earth and build palaces more ostentatious and magnificent than the Roman palaces. And right and law were searched. It was really hard to have the basic law at that time. And those who didn't obey were killed, tortured, and exiled when justice, law, and morality were destroyed. Self-interest, racism, nepotism, and being greedy came to the fore. And each of them had hundreds of concubines. The state treasury served only for the Umayyad family, and those who were supposed to receive zakat couldn't get zakat, and zakat was given to the rich. The Ummah was divided into Arabs and non-Arabs, and no one could raise a voice against this situation. And one of the major problems during the Umayyad period was law and justice. Hajjaj, the governor of Iraq, had massacred 120,000 Muslims. When he died, there were 80,000 Muslims in prisons. Walid ibn Abdülmecid extended the Friday prayer so long that even the time for afternoon prayer was about to pass. And someone stood up and said, "Time is not waiting for you. What kind of apology are you going to make to Allah for being so late?" Walid says, "You're right, but this is not the place for those who speak the truth." and where have you come from? And then the guard beheads him, cut off his head. And for many months, our prophet's servant was even killed by these people. And Caliph Ömer bin Abdulaziz became the governor, and he was only 25 years old when he was the governor. And as soon as he becomes the governor, he brought together 10 experts, 10 scholars, and he said that in Harem region we are going to bring peace, and we are going to have the solidarity here. And because there are many people coming to this area. And Hajjaj was also dismissed from the duty. And during the 33 months of caliphate, Caliph Ömer bin Abdulaziz was so fair that he followed the path of his grandfather, Hazreti Ömer. He ruled with justice, he ruled with fairness, and people deemed him as the second Ömer. And after that, Caliph Abdülmelik called him to Damascus and married him with her daughter. And even though he had two sons, Ömer bin Abdulaziz was assigned as the Caliph, and he learned this on Friday prayer. He was not elected by the people, and the majority wanted him to be Caliph. He had to accept this assignment. Ömer bin Abdulaziz was the eighth of the Caliph of the Emevis, and he invited all the scholars, and he said that during the Umayyad, I'm not sure whether I will be able to do this. This is a huge burden to share. And what is your recommendation for us, for me? If you would like to rescue yourself, the elderly, deem the elderly as your grandfathers, grandmothers, and the children as your sons and daughters. And Ömer bin Abdulaziz established the consultation in the society, and he didn't do anything without consulting the Shura. And after he became Caliph for 6 days, he didn't meet anyone. And on the 6th day, there were 6 horsemen, and he dismissed the governors of Azerbaijan and Spain because the unjust governors were dismissed, and in their places the new governors were appointed who were qualified and who were fair to rule with merit, with capacity and competence. And his first instruction to the governors was to get the taxes, to receive the taxes, and if there is any wrong taking, then there will be no jizya taken, and then people will be reimbursed. People, there will be 5 conditions. First of all, we need to understand the situation, the conditions of people, and we need to have good deeds. And we are not going to talk about people, and we will not be involved with vain work. And within 6 days, Ömer was able to end 60 years of Umayyad period. During his caliphate, he ruled the state from his own house, not from the palace. And he lit his own candle for his personal work and light the candle of state in the state deeds. And he always assisted those who were left on the road. And he even prevented the waste. For example, if an empty document was sent from a governor, he dismissed the governor because of his waste. And he also gave salaries to the needy ones. And for the state officials, he really gave a very high salaries in order to prevent bribe and bribery. And the state of Umayyad expanded from Azerbaijan to North Africa. It was a huge state to rule at that time, and scale was about 1/3 of the whole world. And in this short period, in the demographic area, there was not any poor people, and it was really hard to find anyone to give zakat. And even after his death, for 25 years in the Islamic territories, it was really tough to find someone needy. And he always take Prophet Muhammad and the Rashid caliphs as the example. He always tried to disseminate science, wisdom, and he made many innovations in the area of culture, science, and he also instructed his governors to do the same as he did. And he was able to establish an environment of peace, tranquility, and welfare. And if there is anyone contradicting his ideas, he summoned these people and exiled them. And in his tenure of 33 months, the Islamic land was able to find peace, and the world as well embraced peace in this period. In the past, the previous Umayyads Caliph, in his term and Juma prayers, there were many blasphemy to the family of the prophets, but he also removed these bad words from Juma prayer. And he was an innovator. He started the change from himself, and in all levels of the state and the society, he was able to keep up with the change, and he was very fair regardless of the ethnicity, race, sect of the people. And he said that he will not give any concessions to the relatives of the Umayyad, and there will be no concessions even for my family, he said. And these sentiments and this principle was also followed later on. And the justice was employed and for even the animals. The animals had the right to rest, he said. And he also had demographic assessments, and he was able to put out the demographic structure of the society. He always visited graveyards. He also performed prayers all the time, and He prayed to Allah all the time. And within 1 year, he lost many weights, but he didn't abandon his goals. He always recommended well-being, solidarity, and he wanted to set aside the bad things, and he was able to change the whole ummah 180 degrees in his tenure. Ömer bin Abdulaziz was also an innovator, and his reforms were followed after him. And his performance as the leader was very relevant. And the successors also followed his path. He also compiled all of the hadiths and made them a book. Ömer bin Abdulaziz summoned his administrators. If there is anyone with a debt, come to me. If you would like to marry, come to me. If there is anyone who needs money, come to me. Come to us. And he was a great administrator, a scholar. He was not afraid of death. He was like his grandfather. He was a gorgeous statement. Ömer bin Abdulaziz was very rich, but he had a plain life. He even donated his own money to the treasury of the state. Before he was caliph, he used different scents, and he had his way of walking on the streets. And all the youngsters tried to imitate him. And then after he became the caliph, he adopted a simple lifestyle, and he donated his whole money to the needy people and to the treasury, and his spouse Fatma did the same. He only had one shirt. He washed this shirt once in a week, and then he wore it again and again. And he donated all of his properties in the eyes of the people, in the eyes of the society. And he said that his whole property, all the real estate, belonged to the treasury of the state. Ömer bin Abdulaziz, first of all, was keen on innovation, and he started from his own family. He said, if we cannot change ourselves in the direction of truth, then we cannot change the world. He also said that if there is anyone having their properties from illegitimate ways, then he took all of these properties back. And he was martyred. He was poisoned by his servant, and this servant said that he was given 1,000 gold. That is why he did it. Within 20 days, and he said that who did this, and there were huge penalties imposed. In 720, he passed away, and he was only 39 years old. Even the Muslim people cried, and the priests cried as well. And then the Muslim people asked, why do you cry? He was not from your side. And then the priest said that he was a sun in the sky, and now the sun disappeared. He was the owner of a unprecedented justice. And he was close to his monastery, and everyone admired to Caliph Omar bin Abdulaziz. Even though he had all the opportunities of the world, he didn't use these opportunities. He didn't use this revenue. And in the society, in the community, there was no one to give zakat. In Selçukis, in Ottoman Empire, many states, during their period, there was not anyone to give zakat from time to time, and this is very important. In 716, between 717 and 727, the caliphs were taken as examples, and within 6 days, Caliph Ömer bin Abdulaziz changed the destiny of the world, and he was able to solve the problem of justice from the scratch. And when people asked Mr. Caliph Ömer, how did you solve this problem? Because I asked what I don't know to the qualified people, to the wise men, and I learned. So if we could stick to the principle of justice, merit, then we can succeed. I think there are many similarities with the period of Umayyad. If the Islamic world is ruled with justice, then the justice covers the whole humanity, because the source of justice is the world of Islam, and the light out of this just world will enlighten the whole world. And we hope that Islamic world will continue, will be fair, will be just, will be intimate, will be hardworking, as the Caliph Omar bin Abdulaziz, and we hope that we will have administrators like Caliph Omar bin Abdulaziz. Amin. Now, we would like to attend this prayer as well. Thank you. I hope we will have fair administrators like him. And I would like to thank Mr. Nejat Özen for this presentation. Now we are going to have Mr. Ümit Batur, and he will be talking about justice for social happiness. First of all, I would like to salute everyone. My topic will be justice for social happiness, and Hans Kersen, my presentation will be about social happiness, and I will continue. Hans Kersen was born in Prague. In 1973, he passed away. He is known as the Australian man, and he moved to Vienna together with his family, and he had PhDs in 1906, and he started his academic career in 1912. He married Margaret Nondi, and he became a professor of law. And he also played an active role in the preparation of the Constitution, and for the Court of Constitution he worked here, and he also was appointed as a judge, and he continued his academic studies in Germany. And after the political turmoil in Germany, he had his first work, and uprising of Nazis in Germany. He went to the United States, and for the war crimes, he worked in the United Nations with different opinions, and these opinions still provides the basis. After all of this, I will be talking about social happiness and justice for social happiness. People are living together for long years. They prefer to live together, and for their material and moral needs, they come together. And in the past, there was an individual understanding of justice, but now there is the collective understanding of justice. And for these societies, the justice understanding regulates different communities as well. In all parts of the daily life, we need justice. And for example, in Islamic understanding, there are different principles, and justice is needed in all steps of the society. And today, justice prevails, but it is not a concrete term. And this is very powerful. Justice is a very important area, but still we experience the absence of justice. And from Hans Kelsen's big book, What is the Understanding of Social Happiness? And Hans Kelsen, well, I will talking about the understanding of justice. Hans Kelsen, in his own book, addressed many different ideologies and methods, and I would like to touch upon some of them. Hans Kelsen justice approach, he said that, and in his concept, he said that the law is different from the justice, and that is why we need to distinguish among them. And within this society, there are different elements other than justice and other than law, and there are different subsidiary, complementary elements. But Hans Kelsen said that ethic is another issue. Many people, many writers said that ethics is different than poor law. Ethics should be excluded because we cannot observe it, and the law, the poor law, is based on experience. And for the international law, they complement each other, and this is also reflected in the theory of poor law, and Kelsen described it in his book, and there are different norms, and it is Hans Kelsen said that there is a need of happiness, and as people cannot find happiness on their own, they look for happiness in the society. And justice and happiness walk together. In Ali Imran Surah, it says that, I always remember. And there are different key themes of Kelsen. For example, he says whether it's society or no. So for the happiness, this is not related to the society. What about pluralism? Kelsen also addressed this issue. So what about the rest of the society? What is the concept of exception? And if the majority is happy and the are not happy, then this doesn't mean success. And in a global order, there might be a concept of happiness. Even though we exclude one, then the freedom and happiness will not be in that society. And Haskersen continued and said that the legitimization of the behaviors of the people, and he said that legitimization means differentiation as well. Haskersen also talked about the Jesus issue, as you all know. Haskersen changed his perspective and said that Platon always seeked for justice, and his main issue was justice. And here, allography, the main essence of the topic is justice. There are ideas, and this is the longing for happiness. And we know in Islamic philosophy, absolute justice belongs to Allah Almighty. What is justice? He asked. Platon said, justice means absolute and goodness. And you know, there is a doctrine of Jesus as a divine secret. Justice can be given to someone, can be bestowed upon prophets, for example. So they are like the representatives, and justice and goodness are together in the Jesus doctrine. And there is an assignment of Jesus, and everyone cannot be like Jesus because he is the source. And there is the reciprocity principle. What do we mean by this? This is like a retaliation. For example, what is right, what is bad, what is good? We need to decide these first. So if we cannot decide this, then there will be a lack in the concept. People are not equal, Hassan said, and equality is not possible. And the concept of equality is flawed. If you don't want something to be applied to you or to be made to you, then don't do it to someone else. We are seeking justice, and this justice is about personalizing it. And he says that if there is personalization, then there might be some deficiency in the concept of justice. Do I have time, by the way? I'm talking. I think you have 5 minutes more. Thank you. And for Aristoteles, there is an issue of ifrat and tefrit. And Haskersen said that what is ifrat and what is tefrit? And after all of these approaches, he directed different questions. And Aristoteles also said that if there should be a scientific approach like math. But Haskersen said that it's not possible like this. We cannot have a scientific approach, and we need to adopt middle way. And there is another verse about it. Keep the middle ground. Keep the middle way. And there is a law doctrine. People are rational, and there should be a fair regulation among the people. And this is a doctrine about nature. And there are many criticisms by Hans Kenner, and he said there are many dilemmas in the nature doctrine. And to sum up, Hans Kelsen said, I need to have relative justice. I need to define justice on my own, and science is very important. And according to me, justice means preserving science and seeking for the right, the truth, and the democracy and tolerance. Well, my criticism would say that his definition of justice is very closed. Yes, we have science, but there are still developments in the area of science, and we can have academic data. While we are discussing these, we said that it is open to change, and Hans Kelsen's opinion is an opinion that is lacking, I guess. Yes, there should be science, but what kind of science are we talking about? Well, with this question, I leave you, and I would like to thank you for your patience. Mr. Ümit Batur, thank you. Of course, we are looking for justice as a community, and our path to seek justice will continue. And sometimes the Western scholars might have very fruitful, very beneficial ideas, and we need to learn their ideas as well. Starting from Habermas to Hans Kenner, there are many criticisms. So, of course, having scientific issues are very important for us. And with a scientific package, we are trying to market all of these realities. And I think that justice should be close to reality, close to sociology, and close to law. And we now see the understanding of justice of the United States, for example. We see the Zionist people, and we see the massacres by the state of Israel. And from one place, they are talking about human rights, the equality, but de facto, we see what they do. The topic is very crucial, and we need to touch upon these ideas. And Mr. Ümit Batur, we would like to thank you. Now we have finished our session. I would like to thank all of the speakers. I think the speeches were very valuable topics, and I hope that these thoughts will serve as our prayers to have the Islamic Union. Thank you. Mr. Ali Joshar, thank you very much for your moderation, and you summarized the ideas. And we discussed Islamic Union justice mechanism models in this session. And I would like to thank Mr. Erdal Aydın for his efforts, and I would like to thank all of our speakers too. Now we are going to proceed with the next session, but before that, we are going to have a video.
inmez ayrı durana. Müminler İslam'a karşı durana, müminler İslam'a karşı durana, biraz öfkelenip kafayı taksa, esir mi olurdu Mescid-i Aksa? Biraz öfkelenip kafayı taksa, esir mi olurdu Mescid-i Aksa? Toptan sarılalım yüce Kur'an'a, toptan sarılalım yüce Kur'an'a. Çünkü rahmet inmez ayrı durana, çünkü rahmet inmez ayrı durana. Müminler İslam'a karşı durana, müminler İslam'a karşı durana, biraz öfkelenip kafayı taksa, esir mi olurdu Mescid-i Aksa? Biraz öfkelenip kafayı taksa, esir mi olurdu Mescid-i Aksa? İslam toprakları oldu kan revan, İslam toprakları oldu kan revan. Kutlu beldelerde feryadı figan, kutlu beldelerde feryadı figan. Öyle boynu bükük durma Müslüman, öyle boynu bükük durma Müslüman. Akan bütün kanlar hak için aksa, esir mi olurdu Mescid-i Aksa? Akan bütün kanlar hak için aksa, esir mi olurdu Mescid-i Aksa? Bulunmaz mı çare, nedir bu illet? Bulunmaz mı çare, nedir bu illet? Böyle hayat sürmek ne büyük zillet, böyle hayat sürmek ne büyük zillet. Müslümanım diyen bu kadar millet, Müslümanım diyen bu kadar millet. İslam gözüyle kendine baksa, esir mi olurdu Mescid-i Aksa? İslam gözüyle kendine baksa, esir mi olurdu Mescid-i Aksa?
Evet, bu videoyu acı içinde hep birlikte
Yes.
izledik.
We all watched this video in sadness all together. We on a way not to leave these sorrows, as the unity of the Ummah, the unity of the Muslims, and together under one entity as a whole. And as part of our program, we will be discussing current practices about justice. And in this session, our moderator will be Dr. Dündar Hocaoğlu. And the first speaker of the session is researcher Mansur Amani from Niger. We couldn't contact him, so we're just skipping the paper of this first session. So we can begin with Dr. Ghulam Nabi.
Öncelikle Sayın Doktor Gulam Nabi'yi selamlıyorum.
I would like to extend my greetings to Dr. Ghulam Nabi, and I would like to thank the Commander Ali Coştan and Mr. And I would like to greet Mr. Tanrıverdi with my deepest regards. We are going to talk about justice, but Palestine is a wound in our hearts. And we watched the presentation about Palestine, and it is with sadness in our hearts. And this affects the entire Islamic geography. And Assam is struggling a lot to ensure this unity. And Assam, we've got everyone in Assam is doing their best, and there are new professors who can talk for Islam. And Commander Ali talked about it a while ago. And this is as the members of a very precious religion, we are unable to unify. So, unfortunately, there are certain systematic practices, and we have become the land of the oppressed. And we need to work on many areas to reverse this. And the Constitution of Islam, the Army of Islam, and if need be, Islam Health Services. There are many academics who are offering recommendations, and I would like to extend my deepest respects to Assam. And I would like to invite Mr. Ghulam Nabi for their speech. Yes, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, let me thank the leadership of Assam for inviting this galaxy of speakers from 30 different countries to talk about the concept of justice. I have submitted my paper to the Congress, but after listening to excellent presentation of Dr. Sheila Yusuf of Malaysia, and particularly after watching the video on Palestine, I have changed my mind. I am not going to read the paper. Dr. Sheila Yusuf, she said, justice should not be defined on juridical and political basis. It must be defined on moral and ethical basis. Dear brothers and sisters, today the concept of justice has become an illusion. It has become a delusion. It has become the nightmare for the Muslims all over the world. Today we are living in a world when everybody is seeking justice, but at a time which is full of prejudice, which is full of discrimination, which is full of inequality, which is full of hypocrisy and dishonesty. Dear brothers and sisters, it is unfortunate, but it is true that today the world powers have lost their moral compass. Today the world powers have lost their ethical principles. Today, the world powers have lost their democratic values. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not what I am talking about. Just read the New York Times. October 23rd, 2023, New York Times. New York Times wrote, the developing countries see the actions of the West full of double standards in Gaza and in Ukraine. A German scholar, Hannah Notte, she wrote, there is a perception that the West cares more about the suffering of the people of Ukraine than the suffering of the people of Gaza, Sudan, and Syria. Dr. Carol Bildet. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know who is Carol Bildet? He was the Prime Minister of Sweden, a European Prime Minister. He said, most of the world perceives double standards in the foreign policy of the West in two wars in Gaza and in Ukraine. We are being told that world powers follow their national interest. They do not frame their foreign policy in accordance to the ethical values and moral principles. Ladies and gentlemen, that is true. The world powers, they follow their national interest. But you tell me, ladies and gentlemen, what do they do when they are confronting an extremity of a situation like Ukraine? You know what do? They speak the language of morality. When America was facing the crucial situation in Ukraine, United States of America, what did our president say, President Biden? President Biden said on October 12, 2022, just more than a year ago, President Biden, when he was seeing the suffering in Ukraine, he said, we cannot tolerate the illegal attempts of annexation, and we cannot tolerate the theft of a foreign land by force. President Biden said, we will stand by the international law and we will stand by the United Nations Charter. Our ambassador to the United Nations, Ambassador Linda Greenfield, she said at the Security Council, the American ambassador to the United Nations, she said Russia is undermining the UN Charter. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask President Biden, do you really believe that Israel is defending the UN Charter? That Israel is defending the international law in Gaza? Do you truly believe that Narendra Modi is protecting the international law and UN Charter in Kashmir? Ladies and gentlemen, we know there's a suffering on the streets of Ukraine. The world powers feel the pain and suffering of the people of Ukraine. So do the Muslims all over the world. But the question arises, ladies and gentlemen, will there be a time when these world powers are going to feel the pain and suffering on the streets of Gaza, on the streets of Myanmar, on the streets of Kashmir? There is definitely pain on the streets of Ukraine. The world powers, they invoke Fourth Geneva Convention. You know why? Because they came to the conclusion that crimes against humanity are being committed in Ukraine. We endorse that. But the only question arises, when will the world powers invoke Fourth Geneva Convention in Gaza? When, according to the United Nations, crimes against humanity are being committed there. When would the world powers invoke Fourth Geneva Convention in Kashmir? When, according to the multiple NGOs, United Nations Special Rapporteurs, crimes against humanity are being committed in Kashmir. You may be wondering, yes, we just saw the video, what is happening in Gaza. But who is this gentleman talking about the crimes against humanity being committed by India? Is it India the land of Gandhi? Is it India the largest democracy? Ladies and gentlemen, don't listen to me. Just listen to the Dr. Gregory Stanton, the chairman of Genocide Watch. He testified before the United States Congress in January of 2022. And he told them that 30 years ago in 1993, I warned the world powers, there is going to be a genocide in Rwanda. You close your eyes. You did not heed to my warning. And the genocide took place in Rwanda. Dr. Gregory Stanton warned the United States Congress and the Biden administration, Kashmir is at the brink of genocide. The New York-based Committee to Protect Journalists, they wrote Kashmir, the news media in Kashmir is at the brink of extinction. The New York Times, on August 10, 2019, New York Times wrote, Kashmir has become the hell for the people of Kashmir. Huffington Post, August 5, 2019, Huffington Post. The Indian democracy is dying in silence in Kashmir. One of the internationally known leading human rights activists of India, Arundhati Roy, she said the 900,000, I am not speaking, Arundhati Roy, an Indian, saying the 900,000 Indian army has made Kashmir the largest army concentration anywhere in the world. President Biden, he must have the fullest form of information about what is going on in any part of the world, particularly in Gaza and Kashmir. He said, I am proud to say the democracies of the world have become stronger, not weaker. And the official position of America is India is the largest democracy. But I am surprised that President Biden does not read New York Times. New York Times, which is just 200 miles away from Washington. What did New York Times write? New York Times wrote, Modi's India is where global democracy dies. Ladies and gentlemen, the situation of judiciary in Kashmir is appalling. Because of the shortage of time, I will give you just one example. In Kashmir, you can say anything you want to say. You can write anything you want to write. But ladies and gentlemen, you cannot write what Indian army is doing in Kashmir. You cannot write that. If you do, you will be picked up and thrown thousands of miles away in the jails of India. But that's not it. To be in the jail is not it. You are going to be lodged under a draconian law, which is UFA, Unlawful Activity Prevention Act. Anybody lodged under this act can be called a terrorist. A prime example is Khurram Parvez. He's a Kashmiri. He was lodged 2 years ago under UFA because he's a terrorist. Is he a terrorist? I am saying no, but you cannot believe me. I am going to quote Mary Lawler, the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defender, Mary Lawler. She wrote, Khurram Parvez is not a terrorist, he is a human rights defender, unquote. Time magazine wrote Khurram Parvez is one of the 100 most influential personalities of the world. You have heard the name of President John F. Kennedy. His niece, Carrie Kennedy, she gave one of the most prestigious human rights award to Khurram Parvez in 2005 in New York, Carrie Kennedy. With that, she gave him an honorarium of $50,000. $50,000 does not mean much in America. It may not mean much in Turkey. Dear brothers and sisters, $50,000 is an unimaginable amount in Kashmir. What did Khurram Parvez do, ladies and gentlemen? When he landed in Kashmir, he gave every single penny to an NGO, Jammu and Kashmir Coalition for Civil Society. What was the crime of Khurram Parvez? This his crime, ladies and gentlemen. This is the documentation, 550-page documentation, the torture of Indian Army in Kashmir. 550-page. He submitted himself to the United Nations when he was here. He submitted himself in the United Nations in Geneva. You know who wrote the foreword of this book? None other than United Nations Special Rapporteur on Torture, Dr. Joan Mendes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, what needs to be done? I will quote only one person, an intellectual, a diplomat, and a politician. He's not from Turkey. He's not from Kashmir. He's not a Muslim. He's not from Pakistan. Then who is this gentleman? He is an intellectual because he's a Harvard graduate, Harvard University, United States. He's a graduate of Harvard University. Why he is diplomat? Because he was the Federal Minister of India for Finance and Interior. So he is not a man on the street. The Federal Minister of India of Finance and Interior. What did he say? His name is P. Chidambaram. P. Chidambaram said, and I endorse that. I hope everybody who is listening to this presentation, they will endorse that. He said, India, if you are truly a democracy, then giving the people of Kashmir right to self-determination is the right thing to do. Then he also said, India, if you want the people of Kashmir to love India, then give them the right to self-determination. So, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, when people of Kashmir are demanding the right to self-determination, it was agreed upon by India and Pakistan, by the United Nations, as early as 1948. Resolution number 43 of 1948. Resolution number 46 of 1948. Resolution number 48 of 1948 on the issue of Palestine. Resolution number 47 of 1948, everything happened in 1948 and April of 1948 on the issue of Kashmir. So we call upon the United Nations. You have given this promise to the people of Palestine. You have given this promise to the people of Kashmir. They are not demanding the moon. They are demanding the implementation of the United Nations Security Council resolution, which was agreed upon by the United Nations. With that, ladies and gentlemen, dear brothers and sisters, wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Sevgili hocam, konuşmanız için çok teşekkür ediyorum. Tabii siz ülkenin içinden bakarak Keşmir ve
Thank you for your speech. Looking from inside your company, you made great assessments about India and your country. Now, a question. Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Kashmir. if they weren't separated from India and became an independent country? Would India become a Muslim country if they stayed with India? Would India be a Muslim country?
You know, the question is that the total population of India today is 1.5 billion people. And the total population of Pakistan and Bangladesh and India of Muslims is almost 500 million people. Islam came to Malaysia and Indonesia through the message of peace. And I am sure that that could have happened, but only Allah knows it. But the question is, we live in the reality. Our approach has to be pragmatic. Bangladesh is a reality. Pakistan is a reality. But what we would like to do, or what we would like to pray, that the people of Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, Kashmir, Sri Lanka, let them create an atmosphere of peace, atmosphere of justice, as it was mentioned by everybody. Islam is the message of peace. Islam is the message of justice. So as long as the people of India and Pakistan, they give the message of peace and justice to their neighbors, you know, it is not my responsibility to bring people to Islam. My responsibility is simply to give them the message. Are they going to come to Islam? It is up to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Hocam çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for all the information you shared with us and for your presentations. And we fully join you in your prayers. We would like to be together with you and see your future subsequent presentation. Now, distinguished speaker, we would like to thank Dr. Ghulam Nabi. Now I'm moving on to the next speaker. Are we ready? Are we ready to move on to the next speaker? I think it's Professor Mohammed Salim from Sri Lanka.
Yes, I'm here.
Sevgili konuşmacı,
Distinguished Professor Salam, welcome.
Mütercim hatırlatabilir mi acaba? Mikrofonu kapattı galiba konuşmacı.
Açmaya çalışıyor, kendisi açamayınca destek istedi.
We're waiting for you, sir, as soon as you get your microphone on. Professor Mohammed Salim.
Assalamu alaikum. Rahmetullahi wa barakatuhu.
Aleykümselam, Doktor Selam, hoş geldiniz.
Okay, you are following me.
Welcome, doctor.
Evet, sizi görüyoruz. Sunumuz için...
Yes, we do see
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Raisul Jalsa Hoja Oglo الدكتور وأعضاء مؤسسة أسام من الأساتذة والدكاترة والمقيمين بهذا المؤتمر والأخ الدكتور محمد.
I would like to thank everyone.
I
would like to thank the head of Assam as well as other participants, everyone. I would like to extend my deepest greetings and deepest respect.
والمقدمين والمقدمين ببحوثهم في هذا
Everyone who is
المؤتمر
delivering their presentations here, I would like to
والحضور
thank you.
الكرام
And I would
إخوتي
like to thank all the
وأخواتي
professors,
السلام
the
عليكم
academics, and
ورحمة الله
distinguished
وبركاته.
participants. Ladies and gentlemen, may Allah's bounty and rahmah be upon you.
حديث موضوعي معكم الآن دراسة عن الاضطرابات الطائفية
Today's
وأعمال
topic
العنف التي يلقاها
is
المسلمون في
a
قارة
study
الهند
on sectarian
وجزيرة
unrest and
سريلانكا
violence against
التوصيات
Muslims in the
والتحليلات
continent
وبناء
of
الوحدة
India
الإسلامية
and the island of
والتعايش
Sri
السلمي.
Lanka, and recommendations, analysis, and building an Islamic peace. I conducted a research on this.
المحتويات في هذه المداخلة: تاريخ المسلمين في قارة الهند وجزيرة
The
سريلانكا.
contents of this intervention include the following.
أسباب
I'm going
نشوب
to the history of
أنواع
Muslims on the continent
الاضطرابات،
of India and
أسباب
the island of
حدوثها،
Sri Lanka,
الاضطرابات
and
في
the
الهند
causes of these
والاضطرابات في
disturbances,
سريلانكا،
types of
التوصيات
disturbance,
بالامتناع
reasons for
عن
its
هذه
occurrence, unrest
الحوادث،
in India, unrest in Sri Lanka,
وأريد أن
and
نرابطها
recommendations to avoid such incidents.
بالأقصى المقدسة بفلسطين.
And also Masjid al-Aqsa and Palestine. I will come to Palestine and Masjid al-Aqsa from there on.
إخوتي الأعزاء، بأن تاريخ المسلمين في قارة الهند
Distinguished
وجزيرة
brothers and
سريلانكا
sisters,
وهي
the history of
علاقة
Muslims
تجار
on the
العرب
continent of India
قبل
and the
الإسلام
island
بهذين
of Sri
البلدين.
Lanka. The Islamic Arab traders in these two countries, we're looking at it
وكما
and we see
تعرفون
that
إن الهند
in the first
تنورت
century of the
بنور الإسلام
Hijra,
في القرن الأول من الهجرة، وأخذ
India was
العرب المسلمون
enlightened by the holy
مرتبطين
light of
بعلاقة
Islam,
الهند في عهد الخليفة
and
عمر بن
Muslim
الخطاب
Arabs
رضي
were
الله عنه.
connected to India during
وتعد
the reign
الهند من
of
جملة
Caliph
البلاد
Omar
التي تشرفت
ibn
بأقدام
al-Khattab.
الصحابة أجمعين.
May God bless
تاريخ
him. May Allah bless him. And India is among the countries
تاريخ
that
الهند
honored
لا
the
يتباعد عن
feet
تاريخ
of all the
سريلانكا. كما
Sahabas,
تعرفون
and that
بأننا لو كنا
respected
نذكر
all the Sahabas, the
بأن العرب
companions, and the
كانوا
history of
يأتون
India is
إلى
not far
الهند
from or different
قبل
from the
الإسلام،
history of Sri
وإنهم جاءوا
Lanka.
إلى سريلانكا
And
في نفس
before
الوقت.
Islam, Arabs came to Sri Lanka.
لكون سريلانكا
Before Islam,
جزيرة يحاط بالبحر.
because Sri Lanka is an island. It's an island country that is covered by seas.
وكذلك في كل ما يأتي العرب عن طريق البحر يقابلون أو يواجهون بجزيرة سريلانكا، وكانوا يمكثون ويعتبرون بعض الأماكن بأنها الموانئ لهم. وكذلك
they did commerce and there were ports and
عندما يمرون أو يذهبون إلى إندونيسيا أو ماليزيا وكانوا يسكنون ويرتاحون في جزيرة سريلانكا ويصححون سفنهم، وكانوا يستعملون جزيرة سريلانكا بلدا لهم، وكذلك يتبادلون ببعض البضائع التجارية، ينقلون الأشياء من سريلانكا إلى بلادهم. ولهذا ما زالت توجد بعض المتاحف في سريلانكا، وتوجد هناك الآثار العربية ما كتبت قبل فجر الإسلام في سريلانكا. والنقطة الهامة بأن هذه الأشياء كانت عند العبور من سريلانكا. وكذلك لأنكم كما تعرفون بأننا إذا عرفنا أو إذا عن الإسلام دخل المسلمون في هذه البلاد بدافع ديني مجرد من كل مصلحة ومنفعة لأداء رسالة الإسلام. وكذلك دخل العرب سريلانكا والهند كغزاة فاتحين، وكذلك كانت لهم أهداف تجارية، وكانوا يتبادلون ببعض الأشياء التي أو ببعض البضائع التي هم يأتون بها ويتبادلون بها ويأخذون ما في سريلانكا والهند ويذهبون بها إلى بلادهم.
They conquered the area
وكذلك
and they brought some products from their own countries, and they were also bringing some products from here to their own country. And of course, when we look at the underlying basis of the problems here, during that time, the total population of India was
ترون هنا كم هذه العدد من نسمة الهند.
The total population of India this year is huge.
وهم 90
And the number of Muslims currently
75%
is
وعدد السكان الكامل في سريلانكا السنة الجارية في هذا العدد وأنتم تعرفون. ولكنكم إذا شفتم عدد المسلمين وإنهم ما زالوا يعتبرون
21 million. And there's a population of 1.9 million Muslims in this country. In 2012, Muslims were only 9.7% of the population of Sri Lanka.
تنشب في هذين البلادين بأسباب نحن قارنا أن هذه الاضطرابات التي تنشب بين الهند وسريلانكا لأن في الهند ينشب الاضطرابات الطائفية مع المسلمين بالهندوس رغم الاضطراب التي تنشب في سريلانكا
sectarian conflicts between the Indians and the Muslims in India. And as you know,
فإنه عندهم المشكلة الكبرى هي مشكلة الدعوة أولا إلى الإسلام. أنتم هل تعرفون كما يذكر مولانا أبو الحسن الندوي مولانا عبيد الله البتياني هو مؤلف كتاب تحفة الهند وكذلك مولانا عبيد الله السندي والعلامة محمد إقبال ومولانا أحمد علي اللاهوري ومولانا معين الدين الأجلي كلهم من العلماء الأجلاء والدعاة المصلحين للأمة. ولكن هؤلاء العلماء وهم ممن يعتنقوا الإسلام وكانوا علماء الإسلام بعد إذن.
مولانا أحمد علي اللاهوري، مولانا معين تجميري
وكذلك
and many other eminent scholars and reformist
ينشر
preachers
في الهند وسريلانكا
of their time
بطريق
and
مسرع جدا.
quickly
وكذلك
embraced Islam and they converted to
التدخل
Islam.
في تأدية الشعائر الدينية بأنهم يدخلون في الشعائر الدينية
And there were some serious interventions in the performance of the religious rituals.
هم يدبرون المساجد
And when
ويمنعون الأذان لأن الأذان يستعملونها بالمكبرات وكذلك الأمور والعادات المخالفة لعادات الهندوس كل شيء يمنعون عندنا وكذلك أن العادات والتقاليد التي
practices were against their customs and traditions and
أو في سريلانكا مثلا وإن هؤلاء يعادون
بهذه الأمور
وكذلك يكون من الاضطراب التي يقومون بها ضد المسلمين إما في الهند أو سريلانكا بأنه قتل الأنفس رجالا ونساء صغارا ومرضى والتشريدهم ودمار بيوتهم وإحراق بيوتهم وكذلك إحراق القرآن الكريم. هذه الأمور تحدث في هذين البلادين ولكن إن هذه المطرحات التي تحدث في هذه البلاد كما ذكرت لكم سابقا إنه يحدث بالهندوس وفي سريلانكا بالبوذيين وإن ديانتهم ولو كانت مختلفة ونحن
These
لو
are the crimes committed by Hindus
وأنتم
in India.
تشوفون
And
هنا أيضا يمكن لي أن أضيف
of other
بعض
religions
الأمور
in
التي
Sri
يقوم
Lanka.
بها هؤلاء ضد المسلمين
Here, the Muslims have
في
to
هذين البلدين
collaborate
بأنهم
because they are trying to
ماديا
destroy
ومعنويا
the
يريدون أن
values of
يدمروا
Muslims in
أفكار
these
المسلمين
regions. They are
وكذلك
denying
يتدخلون
Muslims
في
of their
حقوق المسلمين
educational
مثلا
rights,
التعليم
their rights to
بأنهم
university
يريدون
education,
أن
their rights
يتدخلوا
to
بالعقائد
dress as they like.
الهندوسية أو
And
بالعقائد البوذية لدى
they
المسلمين
are denying
كذلك
Muslims
في الملابس
of
مثلا
their right
لأن
to education,
المسلمات
and Muslims are not allowed
هن
to
يلبسن
universities. Particularly, they are intervening the
اللباس
clothing of women.
ما يسترن بها الرؤوس والوجوه بعض الأحيان
When
وإن
women
هؤلاء
want to
لا
wear a
يحبون
veil,
هذه الملابس وهم
they don't
يتدخلون
accept
في
these women.
جميع
They
حقوق
don't
المسلمين
want to see
رغم
that
ما
kind of
كان
clothes,
يكتب
and just
رغم ما
because of that, they are
يكون
violating
مكتوبا
the rights
عندهم
of Muslims.
بأن الحقوق جميع الناس يكون أن يراعى حقوق في مجال الحقوق وكذلك في الحقوق في قبول الجامعات مثلا هم في المئوية يتفكرون
They want everything to be
بين
done
الأجناس
exactly as they
الجامعات
want
وفي
them to be.
هم
And
يعتبرون أو
they
يريدون
also expect that from the university students as
فقط
well.
أكثر ما
They say
يدخلوا في
that
الجامعات
it is
أو ما
their
يكون
law that
في
will be
الامتحانات
applied in
التي
all domains
يقوم
of
بها
life.
الوزارة
And
والحكومة.
we see that many Muslims are being denied of
ما
their
هي
most fundamental rights,
ولما
such
تحدث
as the
هذه
right to
الأسباب؟
education.
ولما تحدث هذه الأسباب؟ لو تفكرنا
And
هذا
the
بأن هذه
underlying
الأمور
reasons
التي
for these problems,
يحدث بها من وراء هذه الحادثة أولا
these
هي الحركات
problems
السياسية
typically
وكذلك
result
الهندوسية
from
المتطرف
political movements
والحركات الفاشية
and
كذلك تدخل الدول
extremist
المجاورة أو
Hindu groups or
المتباعدة
fascist
في حقوق
groups and
المجتمع
interventions
المدنيين.
of the neighboring or distant countries in the civil society affairs.
وأنتم كما تعرفون
These are the most
مثلا
typical
إذا
underlying reasons
واجه
for
بلاد
these
إذا
problems.
أخذنا أولا عن سريلانكا إذا
And ladies
تكلمت
and gentlemen,
معكم
as you know,
لأن في
the unrest
سريلانكا
in Sri
إذا
Lanka,
واجهوا انتخابا وإذا أراد حزب سياسي أن كل حزب سياسي تريد أو تحاول أن تأتي إلى القوة تستعمل المدنية الأكثرية ضد
any political party that intends to come to power uses the civil majority against the minority.
كما تعرفون
When a minority
سابقا
group wants to join the race for the political power, they are immediately
وقوع الانفجارات كما تعرفون في السنوات المنصرمة كانت هناك الانفجارات في معابد النصارى وتحميلها على كواهل المسلمين ووصفهم بأن هذه الانفجارات قامت بحركة إرهابية منتسبة إلى ISIS.
And they blamed it on the Muslim groups. And they started describing Muslims as a terrorist movement affiliated with any act of terrorism
إلى القوة وأن يشكلوا حكومتهم ووضعوا العار على المسلمين كالإرهابية وبهذا هم أخذوا الأصوات.
So the minorities are not allowed to have their own governments or even a political party that represents the Muslims.
بعض البلاد المتجاورة إما الهند وغيرها وكذلك كانت هذه لو كما يقال بأنهم إنما الكفر على ملة واحدة وكذلك في كل
other countries in
بلد
the
أو في
region are
كل ناحية
supporting these efforts.
إذا كانت الاضطرابات ضد المسلمين بأن هذه الأمور تقام
You must be
بغير
aware that if there is an attack
هندوسيا
against
أو
Muslims in any
بوذيا
region,
في سريلانكا يمكن أن نقول هذا
it
بأنه
is
إنما
either
الكفر
perpetrated by
واحدة
Buddhists
وكذلك
or the Hindus, and the other groups are also supporting them. This is an evident
COVID-19 أنتم
indication
تعرفون
that
بأن
kufr
المصابين
is one nation.
بكوفيد-19
And we also know that
أحرقت
the funerals, the
جنازة
bodies of the
المسلمين
Muslims
خاصة
who died of COVID were
أيضا
burned,
لماذا
unfortunately.
وهم
They
أحرقوا
were
جنازة
immediately burning
المسلمين
down the bodies of the Muslims who died of
هذا أيضا
coronavirus.
لأجل أن يكونوا لأجل أنهم أرادوا أن يأخذ أصوات غير المسلمين بإحراق المسلمين وكانوا فرحين الأغلبية بما فعلوا ضد هذا في مثل
It is because they were enjoying it when they burned the bodies of the Muslims. They
وكذلك
had done this
الآن
against the
لا يخفى
civilians.
علينا إذا ربطنا هذه الحوادث بفلسطين العزة العزيزة
Now,
بأن المجازر
we can
هناك مستمرة كل بيت هناك مقصوف
see that
كلها فقيرة
the same also
من
applies
يصاب
for the
يترك
Palestinians.
ينزف
They
حتى
are
يفيض
burning and
حتى
destroying
يموت
and bombing all the
وأنتم
cities in
تعرفون
Palestine, and
الصحافيون
then they
ليس
want
لهم أي
everyone
الحرية
in
ولا
those lands dead.
إسعاف
And
للأمراض
you know that
وهم
there
يطلقون
is no
الرصاص
freedom of
عليهم
press there. They are
وليس
killing
هناك أحد
members of
لا
the press. They are
أن يدافع
shooting
لهم
journalists.
في هذا الوقت
And no one is talking against it.
بأن الضغط أو بأن التدمير للمستشفى وهذا لا
And they are destroying and bombing
أحد
the hospitals.
ذو قلب رطب في العالم لو كان مسلما أو غير مسلمين وكذلك الصحافيون ليس لهم
Muslims or not non-Muslims,
الأطباء لا
whoever
يستطيعون
they may
أن
be,
يؤدوا واجباتهم
anyone who has
للمرضى
a heart
الصغار
and a
والصبيان
soul
لا
should
هم
speak
لهم
up
بأي شيء
against this, because
الأبرياء
they are
ما حالهم
massacring
هؤلاء
little
الوحشيون
children who are innocent,
والحيوانيون الأعمى
little
والأبكم
kids,
والصم
women,
هذه
elderly,
الدنيا من
the
اليهود
animals,
هم الذين
the
يقومون
innocent
بمثل
animals
هذه الأمور
are being
ويدمرون
killed by the
معابد
Jews.
المسلمين والنصارى وكل شيء يحرق
And they are
هناك
destroying everything. They are destroying the temples, the
هذا
Christian
لا
temples.
يقبله أحد في العالم وكذلك
Distinguished Dr. Salam,
بمثل هذه الأمور بأننا نحن الأقلية في مثل هذه البلاد وعلينا
as
بعض
the
الأمور
minorities,
ونحن نضطر
we have
أن نقوم
to do
بما
something
كتاب
in
الله
these
عز وجل
countries.
مثلا يقول الله تعالى ادع إلى سبيل ربك بالحكمة والموعظة الحسنة
Allah
نحن في مثل
says
هذه
that
البلاد
we should
نحن
invite
نقوم
everyone to
مع هؤلاء بالحكمة
Allah's
والموعظة الحسنة
path
دعوتنا
with the
حتى
highest
يتفهم
morality.
هؤلاء ما نحن
So
به
we
لأننا لا
are
نستطيع
treating,
أن نعادي
we are addressing
بهؤلاء
these
أو
issues
نجاهد
with the
ضد هؤلاء
highest
لأن
morality.
واجباتنا ونحن الأقلية أن نظهر أمامنا
And
مزايا الإسلام
as the
وأخلاقه
minorities,
وآدابه الحسنة وهو أدق وأحكم آلة
we are
لنا في هذه
never,
البلاد وكذلك عندنا
we should
الميراث
always use
لم
the
يكن من المحرمات
good morals of
المفروضات
Islam against
وكذلك
these
النفي
people.
القاطع لاتهام الإسلام
They
بالإرهاب
should not use
والعنف
any
وفي
means
هذه
that have been
الأمور
declared
نحن
haram in
ونحن
Islam.
نريهم بأن الإسلام هو الذي
We never
السلام
accept the
في كل
association of Islam
وقت
with terrorism. We
ونفهم
deny any
أن الإسلام
accusation of
يرشد أن
violence
يعيش
and
في
aggression
سلام وبآمن وبآمن
that
وكذلك
has been associated
وإن
with
هذا الإسلام
Muslims.
ليس فيها أي
And we
إكراه لأحد بأن من يريد ويحب
Because
الإسلام
in Islam, we don't force people.
ونحن نريهم
Because
الآداب
embracing
الإسلامية
Islam
ونتعاون
is
معهم بتعاون إسلامي جميل
voluntary
حتى
action. This is
ينشغفوا
what we recommend
بالإسلام
others, and we will continue
ونفهمهم
to
بأن
treat
المسلمين
people with
هم
the
لا
good morals of
أبدا
Islam, because this
الحرب
is
ولا
how they
الظلم
will start
ولا
embracing
الاضطرابات
Islam, and
ولا
they will
العنف لدى الناس ولكنهم مسالمون وهم
understand that
رحماء
this is the
وهم
only way
يحبون
that they can
كل
understand that Islam cannot be
كل
associated with
إنسان وحيوان
violence.
في هذا العالم. هذا هو موضوعي
And they
والله
are
المستعان.
killing
شكرا لكم
people and
جميعا
animals.
والسلام عليكم
This is
ورحمة الله
the end of my
وبركاته.
presentation. Thank you very much. May Allah's mercy be upon you. Amin. Doctor has made a very good point about the sectarian unrest and violence against Muslims in India and Sri Lanka. Until recently, we had the same problems in Turkey, although we are the majority here. And it is sad to see that you are also suffering the same in India and Sri Lanka, where you are a minority group.
الله
But
يحفظنا
in
جميعا.
Islam,
الله
there
يحفظنا
is
جميعا.
the rule of retaliation. And we continue with the next speaker.
أوزدان نائب رئيس مركز المدافعين عن العدالة للدراسات الاستراتيجية.
बेटा ये इधर लगाएं जरा.
Sevgili
Distinguished
Ramazan hocamız uygunlar mı acaba?
Ramazan Ali Mahmoudi, are you ready to start your presentation? Distinguished Professor, I'm ready. Welcome, distinguished PhD Ramazan Al Mahmoudi. We have listened to the previous speaker and he made very good points. And the speaker before him also made very important points about this topic. And we are curious to hear what you're going to say about this. So we will be talking about Kashmir and the Uyghur region in China, which has been a scene of very sad atrocities, and we need to stand in solidarity with these people. And Assam has a very good background work to establish the Islamic Union, and we are looking forward to listening to you. Hello, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. This is a very recent topic, so I want to share this with you, particularly in the context of Afghanistan. As you know, Afghanistan is currently ruled by Taliban, and the social and legal status of women has become a subject of debate. And we have seen many complicated social issues in the history of Afghanistan. with many civil wars and conflicts. And through this process, Taliban has been strengthened. And the presence of Taliban in the past 20 years has significantly affected the social structure in Afghanistan. And this has also led to a debate in the Islamic world. And we are happy to see that under the umbrella of Assam, we can discuss the issues related to the Islamic world. And this topic is one of the most important topics. With Taliban taking over power in Afghanistan, debate was started, particularly about the situation of women in Afghanistan. It is one of the hottest topics that are being discussed today. In September 1994, Tahrik Islami al-Taliban entered Afghanistan via the border with Pakistan, and they resorted to many methods to seize power. But through the years, this situation has evolved. This group from 1986 to 2001 held the power in Afghanistan. About the social and ethnic structure of Afghanistan, Uzbek, Tajik, and other ethnic minorities are living in Afghanistan, but the majority of the population are the Pashtuns. And the Taliban has specific ethnic traditions like extremism, Islamism. We can say it's a combination of extremism and Islamism. These are the key words in the description of the Taliban group. And the main objective of Taliban is establishing the Sharia across the world. It's the group's main ideology. So how did the Taliban emerge in the first place? Experts and researchers say, what do experts and researchers say about this? And about the rise and growth of Taliban, we need to look at the acts in the last 2 centuries in the Islamic world. The Sharia law that has been adopted by Taliban is a reflection of the practices of Sharia in other countries. There were contributions from various countries, particularly the political thought of the Muslims in India and other religious groups in Pakistan. They all inspired Taliban. And during the Cold War, the presence of the Soviet military in Afghanistan had a major impact on Taliban, and the emerging of Al-Qaeda in Afghanistan, and that group also contributed to the growth of Taliban. But our topic is the Taliban in Afghanistan and the social and legal status of Afghan women. After Taliban came to power in Afghanistan, the social situation of women changed drastically. And as you know, after they took power in Afghanistan, they instated strict restrictions on the rights of women. For example, Afghan women cannot go outdoors unless they are accompanied by their husbands or a man from their own family, and they are denied of their rights to education or work, and this is still going on. But from 2001 to 2021, Afghanistan went through a significant social change. At times, this was in the form of social change, and at other times, it was in the form of modernization. From 2001 to 2021, there were some changes in the Afghan society. As you know, on September 11th, 2001, there was a terrorist attack at the World Trade Center in New York. And after that, the United States launched a military campaign against Taliban in Afghanistan to establish a new world order. In December 2001, the US Army toppled down the Taliban government. And after that, Afghanistan entered a new political era, and there were major changes in the social and political domains. They established a modern education system, the urbanization, the development of human rights, the changes like the status of women were among the most important changes, and the creation of the media and the improvements in the literacy rates in the population. So these changes took place during the time between 2001 to 2021. During that time, women were able to participate in politics, and they were able to vote and being elected and become a minister. But this change was not sustained. With the Taliban taking over the power in Afghanistan, there were some major political and social changes in Afghanistan. Once again, there are some social, cultural, and economic reasons for that. There was an agreement between the government of Afghanistan and the US government, and the US troops started withdrawing from Afghanistan, but they left behind a country that was rife with corruption, conflict, and tensions. And as a result of that, Taliban took advantage of the power vacuum, and they took power on August 15th, 2021. What did the Afghan society go through when Taliban came to power? When we interview people to discuss this, they emphasized many important issues. For example, the status of women. They were able to enjoy the rights of education and expression and other rights. And all of those rights that were gained in 20 years were lost once again as Taliban came to power once again, because Taliban adopted very strict policies against women in employment, in economics, in social life, in education, and in many other areas.
Bu yıllar arasında
During these years,
Afganistanlara, toplumu yönelik, özellikle kadınlara yönelik
Taliban
sıkı ve sert kurallar
adopted very strict policies against the whole society, particularly against women, and this still continues today. And Afghan women are denied of all opportunities, and young people are leaving the country. As you know, on the first day of the Taliban rule, many people ran to the airport to take a plane out of the country, and many people were killed on the runways because this is the same situation today. We are still looking for a way out. Men, women, and children and girls, everyone is looking for a way out of the country, but they cannot do it because they don't have passports or they don't have documents. The people that I interviewed, including very well-educated girls who have degrees in their schools. I talked to many women and girls, and they are quite affected by the situation, both psychologically and socially. Currently, this is a big subject of discussion in the whole Islamic world because as a Muslim country and as the United Nations, they need to do something about this because this is a very important subject. There is an ideology here. They are using religion as a means to strengthen, to foster their strength, and this has affected all strata of the society. The women in particular, for example, women cannot go outside on their own. They cannot work. All women, or all hair salons for women have been shut down. Currently, women have nothing to do but stay home. For example, I called some of my friends in Afghanistan during the Nowruz, and they weren't even celebrated because they weren't able to go outside to the parks or to the streets. This is what women in Afghanistan are going through. And they have also, I know the world has a lot in its plate, like the war in Gaza or the war in Ukraine, but I think it seems like people have forgotten about the situation in Afghanistan because no one is saying anything about this anymore. So this is why I wanted to address this in my presentation. And it's a very long discussion, I know, but at least I wanted to take this opportunity to share this with you. As a Muslim, as a Muslim country, what do we have to do about this? What are we going to do about this? What kind of a discussion should we have about this? This is what I wanted to say in a nutshell. Distinguished Ramazan Ali Mahmoudi, I would like to ask you a few questions. Of course, Afghanistan was invaded by Russia in 1979, and after September 11th, Afghanistan was chosen as a target by the US, and we know what the people had to go through back then. And these people, these governments in this country, they need to plan the process very well as they go into the country and as they leave the country. Just like what happened in Pakistan. You say Uzbek, Tajik, Turkoman, Pashtun populations are living in Afghanistan. And Afghanistan was ruled by Taliban until 2001, and after that, the country was occupied by the US Army, and then they decided to withdraw troops. And of course, they wanted to leave a stable country behind. But back then, during the Ottoman Empire, or before the Ottoman Empire, during the Empire of Andalus, the whole region, all the way to Italy, was ruled by the Muslims. And Africa, the population of Africa were Muslims for 5 centuries, and after the efforts of the missionaries, now there is a significant population of Christians in Africa. But thankfully, we have very good scholars and very good Muslims who are standing up against these atrocities. But in Afghanistan, they haven't left anyone that can stand up against what's being done. Particularly women are being oppressed. But a wife is dear to us. A girl is dear to us, is so dear to us. And by shutting down women and girls at homes, they are leaving us orphaned. We are feeling you, we are understanding you very well because you're Turkish, you're quite fluent in Turkish. And I personally feel myself close to the Afghans because in 1999, some Afghan groups were brought to Turkey because of the war, and my father was working at a school where Afghan students were attending, and I made many friends, and I'm still seeing them because we have this neighborly friendship with them. And we hope that one day Afghanistan will be able to rule itself and choose its rulers, because I think through time the people of Afghanistan will gain awareness, because Taliban is an occupying power now. It doesn't matter if they have the word Muslim or Islam in their name. We know that it's a terrorist organization that has been set up by specific groups working against us. And now we have our children are lost in the lies of the social media. We are working to save them from the web of social media so that they become aware of these problems. And the next speaker.
Dallavurda öyle bağlar götürüyorlar.
Selamünaleyküm.
Selamünaleyküm.
Sevgili
Abdurrashid Turabi.
Mr. Abdurrashid Turabi. Our next speaker. Abdurrashid Turabi, our scholar.
Aleyküm esselam ve rahmetullah ve bereketullah.
Thank you, brother. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Salam and regards from Kashmir to all participants and brothers of Assam. We are
Biz
very
de Keşmir'e
grateful.
selam ediyoruz.
We are very grateful of President of Assam and his team for providing us this opportunity annually to discuss the issues confronting Muslim Ummah and countries all over the world. The renowned intellectuals and scholars, they are being provided with the opportunity to participate in such conferences, and this is a very important conference as Kashmir and Palestine and many other issues are being confronted by the Muslim Ummah. The issue of Kashmir is a very old and historic issue, and everybody knows that the state of Jammu and Kashmir had been a Muslim state and had been ruled by the Muslims for centuries. But when the Britishers came in subcontinent, they occupied whole subcontinent, and being part of this region, it was occupied by the Britishers, and later on this was sold to a non-Muslim prince, ruler, Gulab Singh. The people of Jammu and Kashmir, they have been striving for their right of self-determination for centuries. Ultimately, when a strong movement started in subcontinent that was led by Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, and that movement succeeded, and it was decided that after British rule, the subcontinent would be divided into separate countries where Muslims are in majority. Those areas would constitute Pakistan, and where non-Muslims, Hindus are in majority, they would constitute India. So in accordance with these principles of division of subcontinent, being a Muslim majority state, more than 85% Muslim majority, this state was enjoying at that time, and religiously and culturally and geographically quite contiguous to Pakistan. It would have been acceded to Pakistan, but the Britishers, they hatched a conspiracy with the convenience of Congress leadership and the local princely ruler Hari Singh. They unilaterally invaded Jammu and Kashmir, and they sent their forces to occupy and have a permanent hold of the state of Jammu and Kashmir. Against this aggression, the Mujahideen of Jammu and Kashmir, and especially Muslims, they started their freedom struggle, and they succeeded to liberate 1/3 of Kashmir, which is now called Azad Jammu and Kashmir and Gilgit-Baltistan. when India went to the United Nations and submitted its petition before the Security Council that there should be a ceasefire and this issue should be settled peacefully. This aggression was made on the pretext of a so-called instrument of accession, which was agreed upon the princely ruler Hari Singh and the Indian government. And in accordance with this instrument of accession, only three subjects, foreign affairs, defense, and communications, they were given to the Indian Union, and rest of all the departments, they were given to the state government. And this state was quite an autonomous state with its president, prime minister, and its constitution. But unfortunately, later on, India deviated from its commitments, and they have been trying to confiscate the autonomy of the people of Jammu and Kashmir. But since then, there was an Article 370 in the Indian Constitution and another Article 335A, which were providing the provision of the semi-autonomous status to the state of Jammu and Kashmir. And no Indian can purchase land and become citizen of Jammu and Kashmir. So there were safeguards to save the Muslim and the Kashmiri character of the state of Jammu and Kashmir. But recently, in 5th of August of 2019, the Modi government unilaterally violating all bilateral agreements in between Kashmiris and the Indian government, and in between Pakistan and India, and violating the international law and the United Security Council resolutions of spirit, unilaterally decided to integrate the state, eroding the character of the state, bifurcating state, and declaring state a unitary territory which was supposed to be controlled by the Indian government directly. So this was a clear violation of international law and the agreements between the then Kashmiri leadership and the founding fathers of India. And there were many agreements in between India and Pakistan. All principles and laws have been violated, and Indian unilaterally decided to integrate this state. Kashmiris have been striving in Jammu and Kashmir and internationally against this decision. Pakistan took this heinous decision to the United Nations and OIC. OIC also passed resolutions that unilaterally India cannot change the status of Jammu and Kashmir. And the political parties of the occupied Kashmir and many individuals, they went to the Indian Supreme Court and they submitted a petition demanding that in accordance with the instrument of accession and in accordance with the international law, this Modi government decision should be revoked, and the people of Jammu and Kashmir, they should be given their due role as per constitution and the agreements of the Indian leadership and Indian constitution. But unfortunately, on 11th of the December, Indian Supreme Court, ignoring and violating all the international laws and all the agreements in between Kashmiris and then leadership of India, they endorse this illegal action of the Modi government. This is not the only incident. This Indian Supreme Court has also given a verdict regarding the Babri Masjid, which was historically a Muslim masjid and Muslim monument in the subcontinent. And that masjid, historical masjid, was demolished by the extremist Hindus, and that illegal step was also endorsed by the Indian Supreme Court, and many other such events which are proved that the Indian judicial system is biased towards the not Muslim of Jammu and Kashmir, but also more than 200 million Muslims living in India and other minorities in the Indian Union, whether they are Christians, whether they are Sikhs, whether they are Dalits, or so on. So many reports have been produced by the international human rights groups, Amnesty International and Asia Watch, and many reports by the Indian intellectuals, Arundhati Rai and Justice Tarkunde, and so many other human rights activists of the India who are a recognition of international fame. They have condemned such human rights violations committed by the Indian forces who have been deployed to crush the popular Kashmiris movement for their right of self-determination. They are more than 1 million. They are in shape of security forces and paramilitary forces and intelligence networks and their stooges who are operating, and they have been the forces they have been empowered to catch and kill any Kashmiri, terming him as a freedom fighter and Hurriyat Pasand. So imposing draconian laws, POTA and TADA and so many such laws, they have been in place for more than 30 years there. And especially the forces who are committing massacres and killings of custodial killings of innocent over leaders and scholars there. They are not liable to answer before any court. And impunity of the killings and massacre is there in Jammu and Kashmir. A renowned human rights activist of international frame, Jalil Andrabi, he was killed by the Indian forces, and later on, Indian officer Avtar Singh, who was charged of such heinous crime. Later on, he was settled by the Indian forces, Indian government in Canada and later on in America. So there are many reports, such reports, which has been quoted by there is another international institution, Kathmandu-based institution, South Asian Human Rights institution, that quoted around 62 cases of the Indian security forces officers who committed murder of the innocent leaders and the human rights activists. And unfortunately, they were not produced, culprits were not produced before the court. And the courts were quite, they were not able to summon such culprits who committed murders and killings of the scholars and leaders of our freedom struggle there. So there is a quite discriminatory behavior of the Indian judicial system, which is now has become a stooge of the RSS agenda of RSS, which is being operated by the Modi government. Our senior leader, the icon of the freedom struggle, Sayyid Ali Gilani, he was arrested, and for 12 years he was kept in house arrest without providing with him any medical facility and any legal assistance. He passed away in this state of affairs, and his dead body was not handed over to their kith and kins, and their kith and kins and their beloved ones, they have not been allowed to participate in the to offer the namaz-e-janaza prayer and the burial ceremony. Similarly, there was another our senior leader, Ashraf Sarai, who was right-hand man of Sayyid Ali Gilani. He was also got martyred in jail, and he was not provided with any medical and legal facility. And his dead body was also deprived from participation of their kith and kins and namaz-e-janaza and other burial ceremony. So this is state of affairs. Over another senior scholar, a professor, Afzal Guru, he was sentenced to death by the Indian Supreme Court, and in the decision it was elaborated by the Indian Supreme Court that there are not sufficient evidences to sentence him, but to get satisfied the masses of the India, court is bound to verdict him a capital punishment, the punishment of death. And it is a part of many human rights activists. They raised this issue, and they objected on the decision. Many senior lawyers like A.G. Nurani and many others, senior lawyers in India, they also raised question regarding this state of affairs in general.
Sayın Raşit,
Yeah.
sıradaki konuşmacı için.
Mr. Rashid, can we please wrap up so the next speaker also has time, sir?
Okay, if within 2 minutes, inshallah, I would conclude. So this in this scenario, the people of Jammu and Kashmir, they have got high hopes from Muslim Ummah and our Turkish brothers and NGOs that just as we see the situation in Palestine, there is a very close collaboration of India and Israel to crush the freedom struggle of Palestinians and Kashmiris. And they cooperate with each other strategically on different fronts, and they are following the method of changing the demography and to mass killings and to dilute the Muslim character of the region. So so we request that Kashmiri should be kept in prayers and heartbeat for the success of our brothers fighting in Palestine and elsewhere. Once again, I am very grateful and thank you, brothers of Assam, who organized and gave us this opportunity to participate in this August conference. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Sayın Raşit, biz de çok teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rashid. Thank you for all the information that you have shared with us. Kashmir is our bleeding wound. There is a problem about Kashmir. We do know it, and we are looking forward to seeing your further studies about this. And you are in our prayers. And is the next speaker ready?
Sevgili Doktor Ahmet Muvaffak.
Dr. Ahmet Muvaffak Zaydan from Syria.
Doktor Rashid.
Dr. Rashid.
Yeah. Teşekkür ediyoruz.
Thank you, Dr. Rashid. And welcome, Dr. Ahmet Muvaffak.
Efendim, bize değerli bir sunum yapacaksınız.
So you're going to deliver us a valuable presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much, all the brothers in Assam, for giving us this opportunity. My topic is, of course, Syria and the destroyed justice. And when the destroyed justice is restored, Syria will return to the Muslim world. And for more than a decade, the Syrian people have been suffering from the absence of justice and the spread of injustice in all its forms and colors and types and patterns. And it's an injustice summed up by this regime, which has ruled with iron and fire for decades. And it established its rules on the basis of killing, imprisoning, and displacing its people in order to subject them to its authority and influence. And it turned Syria into a large prison through what they do, and a formal facade known since 1963, actually. But the reality of this rule, as you know, it was a formal facade known as the Ba'ath Party in 1963, but the reality of the rule and its essence, it's a sectarian system whose secret was revealed from the first days of the Ba'ath coup by its leaders, such as Munif al-Razaz, and unfortunately, it has received regional and international support. So, such totalitarian, oppressive rule would not have been possible had it not been for the regional and international support that it has received. Therefore, there was a dark rule that lasted. There was a dark decades of his rule was prevailing. So, in the book that is written most recently, Syria, unfortunately, Syria, they published a book that was filled with lies. And this was just the form of the stability. And the Syrian people, unfortunately, after the Ottomans, the Syrian people were polarized and they were oppressed. And since the first days, this is what they did. And the Shiite groups received support. And this stability that was at the expense of internal boiling and oppression. And the regime it was led by Mossad al-Assad until we reached Hezbollah. The regime was a tool for stabilizing the Iranian project in the region. It began in Lebanon and then expanded to Iraq and now in Syria, in addition to providing Arab cover in Yemen and other covers for Iranian movements, and in parallel serving the project. And the Iranian Assad regime was a truly tool to attack the Turkish project by supporting the other gangs, and sectarian and PKK gangs. And firstly, it must be stated that the situation in Syria, since its formal independence from France in 1946 until now, has not been a normal situation, except for a short democratic period that the country experienced, followed by military coup d'etats and the minority sectarian regime subsequently controlling the aspects of life which made the country project for others. And there was a huge oppression. And unfortunately, they started committing these atrocities for Syrians. And during this period, at the head of this, justice was absent in this regime. And the Syrians, they didn't elect him. He rather imposed himself on them for decades, and still is at the head of this absent justice is the existence of a regime that is far from the interests of the Syrians, which they did not choose. And this is the regime that is transforming from a formal republican regime into a monarchy in June 2000 with the inheritance of the son Bashar al-Assad after the departure of his father. And there are hints of this. And in after 1963 Ba'ath coup d'etat, we didn't see a democratic regime. And the end of 70s and the beginning of the 80s, in addition to committing war crimes since the late 70s and early 80s, this is turning into open massacres over a period of 12 years with documents and evidence that exceeded the evidence which convicted the war criminals in the Nuremberg trial. And then you look at the methodology of the study, it will focus on the regime's lack of popular legitimacy, which prompted it to move towards external protection, saying that it is being converted into a drug state. And before that, Syria was harmed and they turned him into a renowned drug state. And this is a system for rent, actually. And the Assad regime, unfortunately, it is not, contrary to the usual image that was drawn by others, that it has transformed Syria, it has transformed from a struggle over into a player into the regional area. Those who monitored reality saw the opposite. And it is true that the Syrian regime's intervention in 1976 in Lebanon was in order to close the window that had always existed. And it overthrew governments in Damascus, but the price the region paid was very happy, and it was by liquidating the Palestinian and the national resistance, deporting Fatah fighters from Lebanon, or by killing national symbols and changing Lebanon's governance by imposing the Shiite factor through the Amal organization or Hezbollah. And of course, as you know, they were never tried, you know, these killers. And when you look at after killing the Lebanese, late Lebanese Prime Minister Rafik Hariri said it wasn't tried. And as for the Northwestern Front represented by Turkey, which suffers from a geopolitical siege, whether by Iraq and Syria, controlled by regimes hostile to it, or by its other neighbors in Greece, Georgia, Iran, and others, but the Assad regime, the father and son, remain the faithful Western and Russian guardians in order to prevent Turkey from reaching the Arab arena in Jordan and the Gulf, and it early welcomed the Kurdistan Workers' Party, and it opened its camps for it around Damascus in order to put constant and continuous pressure on Turkey, and the regime is still using this tool in addition to another sectarian tool called the Syrian resistance. So when you look at all the powers, Dr. Ahmed, there is a question at this point, Dr. Ahmed. Yeah, you said that there is a sectarian regime that they are supporting.
Fakat biz karşımızda
who we see before us, we see them as PKK on eastern Syria. So this movement in eastern Syria, Damascus, the current physical split status. Can you make a brief assessment?
lütfen tercüme edebilir miyiz?
I'm not hearing the translation.
Olur diyor. İkisi de olur diyor.
Sir, you need to pick the channel to listen to either English or Arabic. Do you hear English, sir?
دكتور أحمد ممكن تحط سماعات وتختار اللغة العربية أو الإنجليزية؟ في ترجمة؟
للأسف الآن ليس عندي سماعات. أنا آسف جدا.
Lütfen gerçekten teknik soruları. Bu bizim bölgemiz için. Bu soru bizim bölgemiz için çok önemli şu an.
So this question is very important for our region because there is a physically split Syria and there is a terrorism organization that is nested for us, and that's a huge threat for us as we see. So the participants' answer is requested.
Can anybody translate for me directly? Because I don't have earpiece, unfortunately. Dr. Dindar.
Sir, do you hear me in English, sir? Sir.
Okay, English is better.
Yes, Miss.
Okay, then we are going to ask the question in English then. In the eastern part of Syria is physically split, and there are terrorism organizations that are against Turkey and against Syria. So we see these, and about this, we would like to receive your assessment, sir. And we are looking forward to hearing your comments about this.
Bir bize kısa yorum verebilirse sonrasında.
So we are looking forward to hearing your interpretation about this because the next speaker is also waiting. Did you hear me, sir?
Çevirmen arkadaşlar yardımcı oluyorlar mı? Direkt buradan çevirmesi.
Kulaklık takması gerekiyor.
Yani kanal seçmesi gerekiyor. Arapçada, İngilizce'de.
Bu kanaldan yardımcı olur musunuz?
Beni her halükarda duyamaz. Benim sadece kanalım.
Bizi duyamaz. Dışarıdan birisi.
Beni duyamaz.
Bizi de duyamaz.
Seçmesi lazım. Seçmediği sürece duyamaz.
دكتور أحمد ممكن تختار قناة اللغة العربية؟
Dündar hocam kapatabiliriz oturumunu.
عفوا.
بين الخيارات في خيار اختيار.
أنا أعرف لكن المشكلة الآن ليست عندي السماعات قلت له منذ البداية.
صح.
إيش السؤال على السريع؟
السؤال هو يعني تواجد الكيان البي كي كي في شرق سوريا وضرره على وتقسيمه لسوريا وضرره لتركيا، يعني كان نمط السؤال هذا اعتقد. يعني
طيب.
ممكن تفسحوا هذا الموضوع، توضحوا اكثر
نعم.
ورأيكم حول الموضوع. هذا
نعم،
هو السؤال.
سأتكلم عن الموضوع أكثر بعد قليل إن شاء الله رب العالمين.
Birazdan daha detaylı bir şekilde bu konuyu açacağım.
Lütfen
Bu şekilde cevaplar.
kısa bir şekilde bunu noktalayabilirsek
açacak
süreyi
şimdi.
açıyoruz. O yüzden rica ettim sizden.
Birazdan o konuya geçeceğim dedim. Ele alacağım dedim.
Sadece o konuda birkaç cümle alabilirsek.
ممكن دكتور زيدان لو كم جملة.
تمام. يعني كما تعرفون أن يعني مؤسس
As
حزب
you know,
عبد الله أوجلان كان متواجد في سوريا منذ عام الثمانينات، ومعروف أن المكان الذي كان يتواجد فيه
since 1980s, we know the founder of PKK, Abdullah Öcalan. He was operating in the Damascus region, and right now he was also in certain Alawi, Nusayri, about the Alexandria, Iskenderun area. I was there more or less, and the military operations that were carried out in Haniye, many Syrian brethren were killed. They were martyred during these attacks, and these were like PKK. These vehicles were coming from the Kandil region, and particularly in this period, it is not the Syrian regime, but it is Iran that is using them as a tool right now, as of now. They're using them in the real sense. It is Iran and not Bashar al-Assad. So we're looking at it like the US is supporting the PKK factors. Are you saying that it is Iran supporting them? Yes, absolutely. About Qassad, PKK is a backbone there. In the Qassad organization in the northeast of Syria, PKK is the backbone there, and I believe that in the real sense, the Iran and Syrian regime and PKK and PYD, there's a support relationship, and likewise, the US is also supporting. So it is both the Americans, the Iranians, as well as the Syrian regime. They are supporting the PKK and PYD. And so this is beyond what we think is true. This is beyond what we think is true. Dear doctor, dear sir, we have to move on to the presentations were really valuable, and thank you very much for all the information that you have given. Is the next speaker ready? Actually, the fourth session is over with this speaker, so this is the end of this presentation. So if you can kindly wrap up with your own paper, I'm going to make the next assessment. Okay, thank you very much. Dear, we listen to Kashmir, Gaza, we listen to all the oppressed areas by Professor Salami hailed from Sri Lanka. I made notes of those. And Professor Mohammed Salim Mohammed Salhan Aldanavi spoke. And then Ramazan Ali Mahmoudi spoke to us, and we talked about Afghanistan, and we listened to Abdul Rashid Turabi from Kashmir. It was a very valuable presentation. Also, Dr. Ahmed Muafak Zeydan from Syria enriched us with his knowledge about the movements in Syria, the Ba'ath regime, and the regional countries, Lebanon, Beirut, and Sham, and the positioning of PKK there. And the subsequent presentations, we want to make them more valuable, more interactive. Dear Assam executives, and all the brethren who strived for this, I would like to thank them, and I would like to greet all the presenters, all the professors. Please let us move on to the next session because our professors are waiting.
Dündar Hocam sanıyorum tamam. Teşekkür ediyorum.
Professor Dündar, thank you very much. Thank you. We are thankful to you for having shared all this information. So see you in a subsequent program. Thank you, all the Muslims. We wish you a wonderful evening, and I'm moving on to the next part. Distinguished Professor Kazım Uysal and Professor Cengiz Toraman is going to make a brief assessment of the day. If Professor Kazım is available, you have 10 minutes at most. And Mr. Cengiz also has 10 minutes, so I'm leaving it up to you. I hope you can hear me.
With the name of Allah the Almighty, distinguished guests, valuable brothers, we have finished the first day of the 7th International Assam Islamic Union Model Congress, and I would like to thank each and every one of you who contributed to this Congress. And I would like to extend my heartfelt greetings. As Assam Islamic Union Congress, the architect of this Congress, Mr. Adnan Pasha, I hope he will recover very soon. And in the first session, they stated that he is sick, so we wish him a quick recovery. Distinguished guests, Islam is the religion of union, and it is really important for us to come together and to be one, to be whole. If we cannot unite, then we cannot stop the violence and the oppression of the oppressor. Until now, we have already organized 6 congresses. Now we are organizing 7th Congress, and there are many documents and articles and presentations in terms of economy, defense, foreign policy, security, and different themes. We have accumulated great know-how and knowledge. And Assam, we always supported Assam and these international congresses. And in this congress, we are discussing common justice system, and we had very valuable speakers today. And to sum up, International Assam Islamic Union Model Congress welcomed many distinguished guests, and we benefited from each other. And later on, we had 4 sessions, and we heard the voices of international speakers. Over 20 presentations were made, and it was an intense program for all of us. And we would like to thank all of the international speakers for their valuable contribution. And I hope that with the previous presentations, these all will pave the way for the establishment of Islamic Union. Of course, it is really hard to evaluate and make deeper assessments in these presentations, but I would like to touch upon few issues. Dear guests, dear participants, today we are under the occupation of these oppressors. as the Islamic Union, as the Islamic countries, and they are doing the opposite of what is needed to be done, and they behave the people as animals, and they think that the powerful people are the right people, and they think that the weak people should be removed from the nature, and they are the parasites of the world, and exploiting is their natural habit, and it is really hard to wait for blessings or goodness from this people. And we have seen the real face of these people in the Gaza occupation, in the war in Palestine. So why couldn't we cope with these bad people? Many speakers addressed on this. Our problem is that we don't stick to the command of Allah. We don't abide by the rules of Quran. We couldn't develop or improve technology. Allah commands reading. Allah says read. And Prophet Muhammad also says science is very important. And again, Bediüzzaman Said Nursi says that it is really important to have the perspective. If you could combine perspective and the science, then you will be able to have virtue. And in order to have higher values of Islam, we need to act together, and we need to produce technology and science. Why do we lag behind? It is not about the principle of civilization. Our challenge, our problem is that we cannot own our own values, and our deeds are not sufficient. And actually, we diagnosed our disease, and we will have the healing process very soon. And I believe that the biggest obstacle before us is related to safety and security. There are the fitna issues among the brothers of the Muslim societies, Muslim countries, and there are issues related to safety, and it also increase the appetite of the evil ones. Please always remember that they are not benefiting from the values of civilization. They are benefiting from the power of arms. That is why we should be powerful in terms of defense, industry, and economy. And we need to facilitate the life of the people. We need to protect the life of the people. We should be powerful. Especially our defense sector is in a really good position, and we will be even more powerful. Then we will be helping the oppressed, and they will not be in despair. And they have the materialistic philosophy. But as Muslim people, we are based on haq, rightness, and reality, truth. We will abide by the Islamic law. Especially, we should behave according to Ayatollah. We will continue to ensure Islamic law together with the words of Quran, and we will continue to do so. We don't have any alternative other than that. We will either be destroyed by them, by those, or we will cherish Islamic civilization and then we will blossom. If this continues, if the oppression continues, this infidelity continues, throughout the history, we have seen many oppressors and we have seen their end. And we have seen the terrorist Zionists and their end is very near. As Bediüzzaman stated, the biggest issue is the union of Islam, unity in the Islamic world. If we could establish unity in the Islamic world, then we will achieve our goals. And I believe that all of the contributions and struggles of Assam are of crucial importance, and it is an obligation for us. It is a duty of the people, of the believers. Starting from Adnan Pasha, I would like to once again extend my gratitude for this organization. The theme of this organization is justice. So once again, I would like to thank each and every one of you, and I would like to once again extend my regards and commemorate our martyrs defending their places in Palestine. And once again, in these tough times, Islamic Union establishment of Islamic Union is very important. Mr. Cengiz Toraman, the floor is yours. Thank you, Mr. Kazım Uysal, for your words. We always feel your support, and I hope that all of these struggles will have auspicious results. And I would like to extend my regards once again. Mr. Cengiz Toraman, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. I would like to extend my salutations. And as the architect of these congresses, I would like to express my gratitude to our Pasha, and I hope he will recover soon. Starting from Ali Joshan, I would like to extend my thanks to the team of Assam for organizing this congress. As Mr. Kazım summarized, he is also supporting this case from the beginning, and he also contributed to the organization of this congress. He also exerted great efforts, and by taking this opportunity, I would like to thank Mr. Kazım Uysal. He already wrapped it up, so there is nothing left to be said. Maybe I can say that justice is multidimensional issue, starting from the justice in the family, or the justice in the state, or the justice among the states. So it is a multidimensional and multilateral issue, but we are talking about it within the principles of Islamic countries and Islamic concept. There are two basic institutions, umbrella institutions. One of them is the Arab League, and the history dates back to 1945, and we have the Islamic Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and Arab League is actually failing to solve the disputes. As far as I know, it doesn't have such a function as far as I examined. But for the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, it has a structure for the Minister of Foreign Affairs. If we enter the link of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Turkey, then we will see a structure under the OIC, and the status is foreseen as a judiciary body. So what does it say? In 1980, this topic, International Islamic Justice Court issue was opened, and there are 57 member countries, and 44 years passed. Now we still couldn't complete the necessary number of signatures. I don't know why. We don't know the reason behind, but let's look at the outcome. I think this is really important issue for us. So why don't we complete the signatures? Even the signatures have not been completed, and we are sorry for that. And we have the Iran-Iraqi war and Islamic Organization of Islamic Cooperation failed on this issue. So maybe we can have an article on that. International Islamic Court, if it is established, what kind of decisions will be taken, or whether Islamic law or Sharia will be used in the rule of the court. So what will be the structure? We don't know. Unfortunately, it is a chronic problem of Islamic countries. As late Mehmet Akif Ersoy said, that there was an article in 1950s, and according to this article, I think he is a Muslim from Crimea, and there was a poem of Mehmet Akif Ersoy, and I will read this, and it summarizes our situation. Ataullah Bahittin, he said he is coming from Crimea, and he is a Muslim, and in his childhood he was in love with Aya Sofia, and he came to Istanbul in those years, and in Bayram prayer he attended a Bayram prayer, and as far as I remember, after this prayer, while entering the mosque, he saw many soldiers. Why there are many soldiers? He asked, and he said, it is really strange. Why is that? And then after the precautions were taken, so after this Bayram prayer, and then they performed prayer, and then they said Amen, and khutbah was also uttered. This all happened, he asked. No. After that, Ataullah was thinking of the question, I am trying to learn Quran and the mystery of Quran for many hours, and I have read everything related to Islam and the faith. So I was very saddened by the situation I saw, and I thought the strange view I saw in Istanbul, he said, and I questioned the faith of the believers. Mr. Cengiz, we cannot hear you, by the way. Your voice is not coming. So, for the last 1 minute, I would say. Can you hear me now? Okay, yes, we can hear you. And after a while, Mehmet Akif was saddened, and affected.
Sen ey bir
And
tane dindaş, sanki bizden hayır ümit ettin. Nihayet yese düştün, ağladın, ağladın.
you are a believer, you cried. What was your expectation from us?
Oldu, fakat matem salat etmez, cehennemler saran yurdu. Cemaat ister, uyanmaz bir başlarına. Barışmak, başka yok.
We cannot hear the speaker because of... Mr. Cengiz, I think this is because of microphone. We cannot hear you. When you change the position of your face, we cannot hear you. Let's wrap it up. Okay. And Mehmet Akif Ersoy said that the only way out is to work.
En güç feda İslam'ın fedası olacaktır. Buna ümit varız. Assam bu yolda çok önemli
We are hopeful. And Assam is a very important milestone for our hope. And I hope that we are going to yield our fruits for the union of Islam. And once again, I would like to thank each and every one of you. Thank you, Mr. Cengiz. As of 2017, we are together, and you are contributing to our organization. And once again, I would like to thank you for your valuable contribution. You added colors to our conference, and today it is a great honor for us to have two valuable speakers, and you touched upon our future hopes, and we are going to take lessons from the past, and we will walk to the future, and we are going to meet the expectations of Ummah, and we are going to have concrete outcomes. This is the only way out. We need prayer, we need concrete actions, we need both of them. Thank you very much. And we have finished the first day of our Congress, and we are closing our session, and at 10 a.m. we will